Chapter 289. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the concert ended. The audience left one after another, leaving the staff to clean up the mess. Several huge xenon lights lit up every corner of the venue, making it as bright as day, but the sense of loneliness after the bustling scene became more and more obvious. The audience came in high spirits and left in high spirits. When they left in twos and threes, they were still discussing the brilliance of the concert. Every song was a classic, especially Qin Zhe's Exaggerated. That roar, perfectly interpreted the soul of the song. There was also the last Because of Love. The MV was so well done. That warm and touching love lingered in the minds of the audience for a long time, leaving a lasting aftertaste. Qin Ma and the old man didn't drive home. Under the instigation of Wang Zijin, they went backstage. "Old man, I feel like I have to say something." Qin Ma glanced at Wang Zijin in front of her and whispered, "I also feel that it's inappropriate. I have to say something to them." The old man also whispered so that Wang Zijin couldn't hear. The audience felt that the MV was amazing. The old man didn't feel that it was beautiful, only shocked. Qin Ma was even more frightened. Actually, Bao Bao and A's living together is not good for anyone. It's inconvenient for them to be boyfriend and girlfriend. Now that A's has graduated, it's time for him to move out of Bao Bao's place. "Let him come back," Qin Ma said. "This has nothing to do with graduation. When I let A's live with my sister, it was to take care of my sister. If they really live separately, Bao Bao will move back home. Otherwise, I won't feel at ease letting her live alone." The old man said, "Anyone is fine. In short, one of them will move back home." Qin Ma said angrily, "Look at your daughter. How old is she? She can't even take care of herself. It's all because you spoiled her." "Hey, you're pushing the blame. Aren't those bad habits caused by you?" The old man expressed that he didn't want to take the blame. "In my opinion, A's is too accommodating to her. Otherwise, she wouldn't have developed so many bad habits." Qin Ma pushed the blame to her son. "Yes, I think so too." The old man nodded. Qin Ma puckered her lips at Wang Zijin's slender back. "If you ask Bao Bao to move back, what about Zijin? Let her stay with A's. Didn't you say that Zijin is a good girl? This is a good opportunity for them to spend time together. Whether it succeeds or not depends on A's luck," Grandpa Lin said softly. "Son, this is all I can do for you." Qin Ma's eyes lit up. "Well done, old Qin. You have so many ideas." She added, "By the way, the size of your pants is just right. Have you fastened your belt?" "Yes, it doesn't matter if I wear a belt or not. I'm used to it." Grandpa Lin was stunned. "Why are you asking this?" Qin Ma called out to Wang Zijin. "Zijin, your uncle and I are going to the washroom. Wait for us for a while." Wang Zijin replied gently, "Okay, auntie." The couple turned and walked towards the washroom. Grandpa Lin was stunned. "What are you doing? Do you have something to say to me?" Qin Ma said darkly, "Take out the belt. You can carry it in later." Spicy Old Radish understood instantly. Good idea. Backstage, in the dressing room provided by the main event, Qin Bao Bao sat by the dressing table. A young female makeup artist was helping her remove her makeup. Qin Zhe sat at the dressing table next to her. The slightly older makeup artist was carefully helping him remove the laser powder. Li Yanhong and Tian Feng's general manager sat on the sofa, chatting happily. "Xiao Zhang, I didn't expect you to be here personally." Li Yanhong took a sip of red wine. It's my duty. Zhang Fu chuckled. "Both CEO Qins insist on working at the front line. How can we slack off?" Logically speaking, as the CEO of a company, there was no need for him to be here when his artist held a concert. However, Tian Feng Production's situation was different. As the CEO, he was working for someone else. He received a salary of a few million a year, and this was under the condition that Tian Feng was not doing well. If CEO Qin could lead Tian Feng to success, his income would also increase. This concert was perfect. I can foresee that tomorrow's news headlines will definitely be ours. After this concert, Bao Bao's popularity will go up another level. Cheers. Cheers. Compared to Li Yanhong and Zhang Fu, who were happy and relaxed, The siblings had a serious look on their faces. Qin Baobao looked at her brother's face in the mirror and said softly, "Sigh, I feel like our parents are about to call." Qin Zhe said in a low voice, "I've already thought of how to brush them off. Leave it to me." Qin Baobao said happily, "Brother, you're the best." What? Just as she said that, the phone did not come, but the door was pushed open. With her hands behind her back, Wang Zijin walked in with the posture of a leader patrolling. She raised her snow-white chin and looked at the siblings disdainfully. "Hey, who are you? You can't come in here. Where are the staff?" Zhang Fu frowned. "Dad, Mom, why are you here?" Seeing Wang Zijin's parents behind her, Qin Baobao's expression was very interesting. When she saw the belt in the old master's hand, her expression became even more interesting. "It's over." Zhang Fu's head shrank back. Qin Ma and the old master smiled gently. "We're here to see you." Qin Zhe waved his hand. "You guys can leave first." With CEO Qin's order, everyone could only leave. The old master sat down on the sofa, raised his arm, put the belt on the table, and poured himself a glass of red wine. The siblings' eyes were fixed on the belt, like cats looking at a cat teaser. But the cat's eyes were filled with desire and curiosity, while the siblings' eyes were filled with vigilance. "Stupid girl." Qin Ma walked over and poked her daughter's head with her finger. Qin Ma was full of anger, but she did not know how to vent it. "What's wrong with you? You took a video of hugging and kissing with your brother?" "No, I can't say that. It's too embarrassing." "How old are you? Don't you feel ashamed to do that with your brother?" "No, that's not appropriate either. How should I say this? Even if I break his leg, I should at least give a reason. This is difficult to say." "Mom, I'm your girl, but I'm not a stupid girl." Qin Baobao hugged her mother's waist and rubbed her head in her mother's arms. The secret of acting cute and coquettish, Baobao. Who wouldn't like a beautiful and cute daughter who could act cute and coquettish? Qin Baobao relied on this trick. After eating her father, she would eat her mother, and after eating her mother, she would eat her brother. Qin Ma patted her daughter's head, looking helpless. At the critical moment, the man had to step in. The old master coughed to attract attention. He said, "The concert was well organized. I underestimated you. You can go so far in the entertainment industry so quickly. It's really beyond my expectations." Qin Baobao said sweetly, "Dad, it's not that I'm good. It's Ace who's good. It's all because of him." The old master glanced at his son. Not bad. Not only not bad, but it also scared him to death. Qin Ma was stunned. There was nothing wrong with her words, but as a mother, she definitely knew her daughter. According to her temper in the past, she would be so arrogant now. But now, she was so humble? Giving the credit to her brother? Her problem of showing off her brother had spread to her parents? Qin Ma knew her daughter's nickname, Crazy Brother Show Off Crazy Demon. "Last time, I heard you say that there's an overpass at the entrance of the neighborhood. It's very inconvenient to travel, and there are all kinds of people there. You and Zijin even met a pickpocket." The old master said without thinking. Qin Baobao nodded. "I've discussed with your mother. Baobao, it's better for you to move back home. It's not safe there. If you move back, we'll be more at ease." The old master said. Qin Baobao was puzzled. "I'm living well there. Ace picks me up to and from work. I'm very safe. There's no danger. It's better for you to move back. The house is so big. Your mother and I will be very lonely." The old master said. No. I'm already so old. I want to live alone." Qin Baobao twisted her body in Qin Ma's arms. Wang Zijin was disgusted. She was already so old, yet she was still acting like a spoiled little girl. She had stopped acting like a spoiled child in front of her parents after she was 10 years old. But when she saw this scene, she was quite envious. Wang Zijin's biggest wish was to have a warm and harmonious family. But her family was destined not to be as harmonious as a normal family. Her parents also respected each other. If she was Qin Baobao, she would definitely enjoy it. "Move back home." Qin Ma said firmly. "Move back home." The old master said firmly. Qin Baobao frowned secretly. She looked at her brother from afar. Both of them looked a little scared. What did her parents see? Qin Baobao gritted her teeth and said, "I'm not going back." The old master snorted and turned around. He reached out to grab the belt on the table. Of course, he was not going to hit his daughter. He was just trying to scare her. But his hand touched nothing. "Hey, where's my belt?" "Dad, this belt of yours is quite old. It's time to change it. I'll buy you a new one tomorrow." Qin Zhe pointed at the trash can with a "I'm a good son" smile on his face. The old master was speechless. Qin Ma was speechless. Wang Zijin walked over and picked up the belt. She wiped it with a tissue. "I think the belt is pretty good. You don't have to change it. Auntie will give it to you." She handed the belt to Qin Ma. If she gave it to Uncle Qin, according to the principle of proximity, he would definitely beat up Qin Zhe. So, she handed it to Auntie. Qin Baobao should have beaten up long ago. Qin Zhe was speechless. Qin Baobao was speechless. "What are you doing? Why are you always whipping my belt? If I don't go home, are you going to beat me up?" Qin Baobao tried to snatch the belt from her mother, but her mother knocked her on the head instead. Then if I go back home, what about Zijin?" She held her head and suddenly thought of this reason. The old master said calmly, "We don't lack rooms. Zijin can stay in A's room. If Zijin doesn't want to, she can continue to stay at your place. A's has to work a little harder to pick her up from work." Wang Zijin smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Uncle. I'll continue to stay there. Uncle is the best. I'm rooting for you." Qin Baobao's mouth twitched. Damn it. She did not chase away the intruder. Instead, she took over the place and lived with A's. She should not even think about it. As for Qin Zhe, he did not know if he should agree or disagree. "Then just beat me to death. I'm already so old and yet I'm still living with my parents. It's embarrassing." Qin Baobao puffed up her cheeks and said angrily. The old master was helpless. Qin Ma was heartbroken. Her daughter's reaction was not good. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Qin Zhe had an idea. "Dad, we've been planning to live separately for a long time." With that, his sister glared at him angrily and sadly. "Sis is going to buy a house soon. She and Sister Ziwei are going to move out. She's a celebrity now and is quite famous. It's not convenient for her to live with you." Qin Zhe said, "She's leaving her house to me. I don't want to live with her anymore. I'm both her father and her mother." The old master and Qin Ma glared at him together. "Oh, she's just like a nanny. It's tiring. I don't want to live with her. If she moves out before New Year's Day, I won't have to worry. Bah, I don't want to live with you. You smoke every day. You're so annoying. You're the annoying one. You don't know how to do anything. I'm busy with work. Sis has raised you for so many years. If you don't do the housework, who will?" The siblings started arguing. "But then let's wait for Bao Bao to buy a house and move out," the old master said. "Don't quarrel with your brother all the time. You're already so old," Qin Ma said. Qin Ma could not help but wonder if everything was just her imagination. The two of them were still the same. They would quarrel with each other for no reason. It was still the same familiar smell and the same old recipe. Wang Zijin roared in her heart. "Hey, Uncle and Auntie, can't you see that they're acting? How could you believe such an awkward act? Hurry up and wave the whip in your hand. No, it's the belt." Chapter 290. "Bao Bao, when you buy a new house, remember to let me know so that I can help you move," Qin Ma reminded. "I can find a moving company myself," Qin Bao Bao said. "Why do you need to find a moving company? It's a waste of money." Qin Ma disagreed. "Oh, I'll contact you then," Qin Bao Bao said. Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe looked at each other from afar, and their hearts skipped a beat. Sure enough, their mother had an idea. It was exciting and scary. Grandpa Shin and Qin Ma sat for a while. Qin Ma chatted with her daughter while Grandpa Shin and Grandpa Shin talked about the stock market. Then they got up to go home. Qin Bao Bao had not finished removing her makeup, and Qin Zhe saw his parents off. On the way home, the mother wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing that his mother was in a dilemma, her son said, "Mom, what do you want to say?" Qin Ma thought for a while and said, "Ace, what do you think of Zijin?" Qin Zhe immediately gave her a thumbs up and said, "She's very capable and has a good personality." Bao Bao said that you want to pursue her. Is that true? Qin Ma grabbed her son's hand and asked seriously. No. Don't listen to Qin Bao Bao's nonsense. Qin Zhe hurriedly explained. It seems that you really do. Qin Ma laughed. Qin Zhe pretended to be shy. Work hard. Zijin is a good girl. Qin Ma patted the back of her son's hand happily. Grandpa Shen also patted Qin Zhe's shoulder and said, "You can't be wrong about what happened on Weibo this time. If your sister is in trouble in the future, you have to help her. If you are in trouble, you have to find a way to solve it yourself. After all, you are a man." Qin Zhe was speechless. I treat you as my father, and you treat me as your nephew, right? Qin Ma rolled down the car window and said angrily, "About that MV, Mom wants to say something. You and Bao Bao have grown up, so you should know your limits. Also, Bao Bao is a celebrity. If word gets out, it will be bad for her reputation." These words had been bottled up in his heart for a long time, and he finally said them out loud. Qin Ma had been thinking about what to say so that it would not be awkward. Got it. Qin Zhe nodded vigorously. He thought to himself, so what if it gets out? Can it paralyze Weibo's server? Watching his father's mount gallop away, Qin Zhe's embarrassed expression instantly disappeared. He breathed a sigh of relief. He had temporarily fooled his mother. Recently, my acting skills have become more and more skillful. Perhaps I am a movie king who has been delayed by the stock market. Speaking of movies, I definitely can't let my parents see the bloody battle of Shanghai Beach. Substitute, acting, all these excuses were useless. Just a music video was enough to make his parents realize that something was wrong. If they saw their son rubbing their daughter on the bed, it would explode on the spot. I have to discuss with my sister how to deal with this matter. The movie will be released on New Year's Day in half a month. Qin Zhe returned to the costume studio. He held the door handle and heard screams and shouts from inside. Such familiar sounds, there was no need to guess. The sisters were fighting. He pushed the door open and entered. The two were wrestling on the sofa. The sisters' hair was disheveled, like two crazy women. At this moment, Wang Zijin happened to have the upper hand. She was riding on Qin Bao Bao's body. Her hands were like claws, and she used all her strength to greet her best friend's 36D, pinching, squeezing, grabbing. Every time she used force, Qin Bao Bao would gasp and use her small legs to push her best friend's C-shaped chest. Then the two women would moan together. This scene was simply unbearable. While they did not notice him, Qin Zhe carefully closed the door and played the role of an onlooker. Unfortunately, it was winter, and her clothes were thick, so he could not see her naked body. At most, he could only show her small waist. Her sister's small waist was the best, well-proportioned and strong, very comfortable to hug. Wang Zijin's slender waist was also not bad, white and slender. Qin Bao Bao straightened her waist, trying to push Wang Zijin over, but she did not succeed. After a few times, Wang Zijin, who was weaker in terms of physique, tilted and half of her body fell off the sofa. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Bao Bao's two long legs quickly attacked, clamping Wang Zijin's neck and grabbing her hands that were resisting. She used a deadly scissor kick to clinch the victory. You lost, right? Who gave you the courage to fight with your sister? Qin Bao Bao gasped and smiled proudly. I'm not convinced, let's do it again. Wang Zijin shouted. This Bao Bao specializes in all kinds of dissatisfaction. Qin Bao Bao's legs exerted force. Ouch, 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 my neck is going to break. Wang Zijin screamed. It's good that it's broken, you black-hearted maggot. Who told you to call my parents over? What does it have to do with me? I'm innocent. Don't quibble, I know you well. Even maggots aren't as black-hearted as you, you're full of evil tricks. Qin Bao Bao snorted. With your little tricks, you can't escape this Bao Bao's eyes. I've seen through you since 6 years ago. It was extremely tiring for her to maintain this position. Nonsense, I'm not evil, don't slander me. Wang Zijin quibbled while struggling with all her might. My neck is really going to break. Keep pretending, you want to pretend to be gentle in front of A's. What a joke. Do you think I'll let you succeed? Qin Baobao laughed 3 times. I've already told A's about your glorious past. You've already told him? Wang Zijin was stunned for a moment, then she struggled frantically. She flew into a rage out of humiliation. Damn it, I'll expose your fake today. Not only that, but A's also said, wow, Sister Ziwei is so black-bellied, so scary. I can't look straight at you anymore. Yes, that's what he said. Qin Baobao attacked. Qin Zhe, who was standing by the door, thought to himself, when did I say that? Why can't I remember? Wang Zijin vented her anger and immediately lost the strength to fight back. Perhaps there was nothing sadder than a dead heart. She only thought that Qin Baobao had said bad things about her, but she didn't expect that she had exposed all her secrets. At that time, she shouldn't have thrown ice cubes into her neck, she should have stuffed her into the fridge. Hey, that's enough, Sister Ziwei is about to suffocate. Qin Zhe saw that the boat of friendship between the 2 sisters was about to capsize, so he quickly helped Wang Zijin out of it. He half-hugged and half-carried Wang Zijin up. Sister Ziwei's body was soft, and it felt very good to the touch. Wang Zijin, who had never been touched so intimately by a man, blushed. Fortunately, her face was red from holding her breath. Ah, my great and upright image is gone forever. What is A's impression of me? A black-bellied maggot? Qin Zhe didn't know what Wang Zijin was thinking, otherwise he would have laughed and patted the dog's head. He said, little fool, how can you be a black-bellied maggot? My impression of you is like this. Understood. Qin Baobao rubbed her swollen chest and gasped for breath. I won again in this catfight. I am unshakable. The sisters lay on the sofa to rest for a while. Wang Zijin said she wanted to go to the bathroom, but before she left, she hit Qin Baobao's but with the 18 dragons subduing palms. Qin Baobao turned over and wanted to fight back, but she turned around and slipped away. Qin Zhe stopped his sister. Mom and Dad don't want us to live together. Isn't that a good thing? No one will disturb you and Wang Zijin. Qin Baobao said sourly. Yes, I think so too. Qin Zhe laughed. His sister's eyes were full of tears and she was very resentful. Once the down payment is settled, you can move in. Qin Zhe took out a cigarette. He didn't smoke it and put it in his mouth. After you move in and Mom comes to visit, I will move in. Wang Zijin also wants to go with me, Qin Baobao said. She couldn't let Wang Zijin live with her brother. Qin Zhe nodded. One more thing. We can't let Mom and Dad see the movie we made. Think about it, a music video is already like this. If they see the movie, Qin Baobao said heroically, it's okay. Dad can hit me. Sister will protect you. The key is that when the old man hits me with his magic weapon, I can't even dodge. Even if you cry and shout, come hit me, he will ignore you. Qin Zhe's tone was sad. My sister went to be a star. That old man can even blame me for something as infuriating as that. If he sees me kissing his daughter and rubbing her on the bed, my life will definitely be over. Let's talk about the stuntman. But the 2 people on the screen are still you and me. Mom and Dad will be angry. If you have something to say, just say it. Hey, you're so good at complaining. I eat too many lollipops. My tongue is especially sharp. I'll let you eat my lollipop someday. But we can't restrict their freedom. Can we not let them watch the movie? Qin Baobao tilted her head and pouted. When it's released, let's go home for a few days and wait for the movie to be taken off the shelves, Qin Zhe said. Okay. Qin Baobao licked her scarlet lips and hooked her finger at him. Come closer. I'll give you a stamp and let you experience the feeling of happiness. Qin Zhe was really not in the mood to kiss his sister after being disturbed by his parents. When he entered the sage time, his view of the world became dull. He looked at his sister's mouth and sighed. Happiness is in your own hands, not in the mouth of others. The next day, Qin Baobao's concert really made the entertainment headlines. The editor was very conscientious and praised the success of Qin Baobao's concert. He also took screenshots of many netizens' comments on Weibo. Netizen A. Qin Baobao's concert is amazing. It's the best concert I've heard this year. Netizen B. The goddess's first time is indeed extraordinary. It's even better than pickled vegetables. I'm looking forward to the next concert. Netizen C. Xianxia is so handsome. His singing of Exaggerated was earth-shattering. Especially the roar at the end. Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. Netizen D. Because of Love is popular. Although it's a concert version, it's already #1 on the top Chinese music chart. Netizen 10,000. Xianxia is so handsome. My husband. Netizen 10086. Where's my husband? Where's my husband? In the blink of an eye, it was Friday. Xianxia's engagement party was today. Her sister was thinking about what to wear again. It was also a sin for a woman to be too beautiful. Qin Baobao sighed. In the end, her sister chose a pure white dress. She indeed had the temperament of a little fairy. Xianxia also came out. He was wearing a black formal suit and shiny leather shoes. Qin Baobao took her brother's arm and went out. Zijin, be a good girl and guard the door at home. Xianxia waved at Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin looked resentful. Why do I feel like a pet left behind? Chapter 291. They arrived at the venue of the engagement banquet at 6:30 p.m. The entrance of the hotel was decorated with balloons, fresh flowers, and other decorations. Red banners hung on both sides of the entrance with rolling subtitles. Congratulations to Mr. Cheng Yi and Ms. Zhang Ya on their marriage. The little red horse stopped at the entrance of the hotel. Xianxia pushed the door open and got off, straightening his clothes. Qin Baobao also got off the car, slammed the door, locked the car and ran over in her low heels. She took her brother's arm and said, "Let's go." Is it really okay for you to go in like this? Xianxia tilted his head and looked at his sister's charming face. I'm attending a wedding, not a fan meeting. Don't be so dramatic. Qin Baobao smiled. It's Xiangya's engagement. I'm here to support her. Oh, what a good bestie. Your appearance fee must be at least a few $100,000. Xianxia said. Talking about money hurts feelings. Xiangya is my bestie. When Ace gets married in the future, I'll dress up and show up to support you. Qin Baobao blinked her beautiful eyes with thick eyelashes. But I'll let the bride dress up beautifully. I can't let you steal the limelight. Xianxia said. I'm just saying. Do you think you can get a wife? In your dreams? Qin Baobao wrinkled her nose. Xianxia's balls were very sad. The siblings entered the engagement venue and signed in to send gifts. Xiangya and Cheng Yi were standing there. They were wearing traditional Chinese wedding clothes, bright red and embroidered with phoenixes. Xiangya put on light makeup. Her oval face was delicate, and her eyes were gentle. She smiled and said, Bao Bao, you're so beautiful. Not as beautiful as you. Qin Baobao let go of her brother's arm. The two besties hugged and laughed. Cheng Yi and Xianxia looked at each other and nodded. They didn't have much of a friendship. Qin Baobao and Zhang Yo were best friends. His sister didn't have many best friends and could be counted on one hand. The only ones who kept in touch were her high school desk mate, Wang Zijin, and her university classmates, Chen Qinghong and Zhang Ya. Because of her sister, Zhang Ya and Xianxia also became friends. Zhang Ya looked at him and nodded. She said softly, Let's go in first. We'll talk later. Is Qinghong here? Qin Baobao asked. Yes, they're inside. I'll put you guys at the same table. Zhang Ya glanced at Xianxia again. Xianxia and his sister entered the main hall, where there were more than a dozen large round tables. There was not much difference between an engagement party and a wedding party. There was also a master of ceremonies, but there was no best man and bridesmaid, and there was no need to pick up the bride. It was not yet time for the banquet to start. About half of the guests were seated. Qin Baobao glanced around and saw Chen Qinghong and her boyfriend, Chu Feng. She pulled her brother over. Bao Bao, come and sit beside me. Chen Qinghong waved her hand and a faint smile appeared on her cold face. Xianxia glanced at the couple and listened to his sister and Chen Qinghong chatting. He didn't pay attention to them. Compared to Zhang Ya, he didn't have any friendship with Chen Qinghong. Even when they traveled together in Hangzhou, their relationship didn't improve at all. In order to please his boss, Chen Qinghong's boyfriend repeatedly invited Qin Baobao in the name of his girlfriend. He had always remembered this incident. He didn't like these two people very much. From Chen Qinghong's point of view, it might be normal for her to help her best friend find a good man. But in Qin Zhe's view, it was simply unforgivable. It was annoying enough to have a mother at home who kept urging his sister to go on blind dates, and these cats and dogs were still making trouble for him. Fortunately, these two were self-aware. After his sister became a big star, the introduction of boyfriends didn't happen anymore. With their connections, it was difficult for them to find a man who was worthy of Qin Baobao. The people at the surrounding tables cast doubtful glances at Qin Baobao. They stared at him fiercely and discussed in low voices. This girl is very beautiful. She looks very familiar. Is she that big star? What's her name? A teenager said, Qin Baobao, it's Qin Bao. He looked at Qin Baobao like a teddy bear smelling the fragrance of rape flowers. His eyes were shining. After getting the exact answer, there was a small uproar. Groups of onlookers looked over, curious and excited. The uncle and aunt felt that Qin Baobao looked familiar, but they didn't recognize Qin Zhe. Of course, the exposure of an A-list celebrity was not something that Qin Zhe, an internet celebrity, could compare with. The uncle and aunt wouldn't go to the concert. Then, a teenager ran over and said excitedly and nervously, Qin Baobao, can I ask you for an autograph? Qin Baobao smiled sweetly, okay. The teenager's face instantly turned red, and he said, wait for me. He hurried to the sign-in table at the door, took a pen and ran back. Sign on my clothes. Baby Qin signed her name with a swish, swish, swish sound. When the teenager left, the soles of his feet floated on the ground, and he looked back 3 times with every step. Qin Zhe suddenly thought of a lyrics. Friction, friction, like the footsteps of the devil. Well, another teenager who was captivated by his sister's beauty. Why is a superstar attending Xiao Feng's wedding? It's really that Qin Baobao. Quick, go get her autograph. Qin Zhe, Qin Baobao, I want both. My girlfriend is crazy about him. 4 or 5 people rushed over. Some asked for autographs on their clothes, some asked for autographs on their palms, and some handed over an empty red packet to sign on. Then a second and third wave of people rushed over. After signing their autographs, no one was willing to leave, and they watched the celebrities closely. The scene was very lively. Xianxia and Qing Yi's parents, grandparents, and immediate elders were sitting at the round table in the middle. Xianxia's grandmother asked curiously, why is everyone gathering over there? Xianxia's mother replied, it seems that a friend of Yaya's is here. His name is, she turned to ask her husband, what's his name again? Xianxia's father wondered, how would I know? You two were whispering. I didn't eavesdrop. Chu Feng's parents pricked up their ears to listen, wanting to know what kind of person Xianxia's friend was. At this moment, Xianxia's grandmother saw a young man squeezing out of the crowd. Oh, he's quite handsome. She waved at the young man. Qin Zhe was stunned. He didn't know this old lady, but he still walked over politely. The old lady smiled kindly. What's going on over there? Qin Zhe sat down at the empty seat at the table. Oh, a superstar is here. Everyone is going over to get her autograph. He came out to smoke in the toilet. When he saw the old lady waving, he came over to sit. Superstar? Our Yaya knows a superstar? The old lady was confused. Yes. Yaya has a superstar friend. I've heard her mention him before. His name is Qin something? Xianxia's mother tried hard to recall, but she still couldn't remember. People of her age didn't care about the entertainment industry. Qin Baobao hadn't been famous for long, and she wasn't as familiar as those veteran A-listers. Qin Baobao. Qin Zhe smiled. Xianxia's mother was enlightened and confused. She probably still didn't know who Qin Baobao was. The old lady looked at Qin Zhe with a smile. Young man, where are you from? You don't look familiar. Qin Zhe said, I'm Xianxia's friend. Out of habit, she asked again, what do you do? Chapter 292. Oh, Qin Baobao is our daughter's friend? Mr. Zhang suddenly interrupted. Even a superstar is here. Isn't this a little too small? As he said this, his eyes swept across the middle-aged couple opposite him, as well as the elderly couple. It's okay. Qin Baobao is our Yaya's best friend. I remember she said she has a celebrity best friend. Mrs. Zhang said, she also has a very powerful younger brother, called, okay, I forgot again. When Qin Zhe saw the attitude of Xianxia's parents, he suddenly imagined a scene of 300 rounds of in-laws fighting. Just like how Old Master Qin and Old Master Su disliked each other and quarreled a lot. The battle between in-laws was second only to the battle between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. However, the good show between the Qin and Su families didn't last long. When Qin Zhe was in elementary school, his grandfather and grandfather died one after another. He hoped that they wouldn't fight in heaven. Called Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe said for Mrs. Zhang as he raised his bowl to receive the wine poured by Xianxia's father. The banquet hadn't started yet, and there were only a few cold dishes on the table. The men at the main table had already started drinking, and they seemed to be quite addicted to alcohol. Let me tell you that Qin Zhe is very powerful. Mrs. Zhang was at a loss for words again. She turned to look at Qin Zhe. F***ck Mrs. Zhang, can you at least memorize your lines before you go on stage? Do you want your lunchbox or not? Qin Zhe's gaze swept across the table. If they weren't grandfathers and grandmothers, then they were uncles and aunties. It was unlikely that any of them would recognize him. He could only reply, this Qin Zhe is a bit demonic. Demonic? Everyone at the table was stunned. He has two famous titles. The first is Music Genius. Qin Zhe took a sip of wine and clicked his tongue. Why is Qin Baobao so popular? They are all songs written by her younger brother. The copyright of each song can be sold for millions. You can eat for the rest of your life. In the entire country, there was really no one who was better at songwriting and composing than him. Moreover, he is very efficient. He can write one poem in a week. I can't believe it. So powerful. Everyone was shocked and asked, what about the second title? Stockade. Qin Zhe gave a thumbs up. When he first entered the industry, he said this to the media, earning 100 million a month is just a small goal. My ambition is the sea of stars. As expected of a capable person, the way he speaks is indeed different. Everyone was taken aback by his words. Really? 100 million a month? Robbing a bank? Qin Zhe proudly smiled. It's absolutely true. Recently, he opened an entertainment company, specializing in promoting his sister Qin Baobao. What a strange man. Everyone was amazed. Grandma Zhang was gratified. It's good that Yaya has such an outstanding friend. Mama Zhang and Papa Zhang looked radiant. By the way, young man, what do you do for a living? Grandma Zhang stubbornly asked again. Her question was interrupted by Papa Zhang. I'm in the stock market, Qin Zhe said. The stock market is really hot recently. I heard that people are speculating everywhere. Speaking of speculating, Mama Zhang interrupted. My son-in-law is speculating too. Cheng Yi's parents perked up. Were they finally talking about speculating? Speculating in the stock market is my son's strength. After your family finished showing off, it's my turn. Mama Cheng said, young man, did you earn? It was obvious that Mama Cheng was a speculator. This year, there was a popular greeting among aunties. Did you earn today? Did you rise today? Yes, I did. Qin Zhe did not say, I earned a few 100 million. Then you have to be more careful. Mama Cheng said in an experienced tone, the stock market is not as profitable as it was a few months ago. If you're not careful, you might lose money. My son is also speculating in the stock market. You can take this opportunity to interact with him. If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask my son. He's quite promising. He earned a few 100,000 from speculating in the stock market today. After Mama Cheng finished speaking, she glanced at the influence in the direction of her in-laws. Her proud expression seemed to say, my son will be the pillar of the family in the future. Qin Zhe grinned. At this moment, Xianxia and Cheng Yi came over from the check-in counter. Xianxia drove away the relatives and friends who were watching the superstar and sat with her close friends to chat. Cheng Yi turned around and walked to the elder's table. My son is here. Mama Cheng waved at her son happily. When her son came closer, she turned to Qin Zhe and said, It's hard to speculate in the stock market. My son knows this. Xiao Yi, this young man is Yaya's friend. You all know him. He's also speculating in the stock market. If you have time, teach him. Cheng Yi was dumbfounded. What's going on? Speculating in the stock market? Teach Qin Zhe? Anyway, you're speculating in the stock market with your friend called Chu Feng, right? It doesn't matter if there's one more person. Mom, don't say any more. Cheng Yi was embarrassed. The cancer of embarrassment was acting up. Qin Zhe nodded at him and said, Here's the seat. I'm going back. Leave after showing off. Don't linger. This young man, I'm trying to pull strings for him, but he's ignoring me. He doesn't know how to appreciate my kindness. Mama Cheng mumbled. Mom, you don't know who he is? Cheng Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who? Mama Cheng rolled her eyes. Qin Zhe, the one who's good at speculating in the stock market. That's Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe. All the elders. Qin Zhe? The elders at the table looked at each other and couldn't help but think, this Qin Zhe is a bit of a demon. There are only a few people in the country who are better at composing and writing songs than him. Earning 100 million a month is just a small goal. My ambition is the sea of stars. What a strange man. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. On the other side, after driving away the onlookers, Xianxia sat beside Qin Bao Bao and said with a smile, Bao Bao, thank you for the big red packet. What are you thanking me for? When I get married, I'll return the money. Qin Bao Bao looked at her best friend and joked. Xianxia said, You don't even have a boyfriend and you want to get married? Let me tell you, a woman's youth is limited. Don't waste the best time. Qin Bao Bao said perfunctorily, Yes, yes, yes. Xianxia poked her forehead. Every time I tell you about this, you're always perfunctory. I finally know why Auntie is so anxious to be a leftover woman. What's the hurry? I'm only 25 years old, 24 years old. It's still early. Qin Bao Bao pinched Xiangya's face. But you have to find a boyfriend at least. Qin Qinghong took a sip of red wine and said calmly, If you find a boyfriend now, you can change if you're not suitable. If you're suitable, you can get married in a few years. Is it too late for you to find a boyfriend when you're 30 years old? It's either a flash marriage or a flash marriage is not reliable. After you get married, you'll find out that both parties have bad tempers. Then, divorce is the only way. Be it a man or a woman, getting married twice is different from never getting married at all. The words of the two best friends touched Qin Bao Bao's heart. The smile on her face gradually faded. Qin Qinghong said, Ah Feng and I are getting married by the end of next year at the latest. Xianxia was shocked. Wow, you're getting married next year too? The money hasn't even warmed up yet. Why? You're the only one allowed to get married and I'm not? Bao Bao, don't be our child. You haven't found a boyfriend yet. Qin Bao Bao, these two women were ganging up to hurt her, weren't they? Was it normal to not be married at 25 years old? Of course it was. Was it normal to not have a boyfriend at 25 years old? Normal my foot. Xianxia leaned over and whispered a few words into Qin Bao Bao's ears. Qin Bao Bao's petite body shivered. Her face was flushed red at first before it turned pale. Her eyes were filled with panic as she looked at Xianxia. Xiangya's clear eyes looked at her calmly. Qin Bao Bao gulped down her saliva, feeling a little flustered. At this moment, Qin Zhe returned to his seat. Xianxia looked at him, and Qin Zhe looked at her as well. For a moment, he did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt as though Xiangya's eyes were filled with thousands of words that disappeared in the blink of an eye. The banquet is about to start. I'm going over. Xianxia stood up and walked toward the main table. When the banquet started, Xianxia held Qing Yi's arm and toasted table after table. Soon, they arrived at Qin Zhe's table. May you be together for 100 years. May you grow old together. May you be together forever. Blessings were given one after another. Qin Zhe also said, May you grow old together. When he first met Xianxia, he had thought of wooing her. Later, When he found out from his sister that Xianxia had a boyfriend, Qin Zhe gave up on that idea. Some people said that a man would like many girls in his life. He would like one in primary school, one in middle school, one in high school, one in university, and one in the entertainment industry. Anyway, there were many girls. Qin Zhe felt that the most he would say to Xianxia was, "Yo, pretty girl, you're not bad looking. Be my girlfriend." He still wanted to bless her for finding her own home. Qin Zhe said again, "May you grow old together." Xianxia looked at him and smiled gently. "Thank you." At the banquet, his sister drank from the beginning to the end. Qin Zhe asked her why she was not eating. Was she in a bad mood? She did not answer and just gulped down mouthful after mouthful of wine. Qin Zhe asked again, "If the food is not to your taste, I'll catch a Hu Jian and bring him home to make soup for you." She still ignored him. After the banquet, Qin Zhe helped his drunk sister, took off her high heels, and laid her flat on the back seat of the car. However, his sister's long legs were in the way. They were stretched out and the car door could not be closed. Qin Zhe could only turn his sister over so that her legs could be curled up. "You're so annoying. Don't touch my butt." Qin Baobao twisted her body and mumbled. Qin Zhe was speechless. How could it be sensed? You must be pretending to be drunk. When he drove his drunk sister home, Wang Zijin had just finished showering. She was wearing a bathrobe and drying her hair. "Why are you so drunk? Stay away from me." Wang Zijin took a few steps back to avoid Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe's clothes and pants were dirty with vomit. They were all given to him by his sister. "Pick her up. I'll go back to my room to change and take a shower." Qin Zhe left his sister to Wang Zijin. He went into his room to get his clothes and a towel. Then he went into the bathroom. A moment later, the sound of water splashing could be heard. Wang Zijin helped Qin Zhe back into the room and placed the trash can by the bedside. She was prepared to receive her best friend's vomit at any time. She used a tissue to wipe the wet stain on the corner of Qin Baobao's mouth. "You don't have to be so happy to drink your best friend's engagement." Wang Zijin was a little jealous. Then she thought, why should I be jealous? Isn't it normal for Baobao to have a best friend? "I'm not happy at all." "I'm not happy," Qin Baobao complained. "So what if you're engaged? So what if you're married? So what if I don't have a boyfriend?" She was so drunk that her cheeks were red. She closed her eyes and frowned, shouting unconsciously, "If you don't have a boyfriend, then so be it. We'll be single ladies." Wang Zijin coaxed her. She was provoked. "Yes, there are a lot of people who want to pursue me. I'll have countless boyfriends just by waving my hand." "But we Baobao don't care about boyfriends." "Who said we don't care?" Qin Baobao whimpered. "I want a boyfriend too." Wang Zijin's heart skipped a beat. "What kind of boyfriend do you want?" Chapter 293. Qin Baobao was lying on the bed. Her cheeks were flushed, and her red lips were slightly open. She was panting and frowning. She seemed to be resisting answering instinctively. "I didn't hear you clearly. What did you say?" Wang Zijin asked. Qin Baobao made some disorderly sounds. It sounded like she was moaning, but at the same time, she seemed to be saying something. "Say it. If you say it, your dream will come true. Say it." Wang Zijin was like a teacher guiding her patiently, or a witch seducing Snow White. Wang Zijin vaguely heard that name. She moved her ear closer to Qin Baobao's mouth. It was really that name. She kept repeating that name vaguely. Wang Zijin sat in a daze, looking absent-minded. It was really him. Everything was not an illusion. It was not that she was being paranoid. It was really him. Was this the reason why she didn't want to find a boyfriend? Was this the reason why she was still single? She always had all kinds of reasons. But those were all lies. She just wanted to cover up her feelings for him. "I always feel that if I find a boyfriend, I'll regret it in the future." After a few months, the words that Qin Baobao said when she came to Shanghai suddenly appeared in Wang Zijin's mind. So that was it. Because she couldn't let go of him. Because she was afraid of regretting it. Wang Zijin stroked her cheeks gently. She felt a little sad and heartache. "Hey, you're really silly." She sighed softly. This was an illness. It had to be treated. But according to her usual condition, this illness was probably in the late stage. Could it really be treated? Wang Zijin looked at her best friend and felt sad. Using strong medicine to create miracles. She heard that in order to make a woman feel completely hopeless, she had to have sex with the person she liked. Wang Zijin wanted to give it a try. Everything was for her best friend. Wang Zijin hesitated for 0.1 seconds before she made up her mind. For her friend, Wang Zijin could do anything. Friends walk together for life. I'll take your man away. Sentence, a lifetime. With a slap, a cap. Pada! The sound of the lock jumping could be heard. Qin Zhe pushed the door open and entered the room. He was wearing shorts and a singlet. The air conditioner was on in the room, and he had a strong physique, so he did not feel cold at all. How is she? Is she still vomiting? Qin Zhe came in with a bowl of salt water. She didn't vomit, but she looks very uncomfortable. Wang Zijin complained, did she drink white wine? No, we take turns drinking beer and red wine, from beginning to end. She vomited twice on the way back. Qin Zhe picked up his sister's soft and fragrant body and let her snuggle in his arms. He tried to feed her some salt water. What happened? Did you make her angry again? Wang Zijin probed. How would I know? After I finished chatting with a table of uncles and aunties, I went back to her side. She was really angry. It's not because of me. Qin Zhe was puzzled. Oh, then I heard her say that she was looking for a boyfriend. Your sister probably wants a man. Wang Zijin deliberately said this while observing Qin Zhe's expression. That's good. Mom finally doesn't have to worry about her not being able to get married. Qin Zhe showed a warm smile. Wang Zijin nodded secretly. Fortunately, her brother was still normal and could be saved. Only then did Qin Zhe realize that his sister was drenched in sweat. She was wearing a long dress for the engagement banquet and a short down jacket on the outside. Then she was covered with a blanket. She didn't even know how to take it off for her. Sister Xian was indeed unreliable when it came to taking care of people. Qin Zhe hugged his sister and was good at taking off her clothes. Why are you taking off her clothes? Wang Zijin was shocked. Don't you see that she's sweating? If you don't take off her clothes, she'll suffocate in the quilt. Qin Zhe looked at her strangely. Sister Ziwei's reaction was a bit big. Qin Zhe fed his sister salt water. There were many ways to save her, such as vinegar or sugar water. But his sister barely ate at night and vomited several times. She was dehydrated, so it was best to supplement her with salt water. After 2 mouthfuls, the salt water flowed down the corner of her mouth and soaked her collar. TSK, his sister's mouth was not big enough. This would not do. He envied the strange woman who swallowed her fist with her mouth. Good girl, drink some. Qin Zhe pried open his sister's mouth and poured salt water into her mouth. Qin Baobao drank 2 mouthfuls. Her throat moved, and she vomited again. Fortunately, Qin Zhe saw that something was wrong and pressed his sister's head directly into the trash can. Vomit, vomit until you feel good. It's disgusting, don't drink it. Qin Baobao frowned and stomped her feet. Her eyes were closed and her voice was more like a whisper. It was unclear whether she was awake or in a daze. Don't drink it if it's disgusting. Does your head hurt? Let me rub it for you. Qin Zhe hugged his sister and let her head lean on his chest. He gently rubbed her temples. Qin Baobao turned over and hugged Qin Zhe's waist. She fell asleep in his arms. What a heartwarming scene, such a deep sibling love. Wang Zijin thought sadly, this little chick was hopeless. Then the question was, who should I *CK? The next day, Qin Zhe rushed to Baoza Investment early in the morning. He had not come to the company for a few days as he was busy preparing for his sister's concert. The investment company's business scope was narrow, limited to futures and stocks. The department managers were all experienced and did not need him to watch over them all the time. He arrived at the company at 9:30. He opened the door with his fingerprint, but the fingerprint input was wrong. What happened? Why did my fingerprint fail? He knocked on the glass door and attracted the attention of the receptionist. The receptionist looked up and saw a strange face. Did the receptionist change too? The receptionist looked at him suspiciously for a moment and came over. Who are you? Qin Zhe, open the door. Qin Zhe put on the airs of a boss and said in a serious tone. The receptionist was stunned. Who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment? He thought, this name is a bit familiar. Who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment? I may be a fake boss. Even if you are new, don't you know me? I was in the limelight in the concert that was hotly discussed on the internet a few days ago. Qin Baobao and I were known as the male and female singers. But thinking about it again, not everyone pays attention to the entertainment circle. He himself used to be a newbie in the entertainment circle and never paid attention to the entertainment circle. He was so tired. He took out his mobile phone and called Suyu. I'm at the door. I can't get in. What's wrong with the card reader? You ask the receptionist to open the door and ask her to re-record your fingerprint. Suyu said. She doesn't know me. Qin Zhe felt wronged. Pucci. There was laughter on the phone, and Suyu said lightly, then wait for me for a while. I'll come over when I'm done. This wait lasted for half an hour. The crisp sound of high heels came, and Suyu's tall figure came out from inside. She was dressed in an office lady's outfit, with black hair like a waterfall, a white face, delicate facial features, elegant and cold temperament. Anyone who sees her will be moved by this cold beauty in the workplace. Qin Zhe gritted his teeth and stared at her fiercely. Suyu personally opened the door for Boss Qin and scolded the receptionist. Why don't you open the door for Boss Qin? The receptionist was stunned. Without waiting for her to speak, Suyu turned her head and walked side by side with Qin Zhe in her high heels. The receptionist whispered, Didn't you tell me not to open the door no matter who comes? Qin Zhe walked into the office, took off his coat and hung it on the chair, crossed his legs, smoked, and squinted. Where's the receptionist before? Transferred to the finance department, there's a shortage of staff there. Suyu sat opposite him, crossed her legs, twirled a strand of hair behind her ear, and smiled. Oh, Boss Qin, how do you have time to come to the company today? Don't you need to accompany your sister? Didn't the concert just finish? I'm free for the time being. Qin Zhe glanced at her. You talk in a weird way. Suyu snorted and tapped her fingers on the table. Well, I'll make it clear. You want to invest money in Tianfang film and television to help your sister gain a foothold in the entertainment industry. I don't care, but don't forget that Baozi is your main source of funds. You have to spend most of your time here this week, otherwise... She glared. I quit. After getting along with her for so long, Teddy Su was so stubborn in front of him for the first time. Qin Zhe squinted at her. Is this how you talk to your boss? I also have shares. Suyu gritted her teeth. It's just a small shareholder. Your account can be settled with a word. Qin Zhe disdained. Qin Zhe, you bastard. Suyu's eyes were red and she ran out. Just a joke, and she got angry? According to common sense, when I get angry, she should be obedient. This is very unmasochistic. A woman's heart is like a needle at the bottom of the sea. At noon, Qin Zhe ordered a luxurious meal out of his pocket and personally sent it to Suyu's office. She sat behind her desk and looked down at a document. She took off her coat and wore only a white shirt. The sun shone on half of her body, clean, elegant, peaceful. Qin Zhe always felt that as long as a woman's figure was not too out of shape, wearing a white shirt with the cuffs rolled up would add charm. If his sister wore a white shirt with her proud chest, the feeling would be too good. Speaking of his sister, he thought of Wang Zijin again. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Sister Ziwei recently looked at his eyes obediently. Well, this lunch cost me 300 yuan, just the two of us. Qin Zhe tentatively said, Boss Su, are you still angry? Suyu's small head turned to one side, full of a little woman's look. If the employees outside saw the cold and glamorous Boss Su like this, they would be shocked to doubt life. But Qin Zhe knew that she had never been an iceberg. She just used an indifferent appearance to disguise her strength. Then I'll take you to play games at night. You can decide how long you want to play. Qin Zhe said. Suyu's eyes brightened. She didn't immediately agree. She just snorted. I'll take you for 3 days. I'll leave you 3 nights, okay? Suyu's little face was happy. Then I forgive you. But you also have to promise that you will come to the company at least 3 days a week, otherwise I'll still quit. Good. Masochism is as easy to coax as his sister. Women who are easy to coax always make people feel relieved. No wonder so many men like silly white sweet women. While eating lunch, Suyu suddenly said, "I'll be free this week. I'll help you look at the car. Why don't you come with me?" In this way, they can go shopping together and eat together. Suyu thought happily. Forget it. There are too many plots to buy a car. In case someone accuses me of plagiarism again. Xianxia shook his head. Chapter 294. Boring. Suyu curled her lips. Then, why don't you come to my house for dinner tonight? I'll cook for you. Xianxia invited Suyu. Su Teddy lived alone, ate alone, slept alone, and had no one to accompany her. She must be lonely and cold. To be honest, Xianxia felt sorry for her. Although I can't sleep with you, I can treat you to a meal. Being a secretary is so hard and has to do everything. I certainly can't be stingy with the warmth of a superior. Forget it. Suyu wrinkled her nose and complained. Your two sisters are too scary. The last time I went to your house, they made things difficult for me and stared at me. I can't beat them. That's because my sister has a conflict with you. Sister Ziwei is different. Sister Ziwei is very sensible. Xianxia defended his sisters. Speak with your conscience. Suyu rolled her eyes. I'm more at ease with your sister. If we can't get along, we'll fight. She has long legs and so do I. As long as I avoid her hitting people with the ball, I'm not afraid of her. As for your sister Ziwei, she's a black-hearted maggot. She's a 24K pure gold schemer. I don't even know when she'll stab me. Suyu didn't forget that when she stepped into the Qin Bao's house that day, Wang Zijin greeted her warmly and coaxed her to wear Qin Bao's slippers. Xianxia was embarrassed. Suyu, in addition to being a masochist, was a very intelligent woman. She saw Sister Ziwei's hidden attributes at a glance. Suyu glanced at him cleverly. When Qin Bao gets married, I'll go to your house to do it. Hey, although we're very familiar with each other, I'll be embarrassed when you say this. Xianxia thought angrily. Who spread the news that his sister is a brother con? My sister gets married? That's impossible. Why? Suyu's body shook and she looked scared. Does your sister not like sausages but tofu? Xianxia. It took Xianxia 3 seconds to understand the meaning behind Suyu's words. He felt terrible. Idols can only have scandals, not true love. Xianxia said, think about it. The person who remarried was attacked by the haters until his image collapsed. The person who publicly posted dog food on Weibo was insulted by his fans for 3 days and 3 nights. It's really scary. These 2 living examples told everyone that public displays of affection could lead to a quick death. If Qin Bao and I weren't siblings, there would probably be rumors about us already. The feeling of being in the dark under the light was pretty good. It was even more exciting than running away after acting cool. If you don't want to go, then don't go. It saves me a lot of trouble. 3 women make a play. My sister is possessive, Wang Zijin is ruthless, and Suyu likes to make trouble. They may really fight. After dinner, Xianxia received a text message from his sister, saying, there is a variety show that invited us to be guests. About your appearance fee. You are not an artist and there is no quota. The program group and our company are discussing it. What do you think? I'll come over. Xianxia replied and then said to Suyu, I have something to do and have to go first. There are a lot of things for you to deal with in the company. If it's not urgent, just decline. Suyu frowned. I've been sitting on the cold bench for so long. You want to leave just like that? Then I'll ask again. He texted, is it urgent? After a while, Qin Bao replied, it's not urgent. I just wanted to mention it to you. Xianxia, then I'll talk about it when I get off work. Qin Bao, okay, brother. Recently, she texted with her sister. She was getting more and more annoying. Xianxia put the leftovers into the bag and wiped the desk with a paper towel. Show me the performance report for the first half of the month later. If there's nothing in the afternoon, let's go see a car. Suyu was surprised. Don't you need me to buy it? Do you want to go out together? Then let's have dinner tonight? When Xianxia nodded, she smiled like an excited little girl with 2 shallow dimples on her cheeks. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, after the stock market closed, Suyu took Xianxia to a large 4S shop nearby. Entering the showroom, a salesman in a formal suit greeted them with a professional smile. What price range do you want to see? Suyu looked at Xianxia. Between 200,000 and 300,000, Xianxia said. This price is very ordinary. In a place like Shanghai, especially such a large 4S shop, there are many big local tyrants who spend millions or even millions to buy luxury cars and sports cars. The spending power of this young man and woman can be said to be mediocre. But the salesman was in high spirits and had infinite patience, because the young woman in front of him was really too beautiful, and no matter how picky his eyes were, he couldn't find any obvious flaws. Her cold and cheerless temperament made many Lotus lovers feel intoxicated. Suyu said lightly, "Where is the toilet?" The salesman pointed to the left. "Turn right in front." Suyu stepped on her high heels and walked in that direction. The salesman took Xianxia to the corresponding price area. The door was the cheapest car, and the further in, the higher the price. "Sir, what brand of car do you like?" The salesman looked at Xianxia. Previously, he was attracted by Suyu's glorious beauty. At this time, he found that Xianxia was a bit familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him. The brand doesn't matter as long as it's not Japanese. What about the model? The model doesn't matter. Salesman? Are you kidding me? Buying a car or buying a pastime, the brand doesn't matter, the model doesn't matter? Even if you buy condoms, you have to pay attention to the model. Iron rod level condoms can't be bought with pinhole models. Is the car not as good as condoms? Then look at this car. The salesman pointed to a pure black car in front of him, with a smooth curve, not flamboyant or rustic. This is a German brand. The safety is good. The comfort is not as detailed as Japanese cars, but the power system is famous. The salesman said, "It mainly depends on the direction you choose. There are many cars in the shop at this price. If you are not satisfied, you can choose slowly." "It doesn't matter," Xianxia said. He didn't understand much, so he just said perfunctorily and waited for Suyu to come back and make up her mind. Salesman, believe it or not, I will flip the table. A group of people came out of the high-priced area, 2 men and 2 women, accompanied by a customer manager, chatting as they walked. Looking at the customer manager's humble attitude, they must be big customers of the shop. Coincidentally, Xianxia knew the man and woman in the lead. They were old classmates, Zhang Mingyu, who was very popular with girls in the Kai University of Finance and Economics. It was a small world. Xianxia was very emotional. The passerby A and the campus protagonist met again half a year later. Who was the protagonist now? Who was the passerby? "Hey, Zhang Mingyu, we meet again." Xianxia greeted him. Zhang Mingyu's face darkened. This Xianxia is so hateful. Not only did he hit my face in class, but he also hit my face on the court and forced me to call him grandpa. Zhang Mingyu and Xianxia didn't have a friendship, only a little friendship of classmates who might smile at each other after more than 10 years. The key was that they had only left school half a year ago. Without the passage of time, they certainly couldn't smile at each other when they met. Zhang Mingyu ignored Xianxia. His face was cold and he didn't speak. "Who is this person?" "Mingyu, do you know him?" Zhang Mingyu's friend said. "Xianxia, it's Xianxia." "It's really Xianxia. Can you give me an autograph?" The 2 girls recognized him at a glance and were so excited that their faces turned red. P.S. Adding an update for League Master, Book Friend 2017010323442058. I'll return a chapter first. Because the chapter name is limited by the number of words, League Master's name is too long. Chapter 295. Xianxia didn't expect to meet Zhang Mingyu here. Speaking of which, he was the first classmate he met after leaving the university. The rich second generation always had a lot of fun, such as bars, nightclubs, hotels, and cars. They drove modified sports cars in the suburbs. A few years ago, It was said that a rich second generation would race cars in the middle of the night on the city streets. Later, he had an accident and killed someone. Later, racing incidents were rare. Racing cars, shooting clubs, horseback riding, cruise parties, and other kinds of fun. Qin Zhe didn't have the capital to do it before. Now that he had the capital, he was too lazy to do it. In his opinion, it was purely the rich second generation who had too much free time. The rich first generation never bothered to do such things. The salesman suddenly realized that it was him. No wonder he felt familiar at first glance. Generally, people who paid attention to the entertainment circle were women, students, and white-collar workers who had too much free time. The salesman had a hard job and didn't pay much attention to the entertainment circle. He knew Qin Zhe, but he wasn't very familiar with him. Right, he seemed to be called the fast shooter. Someone actually gave himself such a title. But a celebrity actually bought a car worth 200,000 or 300,000. That's too low-key. Nowadays, celebrities' cars are not worth millions or tens of millions. You're too embarrassed to go out and greet them. What's the meaning of buying a car worth 230,000? I have to find a way to lure him to the million-dollar area. Zhang Mingyu had seen Qin Zhe a long time ago. Along the way, he saw Qin Zhe and the sales manager talking animatedly. He wanted to pretend that he didn't see them and leave directly. It wouldn't be awkward if he pretended not to know his old classmates. If it were someone else, the eldest son of the Zhang family would have stepped on his face. But this was Qin Zhe. In the past 6 months, Qin Zhe's legend had spread widely among the alumni circle. Everyone talked about Qin Zhe in their circle of friends and chat. This was a salted fish that had turned over a new leaf. Alumni circle, male classmate, Qin Zhe is Qin Baobao's younger brother. I'm so jealous. Female classmate, Qin Zhe is so handsome. Why didn't I pay attention to him before? He's so low-key. Campus of the University of Finance and Economics, male junior classmate, Qin Zhe is our senior? Who knows him? Can you help me get a signed photo of Qin Baobao? Female junior, wow, fast gunner is our senior. Just thinking about it makes me excited. The fast gunner had long left the Jianghu, but there were still legends about him. Zhang Mingyu, on the other hand, was just a rich second generation. Every year, there were a few rich second-generation campus hunks. The school was made of iron, and the campus hunks were flowing water. Graduation meant being forgotten. Speaking of the rich second generation, Qin Zhe was now a rich first generation. Zhang Mingyu had no confidence to challenge him. Forget it, I've already been slapped in the face twice. Why should I put my face up for a third time? Zhang Mingyu kept a straight face and replied with a lukewarm Just as he was about to speak, his companions spoke up. Oh, that actor Qin Baobao's younger brother. Her friend and Zhang Mingyu were both from Zhejiang province. Their fathers were business partners and they went to college together in Shanghai. They got along well. However, her friends were going back to Zhe province recently, and the girls were all forced to be laid off. There was nothing fun to do here. Her friend was very good at observing people's expressions. As soon as he saw Zhang Mingyu's expression, he knew that they were not on good terms. Qin Zhe narrowed his eyes. Zhang Mingyu was shocked and said unhappily, "Don't talk nonsense. Keep a low profile. Don't trample on the rich second generation as you see. What actor? He's a star. Can't you be more polite?" Zhang Mingyu glanced at Qin Zhe again. Because of his proud character, she said with a straight face, "I'm here to buy a car too." The salesman suddenly interrupted, "Mr. Zhang is a regular customer here. He bought a Ferrari here in the first half of the year, and this time he has his eyes on a Porsche worth 1.8 million yuan. Zhang Mingyu thought, something is wrong. I smell a trace of gunpowder. Qin Zhe remained calm. He looked at Zhang Mingyu, who was pulling a long face, and then at Zhang Mingyu's friend, who was full of provocation. He asked in his mind, "System, help me check how many face-slapping plots there are." "Host, there are too many to count. Among them, there are tens of thousands of face-slapping salesmen and hundreds of face-slapping old classmates. This is a public plot. Feel free to use it," the system replied instantly. "You can't say that. Trolls and haters don't care about this. Even if you show a lot of evidence and examples, They will pretend not to see it and then accuse you of plagiarism. Just like you can't wake up a person who is pretending to be asleep. Even if professionals point out that this has nothing to do with plagiarism, they will still say that the law is not perfect. How can there be such a shameless person in this world? The system was shocked. So I'd better keep a low profile, Xianxia said. Xianxia smiled at Zhang Mingyu and said, although we had some conflicts in school, it's all in the past. We will still be friends in the future. Zhang Mingyu's friend raised his eyebrows. There really was a conflict. Old Zhang was very lucky. He could meet his old enemy just by buying a car. Buying a car and stepping on people at the same time. It seemed that Xianxia didn't want to trouble him. Well, let bygones be bygones. As long as you don't slap my face, we can still be friends. Thinking of this, he smiled easily. Who the hell is your friend? You're just an actor. How can you be friends with us? You're overestimating yourself. His friend sneered. Zhang Mingyu turned his head stiffly and looked at him. I treat you as a brother, but you backhanded me. His friend smiled at him as if saying, don't worry. If you can't deal with it because of your identity as a classmate, your brother will help you. What are you staring at? Did I say something wrong? Isn't your sister an actress? You people in the entertainment industry are only high and mighty in the eyes of ordinary people. In our eyes, you're nothing. Zhang Mingyu, stupid teammate. He couldn't go on like this. Otherwise, this conflict wouldn't be resolved. Now Xianxia was AB** starred. He was about to say something to make up for his friend's mockery. He saw Xianxia cross 2 meters in one step and send his arrogant friend flying with a kick. Then, the two girls screamed. The staff and customers of the 4S store heard the noise and looked over. You can scold me. Why do you have to drag my sister into it? Xianxia grabbed the guy's head and patted his face, which was distorted because of the pain. He sneered. How do you want to play? Xianxia had been merciful with that kick. Otherwise, he would have been sent to the hospital. It was tiring to meet such a low-level rich second generation just to buy a car. It was tiring. Zhao Taizhu and Huang Yizong were the second generation of rich second generations who could rely on their family's power to spread their wings and soar high. Those who were arrogant because their families had a little money were low-level rich second generations. They were not much better than the nouveau riche who wore a big gold chain around their necks. Zhang Mingyu was really haunting. Nothing good would come out of running into him. The waxy rich second generation was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. Xianxia turned his head and looked at Zhang Mingyu. Since you don't want to be friends, then tell me. How do you want to play? Zhang Mingyu, play with connections or play with money? Do you want to play openly or play dirty? Xianxia sneered. Zhang Mingyu, I heard that your father is a shareholder of 2 listed companies. I've seen them. Their performance is very average. Moreover, they are listed on the Growth Enterprise Board. They have made a lot of money recently. The stock price is a little inflated. How many days do you think these 2 companies will suffer if I shout on Weibo? On this day, Zhang Mingyu remembered the fear of being slapped in the face by Xianxia. Zhang Mingyu's hair stood on end. This was the reason why he couldn't afford to offend Xianxia. He also watched the live broadcast that time. The 3 boards recommended by Xianxia were all popular. If he attacked his father's company on Weibo or through other channels, the loss would probably make the old man breathless. If he wanted to compete with connections, this guy had opened an entertainment company and an investment company. Needless to say, he had to have some connections in the government. The best situation was that both sides suffered. He would lose more than win. Zhang Mingyu apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry. My friend speaks without thinking. Please don't take offense. Xianxia. Chapter 296. I'm shocked. What did I hear? The first reaction in Xianxia's mind was, she doesn't like me, does she? As for whether Su Yu likes himself or not, Xianxia swore that he didn't have any idea in his heart. Sister Ziwei said it's not surprising. I can capture her if I work harder. My sister is not surprised. We have loved each other since we were young. But Su Yu, what does she like about me? Is it because of the masochism? I didn't save the beauty, I didn't have flowers and candles, and I didn't even say touching words to her. Is it because I have been playing games with her? No, on Su Yu's birthday, he sent flowers and candles. Is it because of this, you fell in love with me for no reason? Also, don't do it here. Why are you pinching my waist? Qin Zhe looked at Su Yu blankly. Su Yu looked at him bravely at first. After a while, she closed her eyes shyly and her eyelashes trembled violently. After a long time, she didn't get a response. She opened her eyes and her red lips opened slightly with a trembling voice. Don't you want to say something? What else can I say? I must be scared. Everyone knows the name of salted fish say. At this time, if I'm not scared, how can I go home and see my sisters? Why did you suddenly pinch my waist? I won't fall on you. Don't worry. Qin Zhe's face was as usual. Su Yu? Qin Zhe got up from her position and returned to his driver's seat. He drove the car and slowly turned around on the playground. Su Yu lay in the seat and looked at the roof of the car in a daze. After a while, she turned sideways and curled up. Well, it seems that the heat is not there yet. Now is not the time to pinch his waist. They haven't held hands and haven't watched movies. It's definitely not the time to pinch his waist. The embarrassing picture just now lingered in Su Yu's mind. It's a bit exciting to think about it. It's just like shame play. Su Yu was actually very happy. Embarrassing misunderstanding is the best way to promote the warming of the relationship between men and women. It's written in the book. Qin Zhe glanced at Su Yu, who was curled up, and thought, she must be very hurt. She must be very frustrated and ashamed. I didn't think of how to deal with it just now. What else can I do other than play dumb? If he didn't accept the confession of a great beauty, they wouldn't be friends anymore. If he accepted it, he was not mentally prepared at all. The two of them were in a small enclosed space, which would only make things more awkward. At least, that was what Qin Zhe thought. After a few rounds, he drove the car back to the exhibition hall. After opening the door and getting out of the car, the salesperson asked eagerly, Mr. Qin, how is it? Su Yu carried her handbag and stood silently beside Qin Zhe. Her beautiful face was filled with love and tenderness. Qin Zhe wanted to ask for her opinion, but seeing her like this? Forget it. I'll take this one, he said straightforwardly. The details were not as good as Japanese cars, but Qin Zhe did not like to be too delicate. He was not a woman driving this car. The main thing was that the space was big enough. The style of European cars was rough and imposing. Having a lot of space was good. He could play around as much as he wanted. After paying the money and going through the formalities, the rest of the things were handed over to the 4S store. The two sides agreed to pick up the car in 3 days. So, what do you want to drink next? Walking out of the 4S store, Qin Zhe looked at Su Yu. Let's go to my house for coffee. If possible, how about we cook at home in the evening? Su Yu said shyly. Qin Zhe looked at her sparkling eyes, flashing with hope and heart-wrenching caution. He really couldn't bring himself to refuse. He nodded. The Maserati drove into the traffic and soon arrived at Su Yu's apartment. Qin Zhe said, no one in the company is in charge, is it okay? Su Yu said sweetly, in fact, after the stock market closed, there are not many things that employees can do. Our Baozi business is too narrow. If we want to expand, it can't be done overnight. The company is on the right track, and the scale is not too big. It's the most relaxed time. The first batch of products should be finished before New Year's Day. Yes. In addition to our own share, we collect 20% of the investment income of other stars according to the regulations. Here is 50 million yuan. It seems that you haven't bought vegetables yet? Oh, I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. I hate it. The Maserati ran out of the apartment again and stopped at a vegetable and fruit supermarket 100 meters away. Su Yu took Qin Zhe's hand and walked around in the vegetable and fruit store. She was shouting to eat this and that, but she didn't know how to jump and put everything into the basket. Qin Zhe had no choice but to pour it out again. He told her that she deserved to be cheated for being silly and sweet. Then he carefully taught her that picking vegetables should look at the freshness, not just the surface. Because now there are more and more waxed foods, the best way is to distinguish the details by the roots and moisture. Su Yu pecked his head as if she understood. Qin Zhe asked her if she understood. She smiled sweetly and said, I understand. Revealing two lovely shallow dimples. When Xianxia asked her to pick vegetables again, she immediately exposed that she didn't know anything and pretended to know. You know nothing. Xianxia tapped her head gently. Suyu stuck out her tongue. Forget it, leave the grocery shopping to me in the future. I always feel that a silly girl like you is not suitable for these things. Xianxia said helplessly. Suyu was stunned and giggled. In the future, after returning home, Suyu took a shower, wiped the mist in front of the mirror with a towel, and looked at herself in the mirror. The beauty in the mirror was elegant and refined, exquisite and graceful. The only thing that was not enough was that her chest was not heavy enough. She frowned and squeezed hard. She could still easily squeeze out the cleavage. But when she thought of Qin Baobao's overbearing figure, she was a little discouraged. What scale does he like? Does he like to conquer the world or gather people's hearts? For the first time, Suyu complained that she had never had a boyfriend before. Her experience is too shallow. Otherwise, she would not be so strapped and difficult to say. In fact, according to ordinary urban men and women, Suyu made this kind of confession in the car and would have rolled happily on the bed at this time. But Suyu has never had a boyfriend, and Xianxia has never had a girlfriend. Awkward men and awkward women have no sense at all. After taking a shower, she found that Xianxia was playing games in her room, manipulating the shooter to set off a bloody storm in the game, fighting to the death, moving extremely coquettishly, and the operation was very sharp. After playing a game, use my account, Suyu said in a coquettish tone. Xianxia asked her to come over and log into the game. She leaned over and tapped on the keyboard. Her wet hair hung over his shoulder, and a pleasant fragrance wafted out. He didn't know if it was shampoo or shower gel. Xianxia used Suyu's account and continued to fight in the game. Suyu's account can be called a local tyrant account. Hero, skin, almost centralization. Money player. Unlike Xianxia, who couldn't afford to buy a skin, he pretended that he didn't care about it at all. Then he secretly used the box to make skin patches for his own amusement. Later, even the patches were gone, and he became a complete blank player. Now he has money, but he has no interest in charging money into the game. He hardly plays games recently, and his sister also doesn't play games. They are devoted to their own careers. People always have to grow up. On the way to growth, they have to give up a lot of things and learn a lot of new things. Only Suyu was still playing games persistently. She only had games. Suyu saw Xianxia put the cigarette on the table. Maybe because there was no ashtray, he didn't smoke. She was very sensible and found a paper cup, poured some water, put it on the table, and then opened the window to let the cold wind blow in. She held the coffee cup by herself and sat aside obediently, watching Xianxia play games. Until 6:30 in the afternoon, Xianxia won 5 consecutive games and gave her a whole rank. Suyu smiled happily, and the bright smile made Xianxia slightly lost. He always felt that when his sister smiled, she had 2 small canine teeth, which was the most beautiful scenery. Now he found that the dimples were not inferior. Xianxia saw her shivering a little, got up and closed the window, frowning. If you are cold, just say it. What are you holding back? Don't catch a cold like last time. Suyu looked down and glanced at her chest. My neckline is so low, I'm wearing pajamas, you don't even know to look? Listening to what he said, Suyu's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Good idea, I can catch a cold myself. I can enjoy the care of the great God and enjoy the condemnation of his love. Chapter 297. Suyu was moved and she imagined a picture. She was lying in Xianxia's arms like a sick person, drinking the medicinal soup he made himself. The spicy and bitter medicinal soup, she must frown and say, I don't want to drink it. Then Xianxia gently touched her head, gentle and pampering, blaming and distressed tone. Little fool, you are sick, I am distressed. Think of that picture, Omega. Fortunately, her IQ was online. She thought about it. If she was confused by fever like last time, she called the wrong person and called Nen Man Pei, or her father who she had never contacted, then all the plans would be ruined. The worst result was that the phone call was not made, Xianxia did not get her hands on him, and she was the first to die. This idea is not good, pass. Suyu didn't think of a better way for a while, but it doesn't matter. There will be a long time in the future, and she will always think of opportunities. However, if she had watched a few Japanese action movies or books, she would have known that men were the most vulnerable to seduction. Why would she need to resort to such a stupid method like self-harm? She could just seduce him directly. With the charm of Suyu, salted fish can't stand the temptation and become hard. What she read was a romance novel. The male protagonists in the novel were cold and fearful. They disdained women in the world and often said, "Woman, you are worthless." Suyu thought that it was so troublesome to seduce a man. There would be misunderstandings at every turn, and they would quarrel and fall out with each other at the slightest disagreement. If the situation allowed, they would even have to touch porcelain and suffer from amnesia due to tiredness. In the evening, after having dinner with the #1 flute-blowing girl, Xianxia solved the matter of washing dishes and scrubbing pots and said goodbye to Suyu. Suyu stood at the door and watched his figure disappear at the corner of the promenade. She closed the door and happily spun in the living room. Then she fell on the sofa and sniffed. With a satisfied expression, she said, "The sour smell of love. I like it so much." On the way home by taxi, Xianxia took out his mobile phone and waited. When he was about to get home, Suyu sent a picture to the chat group that would chat with him from time to time. "Suyu, wow, Xianxia's cooking is really delicious. It's great." In the picture, there was a silhouette of Xianxia cooking. The dishes in the wok flew and froze in midair. The other photo was of his back as he chopped vegetables. His posture was straight and very beautiful. Xianxia sat in the car and smiled indifferently. "I knew you would send pictures. How could I not be prepared?" Previously, when Suyu posted the photo, it might have been purely to show off. However, after what she said in the car, Xianxia felt that she had a layer of malicious intent and was deliberately trying to disgust Wang Zijin. Therefore, Xianxia told his sisters, "Today, Suyu helped me to watch the car. In return, I will cook for her in the evening. If you don't agree, I will come back." It was rare for her sisters to be so generous. Qin Baobao replied, "Go ahead. You can only cook but you can't cook." Wang Zijin, underscoop. The group was silent for a long time. Nan Man Pei took the time to reply, "Is it as delicious as what I cook?" Suyu, "Of course, Xianxia's is delicious." Nan Man Pei, "Use your brain before you speak." Kitchen knife, Suyu, "Sister Man's is delicious." Nan Man Pei, "Good." Head touching. The sisters tacitly did not reply. Perhaps they were not looking at their phones? Obviously not. A few seconds later, Xianxia received a message from his sisters. Qin Baobao, "You really went." Wang Zijin, "You really went." Xianxia, "The sisters were working hard at home." What are you doing? Didn't you agree? Are you lying against your conscience? Although it is common for women to say things they don't mean, how can I feel it through the phone screen? He returned home trembling with fear. The two best friends sat on the sofa in the living room with their legs crossed. Their oval faces complemented each other. Qin Baobao, "Yo, the little red guy is back." Wang Zijin, "Yo, the little red guy is back." Something called resentment hit him in the face. Xianxia also wanted to work hard. However, he pretended not to understand his sister's little temper. He took off his shoes expressionlessly, sat on the sofa, opened his laptop, and fiddled with his stocks. Anyway, the sisters said to go, so I went. Their attitude clearly showed that they were embarrassed to say it. They wanted him to bow down and admit his mistake, then coax them. Then I'll pretend not to understand. Qin Baobao crossed her legs and sat on the sofa. She stared at her brother and puffed up her oval face. She was so cute. "I'm going to take a shower." Qin Baobao waited for her brother's sweet words for a long time. She glared at him fiercely, got up, went into the room, and took her pajamas to the bathroom. Bam. She slammed the door to express her emotions. Wang Zijin's eyes turned, and she thought that the opportunity had come. She said sweetly, "Ace, my waist is so tired. Help me rub it." As she spoke, she threw a flirtatious glance at Xianxia. Xianxia? Sister Xian's coquettish eyes shocked him. He shuddered. Also, Why was Sister Ziwei's language style so similar to his maggots? He could accept it when his sister acted coquettishly, acted cute, and winked at him, because Qin Baobao's personality was like that. However, when Wang Zijin imitated Qin Baobao, he couldn't stay calm at all. Could it be that Sister Ziwei was infected with something called Baobao disease? Are you going to massage it or not? Wang Zijin pouted. Qin Zhe nodded with a dumbfounded look on his face. Wang Zijin took the opportunity to lie down on the sofa. Her waist was slender and soft to the touch. She really didn't know if it was her or Qin Zhe who was enjoying it. Can you be gentler? It's so painful. It's here. It's the most comfortable here. A's skills are getting better and better. Sister will give you a verbal reward. The massage is so comfortable. Qin Zhe, oh my God. Sister Ziwei's image was ruined. No, could it be that Sister Ziwei was possessed by Qin Baobao? Or their souls had swapped? System, come out, come out. Qin Zhe's 120 decibels echoed in his mind. Host, please speak. The system's voice came. Quick, use your awesome computing power to deduce if there's a hack system in my house. System? Damn, don't be a coward. Can you be more capable? Host, I didn't detect the existence of other systems. It could be that I'm not capable enough to detect it. The system's voice was a little shaky. Host, why do you think there's a hack in your house? I suspect that Wang Zijin and Qin Baobao's souls have swapped. The one lying on the sofa now is my sister, and the one in the bathroom is Sister Ziwei. Qin Zhe's suspicions were reasonable. Usually, at this time, he and his sister would be flirting in the living room while Sister Ziwei went to take a shower. And looking at Wang Zijin's current appearance, there was no doubt about it. She was a maggot in his house. Host, don't worry. Let me scan her brain waves. A few seconds later, the system said, I'm your sister. Are you infected with the Baobao disease? Her brain waves are real. She's in a weird mood now. She's a little nervous, a little depressed, a little shy, a little happy. So what's the use of your brainwave scan? What are you trying to tell me? That's true. It's useless. Okay then host, I'll leave first. The system disappeared. The system went offline. The system ignored him. Damn. At this time, the sound of running water in the bathroom disappeared. It was quiet. His sister was probably putting on her clothes. Wang Zijin suddenly said, Okay, sister is so comfortable. She sat up and imitated Qin Baobao sitting like a duck. Then she blushed and looked at Qin Zhe with her charming eyes. She said in a coquettish tone, Good boy. Zhe, do you want me to give you a kiss as a reward? Although she said that, her arm was already hooked around Qin Zhe's neck. Click. With the sound of the lock, the bathroom door was opened. Qin Zhe shivered. Goosebumps spread from his neck to his whole body. He pushed Wang Zijin away and got up in a hurry. I need to go to the bathroom. It wasn't because his sister had come out. It was because he couldn't get used to Sister Ziwei like this. Hurriedly rushing into the room, he bumped into his sister, causing her chest to be exposed. Before Qin Zhe closed the door, he tactfully glanced at her. Satisfied. Qin Baobao was wearing a bathrobe. She held a hairdryer in one hand and wrapped her hair with a towel in the other. She was confused and stunned. What's wrong with him? He's so reckless. Wang Zijin didn't answer. She changed into a comfortable sitting position, tilted her head, and seriously reflected on her mistakes. She felt that she imitated Qin Baobao very well. Not only did she learn the coquettish tone, but she also learned the coquettish eyes. Why was it that Qin Baobao was always successful in acting cute and coquettish? If it was her, she wouldn't be able to do it. She still had to work harder to cure the sibling's illness. Wang Zijin only felt that the future was long, and her luck was uncertain. Is it because of here? She looked down at her breasts. Should I drink a cup of banana milk every day in the future? Wang Zijin's liver hurt. Chapter 298. Werewolf Kill. Qin Zhe shifted his gaze away from the computer and looked at Qin Baobao, who was wiping her hair beside him. His sister was wearing cotton pajamas. Her face was flushed red after taking a shower. She was pretty and charming. She tilted her head and let her hair fall to the side as she wiped it carefully. She said, "Yes, it's that show you used to watch often. I think it's quite interesting. Anyway, I've accepted it. It's up to you whether you want to come or not. There are so many variety shows. Why did you accept this one?" Qin Zhe's interest was piqued. This kind of show should be produced by a website. It's a stretch to call it a variety show. Also, the appearance fee shouldn't be as high as a traditional variety show. I've taken a look. There aren't any singing variety shows that are particularly suitable for me. There aren't any reality shows either. The concert just ended and the album was released a few months ago. I feel that since our company doesn't produce movies or dramas, the scope of our business is actually quite narrow. Qin Baobao bent her legs and her toes were fighting mischievously. Also, this show will be recorded locally. There's no need to fly. His sister said a very awkward truth. There weren't many artists under Tianfang Films. Excluding those low-tier artists, the number of C-list and B-list artists could be counted with one hand. It wasn't easy to become a big shot in any industry. No, it was very difficult. Qin Zhe didn't have a specific plan for now. He had only taken over Tianfang Films for half a month. How to expand the company was actually based on 3 aspects: talent, funds, and channels. Channels were easy. With funds and fame, it was easy to expand the channels. Hence, he had to raise Qin Baobao as high as he could and make her into Tianfang's gold-plated signboard. As for funds, Tianfang had Baozi to provide. It wasn't abundant nor was it lacking. Moreover, the concert had made a lot of money. Tianfang's finances were quite good. The key was talent. It wasn't easy to nurture celebrities unless they poached them. In that case, funds would be a problem. Not to mention whether they could poach them or not, Tianfang's funds couldn't buy those big shots. Entertainment celebrities were gold-swallowing beasts. Don't think that it's just an online self-media company. The price they're offering is not low, and the traffic is very explosive. Lazy Cat Video is the top online self-media company in the country. In the past few years, it has invested in TV series. The first year it was a flop, and the second year, it was a flop. But in the third year, that Xianxia TV series was so popular that everyone was talking about it. Also, this year's spy TV series was ranked first in terms of traffic for 2 consecutive months, Qin Baobao said. I don't need you to explain. I know this game better than you. Qin Zhe said, then let's go. Nowadays, the self-media platform was getting better and better. He remembered that when it was first created, there was only one player. Now it had everything. TV series, animation, children's programs, entertainment, live streaming, and so on. In this era where computers and mobile phones had replaced televisions, whether a TV series was popular or not, ratings could only be considered as one of the criteria. The number of hits on the internet had also become an important reference. When the game of Werewolf first came out a few years ago, not many people watched it. As the game gradually became popular, the ratings of the program became better and better. Later, 1 or 2 names were occasionally invited. Now, 2 stars were invited as permanent players, and 1 star was invited as a guest. The day after tomorrow, I'll let the people from the program come over to discuss the contract tomorrow. Qin Baobao smiled, revealing 2 small canine teeth. Permanent or guest? I'm a permanent player, you're a guest. Although he promised Su Yu that he would go to Baozi for at least 3 days a week, he did not say that he would stay for the whole day. His current job distribution was Baozi and Tianfang Lu Benwei. Half and half. In the future, the focus would slowly shift to Tianfang. The mission given to him by the system was to become a big shot in the entertainment industry. That was to say, at least make Tianfang Film and Television one of the top 3 in the country. Otherwise, how could he be a big shot? 3 days later, in the morning, Qin Zhe drove his newly bought small bourgeois car and took his sister to the headquarters of Lazy Cat Video in Shanghai. The large-scale self-media platform on the internet was mainly distributed in Beijing, Shanghai, and Shenzhen. Qin Baobao took this job because she wanted to be lazy. Recording a variety show was also very difficult. It was not much easier than filming a movie. Singing was still okay, but for some reality shows, they had to travel all over the country. Some had even worse living conditions. Many stars loved and hated these kinds of reality shows. Qin Baobao debuted as a singer. It was impossible for her to release albums and records every few days. In addition to singing, she also had to shoot commercials, perform, and participate in reality shows. This was the development path that a star should have. When she arrived at the headquarters of Lazy Cat Video, 2 female assistants were already waiting. If she did not go far, Qin Baobao did not like to bring along assistants. However, if a star followed an assistant or bodyguard, sometimes it was used as a facade. If others brought along but you did not, you would look very unsociable. The 8th grader liked the feeling of being a crane in a flock of chickens and not taking the normal path. But for adults, it was too unconventional and would not be welcomed anywhere. There was a saying that was very good. When one was young, one was afraid to be like others. When one was an adult, one was afraid to be different from others. At the recording site, in a break room next door, the siblings met with the host of the show. The 3 of them sat comfortably on the single-seater sofa. The host sat upright and had a smile on his face. Previously, Teacher Bao Bao said that she was good at killing games, but she did not play Wolf Killer much. The 2 games are connected, at least logically. Miss Qin, what about you? Are you a professional player? He cleverly addressed Teacher Bao Bao and Miss Qin separately. If the siblings were in the same place, they would look over if you called out Miss Qin. Qin Zhe thought for a moment. I play a lot of killing games and wolf killer games. Whether I'm a professional player or not, I can't be sure. Whether it was killing games or wolf killer games, his skills were not bad. However, he was not sure whether he was a professional player or not. However, the host knew that the production team did not expect the star to be a professional player. The purpose of hiring the star was to attract fans. Although the other professional players had a fan base, they paled in comparison to the star. No matter how good the show was or how exciting the games were, the players sitting in the circle were all passers-by. Who would watch? All right then. Do your best on the stage. Someone will inform you when the show starts later. I won't disturb your makeup. The host shook hands with the 2 and left. An hour later, at the recording studio, Camera 1 was in position. Camera 2 was in position. All the staff members were ready. Welcome to the 3rd season of Wolf Killer. Friends, it's a pleasure to meet you again. I'm your host, Yang Lin. It was a big room with bright lights. 10 seats were arranged in a circle. The host, Yang Lu, was sitting in the judge's seat. As he spoke, the camera zoomed in on him. Let me show you our friends, the host said. The camera turned to the others. There were 7 people sitting in the room. They were all regular players. Some were small celebrities, some were esports hosts, and some were professional players. Anyway, they had a fan base. However, they could not be compared to the mainstream stars. All right, turn the camera back. There's nothing to see. The host had a look of disdain. The judge won't allow you to do this. You're only giving me 1 second? Can't you play happily? Haha. Everyone protested. The host said, let's welcome our first mystery guest. All the players looked in the same direction. There, a petite beauty walked over. Her face was slightly round, and her eyes were big and bright. She smiled and waved at everyone. Number 3, Xianxia. Number 6, my goddess. Number 8, interesting. If I were a werewolf, I would kill her first. Ha. Number 1, thank you, host. Thank you to the program team for inviting my goddess. Everyone discussed excitedly. Xianxia sat in the 2nd seat and said in a sweet voice, hello, everyone. I've watched your show before. I also like to play this game. However, I'm just a bystander. I'm really dumb. Then, let's welcome the 2nd guest, the host announced loudly. The 2nd guest entered the room. She was a tall beauty with chestnut-colored curly hair. She was wearing a white shirt and black casual pants. Seeing her, the room was filled with exclamations and screams. Chapter 299. Oh my God. Wow, another goddess. Thank you to the production team. Host, is Qin Bao Bao a permanent guest? I like her so much. Can I shake her hand? Don't fight with me. I want to shake hands with my goddess. The male players were so excited that they made a big fuss. The atmosphere was very lively. Werewolf Kill had been produced for 2 seasons, and this was the first time they had invited an A-list celebrity as a guest. Furthermore, Qin Baobao had a very good reputation among the female celebrities. She did not have any scandals or negative news about her. She had been defamed once on Singer, but Qin Zhe had come forward to settle it. Not long ago, she had been defamed again because of the contract termination, but Qin Zhe had come forward to settle it. Both times were just rumors, so there was no stain on her. Compared to the excitement of the male players, the female players were very calm. They smiled and clapped, looking very ladylike. After Qin Baobao greeted everyone, she sat in the 4th seat. Next, let's welcome our next guest, the host said. Everyone was instantly interested. Logically speaking, as an A-list celebrity, Qin Baobao should be the last to appear. This was not an opera where the finale would be the second from the bottom. Qin Baobao was already the second from the bottom. Who would be the last to appear? The production team intended to arrange for Qin Zhe to appear last. Qin Baobao's participation in the show could not be left as a mystery. After the production team discussed with Qin Bao, they should advertise on the video platform. Qin Baobao joins Werewolf Kill. Please look forward to it. She was going to advertise. In comparison, Qin Zhe's identity could be left as a mystery guest. Just like his concert a few days ago, the mystery guest had been a hot topic among the netizens. Therefore, there was another slogan for this season. Who is the mystery guest of Werewolf Kill? Qin Zhe entered. The female players who were very calm just now screamed. Their voices were extraordinarily high. Qin Zhe. Oh, my husband is here. Ha ha. It was obvious that Qin Zhe was very popular in the eyes of the women. They were even more popular than the average fresh meat. Little Fresh Meat's persona was basically a hype, a flashy but empty shell. Therefore, many people on the internet mocked Little Fresh Meat. Because they were not convinced, they relied on bragging to create a persona, coupled with good looks, and quickly rose to prominence. If I don't scold you, who else can I scold? Look at those veteran actors, those popular Best Actor kings, who's complaining? However, there were very few people who criticized Qin Zhe. If he was not a celebrity, he should be classified as an internet celebrity. The reason why he was so popular was because of his ability to compose songs and his ability to speculate in the stock market. For people who relied on their own abilities to become famous, even if they were criticized, it would only be by a small number of haters. Xianxia was even more excited. She jumped up and down and said, "Oh, Qin Zhe is my boss." Teacher Xianxia jumped ship? He joined Miss Qin's Tianfang Productions? A female streamer asked in astonishment. Qin Zhe waved his hand. I'm not taking the blame for this. He sat down in the only empty seat. He was number 5. No, I bought Mr. Qin's company's products. Can I say this? Xianxia looked at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe nodded. Xianxia said, Mr. Qin is not only the boss of Tianfang Productions, but he also has a private equity company under his name. Many celebrities in the circle have bought his products, including me. How much did he earn? Everyone asked eagerly. Xianxia pretended to be mysterious. She smiled and shook her head. I can't say this, but people in the circle call him a money tree. They regret not buying his company's products in time. Mr. Qin, can you call me next time if there's such a good thing? When is the next product? Count me in. Me. Bring me. There was a small commotion. Then, whether it was female or male players, perhaps they were jeering, or perhaps they were sincere, they all started shouting. The host pretended to be unhappy and shouted, Camera number 1 is gone, so is camera number 2. This show can't be recorded. Let's get off work and eat. After everyone roared with laughter, they finally got the topic back on track. Next, the host introduced the players present to the 3 guests. 2 online game streamers, 2 small celebrities who specialized in various variety shows, a host, and a professional player. This professional player was number 1. He was thin and wore glasses. His name was Ma Ping. When Qin Zhe watched this show before, this Ma Ping was always the one who set the pace. He was very good. Okay, now please pick up your phone and look at your identity, the host cum judge, Yang Lu, said. The players picked up their phones and saw the identity sent to their mailbox. After everyone saw the identity prompt, some laughed strangely, some pretended to be surprised, and some looked frightened. They all acted. Qin Zhe glanced at it. His identity was a witch. The show officially began. The lights in the room dimmed. The host, Yang Lu, said, "Close your eyes when it's dark. Werewolf, please open your eyes." Who is the werewolf going to kill? Werewolf, please close your eyes. Witch, please open your eyes. The one who died last night was. You have a bottle of antidote. Do you want to use it? You have a bottle of poison. Do you want to use it? Next, prophet, please open your eyes. The one you want to check is, his identity is, prophet, please close your eyes. Hunter, please open your eyes. Hunter, please close your eyes. Okay, it's dawn. The one who died last night was number 6. There was no sheriff in this game and there were no warnings. The lights came on. The dead number 6 was a female streamer. She said in a coquettish voice, I'm the first to die. The host cum judge Yang Lu waved her hand. Number 6 has no last words. Take her away. 2 staff members took number 6 away. The judge said, then let's start with number 7. Number 7 was also a girl. She had wine-red curly hair, a sharp chin, and a standard online celebrity face. She winked at Qin Zhe. I'm the prophet. Kill number 5, Miss Qin. That's it. Pes. Everyone looked at Qin Zhe. At this time, Qin Zhe's acting skills were activated. He looked confused and innocent. He couldn't speak at this time. Otherwise, he could act more realistically. He threw a flirtatious glance at number 7. Qin Baobao secretly glared at her brother. The next to speak was number 8. Number 8 was a small celebrity who specialized in various variety shows. Number 8 said, Number 7, are you backing off or not? Actually, I'm the real prophet. Yesterday, I killed expert player 1. He's Iron Wolf. Everyone, believe me and vote him out. Number 9 was a small-time host. He was good-looking and had a magnetic voice. He was a handsome guy. He muttered, I don't really believe in the 2 prophets, but since they've both jumped, I choose to believe number 8 more. Because according to number 7's style, she doesn't seem like the first to jump out to reveal her identity. Pes. Expert player 1 spoke. He pushed up his glasses, and the lens shone brightly. Number 1 is the prophet. I'm testing number 2. Number 2 is my golden water. Let me first talk about my point of view. Number 7 killed number 5, and number 8 killed me. Then I can judge that number 8 is Iron Wolf. As for number 7's identity, I'm not sure. Maybe she came out to take a blow for me, or maybe both number 7 and number 8 are werewolves. They're jumping around and acting. Then, number 9, because number 9 follows number 8. Number 9 killed me, so he must be Iron Wolf because I'm the real prophet. Then, number 9 will definitely be happy to see me eliminated. In comparison, I'm more willing to believe that number 7 is a commoner who took a blow for me. Number 2 was Xianxia. First, I'd like to thank number 1 for giving me the golden water. But I think number 7 is more like a werewolf. This is based on my belief that number 1 is the prophet. Number 1 is the prophet, but number 7 obviously isn't. And she jumped out and said number 5, Mr. Qin, is Iron Wolf. If she's a commoner, then she's a mob. Number 3, I can't tell for now. Let's vote first and see what my goddess has to say. Qin Baobao said, let me talk about the situation first. There are 3 prophets. Number 7 and number 8 jumped, and then number 1 jumped. Assuming number 1 is right, then number 7 and number 8 must have a wolf. To be safe, I suggest that number 7 be voted out first. It's best if it's a wolf, but if it's a commoner, then it's perfect to take a blow. In the next round, if number 1 dies, then the witch can still be saved. It was Qin Zhe's turn to speak. He thought for a moment, then said directly, pass. The host said in surprise, Miss Qin, aren't you going to say anything? Chapter 300. Everyone looked at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe didn't save number 6 at first because he wanted to take a gamble. The worst-case scenario was that number 6 was a prophet and would be eliminated early. However, the probability of 1 in 9 was too small. Secondly, number 6 was a hunter. Because he was a witch, he ruled out the possibility of number 6 being a hunter. Hunters were the least cost-effective of the 3 priesthoods. They could take one away before they died. However, hunters didn't give out gold like prophets, nor did they give out silver like witches. Therefore, it was risky for him to take someone away. He could take away werewolves, civilians, and priesthoods. If it was a professional werewolf game, the situation would be more complicated and interesting. For example, the sheriff's identity would be eliminated directly. I agree with number 4 and number 2. I'll vote number 7 out first because I know I'm a good person, Qin Zhe said. The host said, then, let the voting begin. Voting results. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 8, and number 9 all voted for number 7. Number 7 was eliminated and taken away by the staff. Last words, I'm really a good person. Can number 8 please be eliminated next? Next round, close your eyes when it's dark. It's dawn. Last night was Christmas Eve. Everyone looked at each other. Qin Zhe frowned. He was killed last night and used the antidote to revive himself. Why didn't the werewolves kill number 1 and number 8? Logically speaking, one of them must be a wolf. Then, the wolf knew his fake identity. Shouldn't he kill the real prophet? Regardless of why the werewolves didn't kill the prophet, his identity as a witch must have been exposed. He would definitely die next time. What he needed to consider was who to drag down with him next time. Last night was Christmas Eve. The host turned the compass and said, Number 1, speak. Number 1 muttered, I'm glad I didn't die. I want to thank the witch for saving me with the antidote. Let's talk about my test. Last night, I tested number 5. He's a good person. Now I can confirm that number 5 and number 2 are good people. If number 7 doesn't want to withdraw, we'll vote him out. Pes. Number 8 quickly waved his hand. I'll withdraw. The host took control of the situation. Number 8, don't speak. Number 2, speak. Xianxia bit her lips and her eyes unconsciously looked up. Her eyes were big and her face was round. She belonged to the kind of cute, lowly type beauty. Anyway, I've already confirmed the identity of prophet number 1. I'll follow him. Mr. Qin number 5 is a good person. If the witch jumps out again, then we'll be able to push out the werewolf. I think it's best to vote first. Number 3 shrugged. I didn't believe number 1 at first, but number 8 couldn't hold it in. Just now, he violated the rules and said that the water was retreating. If you're not a prophet, why did you go against number 1 in the first place? I have my reservations about you for now. Let's hear what the others have to say first. Let's pass. Everyone looked at Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao picked up her glass and took a sip. No matter what she did, she was always the most dazzling one. Number 8, don't be afraid. I'll protect you. Qin Baobao clapped his hands and said something that stunned everyone. Actually, I am the real prophet. Everyone was in an uproar. Don't talk. Be quiet. The host said. Qin Baobao said, in the first round, I tested number 8. He's a good person. In the second round, I tested number 3. He's an iron wolf. Think about it. According to normal logic, if I'm a fake prophet, then there's no reason for me to fake the prophet after number 1 jumped out and caused so much trouble, right? Just like number 8 and number 1, fake prophets. The sooner they jump, the better. The commoner can block the blade and the werewolf can beat the rhythm. I'm glad that I survived 2 rounds and tested the identities of number 8 and number 3. Which one is the witch? If the witch is still alive, then the game should be over. Number 1 and number 3 are poisoned. If number 7 is a werewolf, then he's already out. The good person wins directly. If not, then there are only 2 people left. It's easy to vote them out. What the hell was going on? Qin Zhe was a little confused. Although he was a witch, he felt that in this game, he was no different from a commoner without any information. He didn't save the person who died in the first round, and he was the one who died in the second round. Therefore, he couldn't give the silver water to others. And his identity was already exposed. Now there were two prophets on the field. If nothing unexpected happened, the next to die would definitely be the prophet. As for who was the wolf between Qin Bao Bao and number 1, he wasn't sure. His sister was a scheming person. She was very good at this kind of puzzle game. When he played the killing game, he had been tricked by her many times. This program would be broadcast the day after tomorrow. If he played too badly, he would be laughed at by his fans. I'm a witch, but I can't give the gold water or silver water because I was the one who died in the last round. I saved myself. But I think that number 7 must be a werewolf because she tried to kill me in the beginning. But I'm actually a witch, and number 7 was defeated by number 8. So number 8 shouldn't be a werewolf. Qin Zhe said deliberately. Qin Bao Bao glanced at him. Number 8 said, I should be sure that number 3 and number 1 are the wolves. I believe number 4. She said that number 3 is the wolf, so if we vote him out, number 4 will definitely die in the next round. Then number 1 can vote out. The good guy wins. If it still doesn't work, then vote number 2. It's that simple. He was establishing the situation of number 7 being a werewolf. If number 7 wasn't a werewolf, then vote number 2. Number 2, Xianxia, had always been on number 1's side. Actually, I think that it doesn't matter if the witch jumps or not. Now there are two sides, two prophets. It's obvious that they're on opposite sides. There's no ambiguity between them. There's definitely a wolf between them. But number 1 found that number 5 is the good guy, so I believe number 1 more, number 9 said. The voting began. Number 4, 8, and 5 voted for number 3. Number 1, 3, and 9 voted for number 8. Number 2 forfeited. It was a tie. Everyone looked at Xianxia. Xianxia was speechless. I'm confused. This round was very interesting. The host kept trying to hold back his laughter. He was a judge, so he could see very clearly. It had to be said that the werewolf camp was very powerful, but the good guy camp was also very smart. The only ones who were confused seemed to be Qin Zhe and Xianxia. You can't talk. The host laughed for a long time. Then he held it in and said, Close your eyes when it's dark. It was dawn. The host said, The one who died last night was number 1. He didn't have any last words. Take him away. Number 1 left. His expression was that of victory. Before he left, he even glanced at Qin Zhe. Number 2, Xianxia, said, The prophet is dead. Bones number 4 and 8 are indeed wolves. Number 3 said, The situation is very clear now. Number 4 and 8 are wolves. Let's vote number 4 out first. We can't let her continue to use her identity as the prophet. The next to die will definitely be witch number 5. As long as the witch poisons number 8 to death, the good guys will win. There's no need to play anymore. Because there's only one hunter left in the game, and I'm that hunter. Does anyone want to jump with me? No one made a sound. If there is, feel free to stand out. On the other hand, if I'm killed by the werewolf, I'll do the witch's mission. I'll end this game. That's all. Pass. Number 4 was Qin Bao Bao. She frowned and said, I just checked number 1. He's a wolf. The werewolf killed himself. Number 3 said, You're making a false accusation. Other than number 8, Xianxia and number 9 didn't believe it. The host said, Number 3, don't speak. Number 5 will speak now. The host smiled but didn't say anything. If this continued, the outcome could be predicted. For this round, I don't think we should vote number 4. Number 8 will go first. Qin Zhe looked around and his gaze fell on the two civilians, number 2 and number 9. He said, If number 4 and number 8 are really werewolves, then it doesn't matter who votes first. But if number 4 is really a prophet, then after voting for her, I'll be the only witch left in the game. That's because the hunters haven't jumped from the beginning to the end. Only number 3 jumped just now. Number 2 is a civilian, and number 9's identity is unknown. If number 9 is a hunter, then we'll vote for number 3. If number 9 isn't a hunter, then there's another possibility. The hunters have already been eliminated, and they'll be the first to be killed. Once the prophet is voted out, I'll be the next to die. With 3 clergies dead, the werewolf wins. If the vote is number 7, then we still have a chance to win. Everyone thought about it and felt that it made sense. So in this round of voting, number 8 voted out. Close your eyes when it's dark. It's dawn. This round, number 5 and number 3 will die. The host shook his head and laughed. The game is over. The good team wins. Everyone? A few seconds later, everyone understood. Xianxia was still confused. Number 3 also looked at Xianxia in shock. Xianxia replied with a smile. Then, the players who were eliminated were invited back. The good team applauded and cheered. The werewolf team shook their heads and smiled bitterly. The host said, "Miss Qin, you're the game's terminator. You'll conclude the speech." Everyone looked at Xianxia and said, "Actually, I've been lurking because I couldn't give out the gold and silver water." Then, number 4 and number 1 jumped. At that time I said, "I still believe that number 8 isn't a werewolf." According to the logic of number 8 and number 4 being tied together, number 4 shouldn't have a problem. Actually, I'm talking about both sides of the prophet. If number 4 is a werewolf, then she'll definitely kill me. Then, I'll poison number 3 or number 1. In the end, number 1 died because he was afraid that I'd poison number 3. Then, as a werewolf, he wouldn't be able to do anything alone. So, he used his own method to gain trust. Because everyone knows that there's only one wolf left, it's either number 8 or number 4, or number 1 or number 3. Only the 4 of them are tied together. Then when he dies, he can frame number 4 and number 8. Very smart. There's one more thing that made me suspicious of number 1. I died in the second round, but I'm a witch. I saved myself. At that time, number 1 immediately jumped out and said that he tested me and was a good person. Number 4 insisted that number 3 was a werewolf. If number 3 wasn't a werewolf, she would have shot herself in the foot. Only a fake prophet would be conservative. So, when he knew that I was a witch, he gave me the gold water and wanted to pull me into his team. Clap, clap, clap. Chapter 301. 5 minutes later, the second game began. This time, Xianxia got the werewolf card. He didn't get off to a good start. After killing a civilian, another werewolf was eliminated. Then, after killing another civilian, another werewolf was eliminated. Xianxia was the only one left. The good news was that the prophet was eliminated in the third round. After that, Xianxia mediated. He became a civilian and fanned the flames. He eliminated his own maggot and number 1, and finally won. Xianxia was confused by him. When she found out that Xianxia was a werewolf, she was so angry that she almost cried. By the time they finished recording, it was already lunchtime. They declined the host's invitation and went back home. Qin Baobao held her brother's arm and sighed, "You black-hearted little pervert, you're so scheming. In the future, you'll cheat on your wife behind her back. Is your wife still in the dark?" Xianxia chuckled. "No, Sister Ziwei is so smart. I definitely can't hide it from her." Qin Baobao raised her hand and hit his head. She said angrily, "Wrong answer. I'll give you another chance." Xianxia changed his words. "Sister Ziwei is so nice. I definitely won't do such a thing." Bang, bang. 2 hand chops landed on his forehead. The elder sister angrily said, "Wrong answer. This is your last chance." Xianxia rolled his eyes. "What wife? I'm not getting a wife." Qin Bao smiled. "You still have to get a wife. But there's no rush. Wait until you're 30. A man starts his career at 30. Start a family first. Otherwise, a wife will be a restraint. It will make A's lose the courage to fight bravely. Am I right?" Xianxia was confused. "That's not right. According to your logic, I can get a wife now. I'm already the boss of 2 companies. Qin Baobao was at a loss for words. She stomped her feet and said angrily, "What, boss of 2 companies? Where did 2 companies come from? Baozi is yours and Tianfang is mine. You're still far from that. If you don't open 10 companies, you're not allowed to get married. Do you understand?" I know. I'll stay by your side for the rest of my life, okay? Bah, sister also wants to get married. I don't need you to guard me. Qin Baobao spat at him, but her smiling eyes betrayed her. After getting into the car, Qin Baobao originally planned to go home and buy some groceries on the way to cook at home. Midway, Qin Baobao received a call from Li Yanhong. She said that Tianfang had found 2 newcomers with potential and wanted them to go over and take a look. 2 days later, werewolf murder was broadcast. Bullet screen. I heard that there will be Qin Baobao this season. I'm looking forward to it. Qin Baobao must be very bad at this kind of puzzle game, right? Girls usually can't play well. Wait for the joke. What the F***CK, the mystery guest is Qin Zhe? The 2 of them are together? Interesting. Hiss. I really don't know what to say about Qin Baobao jumping out at this time. It feels like it's only right, but it also feels a little inappropriate. She has to jump out, otherwise number 1 will become a real prophet. The other commoners won't believe her. Speaking of which, Qin Zhe is so stupid. He looks so confused. Oh my god, Qin Zhe ended it directly. He's been pretending to be weak all this time? This analysis, this logic. I didn't expect him to poison the last wolf to death. Number 3 looks so depressed. He deserved to die. That day, Saturday. There was still a week before New Year's Day. Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao rushed home together. They didn't bring Wang Zijin with them on purpose. They also went home on purpose because Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach was screening today. This was King awkward. If it weren't for the concert, Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach would just be screened. They wouldn't care if their parents went to watch it. They could just say that it was a stunt double. But what would their parents think after watching the concert and seeing the kissing and bed scenes of their daughter and son in the movie? There was always a first and a second, and there was always a demon. There were 3 things that were set in stone. How could these things be set in stone? They wouldn't admit it even if they were beaten to death. They'd be finished. Let's keep them calm this weekend. Dad usually has classes and doesn't have time. Mom doesn't watch movies alone, and she doesn't have the habit of going out to watch movies at night. So the weekend is the key, Qin Zhe analyzed. You don't have to say that. It's all your fault for insisting on being the main character. Now, Dad and Mom will think the wrong way when they see it. Qin Baobao was a little nervous. Because she had a guilty conscience, of course she was nervous. If this kind of thing wasn't handled well, the family boat would capsize. I'm mainly doing it for your own good. Dad saw how unruly you were to sister and broke your leg in a fit of anger. Well, sister did it to save you, Qin Baobao said. Thank you, Qin Zhe said. Before I break your leg, I will definitely drag you down with me. We can still stay in the same ward. Qin Baobao puffed up her cheeks and said angrily, You black-hearted maggot. No, she must put the blame on the little red guy. No, the little red guy was going to be beaten. Thinking about it, she felt quite distressed. Qin Baobao decided to act according to the plan and make her parents unable to watch the movie. In this way, Wang Zijin couldn't be brought along. Otherwise, she would definitely be very enthusiastic about going to the movie because she also wanted to watch the TV series starring Qin Zhe. Maybe she would even hold Qin Ma's arm to watch the movie. It was better to leave the time bomb at home. There are so many people in front, and the property management also joined in the fun. It seems that they are quarreling? Qin Zhe pressed the horn, and the crowd made a path for them. He saw cameras and some special support tools in the crowd, which were used in shooting movies or TV series. Qin Zhe had shot TV series before, so he recognized them at a glance. Are they shooting something in our community? Qin Baobao also looked out. The car passed through the crowd and entered the underground parking lot. The 2 withdrew their gazes and stopped paying attention. After parking the car, the brother and sister entered the car and took the elevator upstairs. At the door, Qin Baobao habitually held her brother's arm. Anyway, as long as they went out, her sister would hold his arm. People who didn't know their identity generally regarded them as a couple. The sister looked at the brother, and the brother looked at the sister. The brother and sister's eyes met in midair, and they both understood the firmness and determination in each other's eyes. You must trick Mom and Dad, brother. You must not let Mom and Dad go to the movie, sister. The brother and sister nodded. Everything was understood without words. Taking out the key to open the door, Qin Bao Bao called out sweetly, Dad, Mom, we are back. The sound of the kitchen hood and the sound of Qin Ma cooking came from the kitchen. In the living room, the sound of the old man watching the finance channel came from the living room. At the entrance, a small thing as long as an arm and half an arm tall, was there dancing? No, it was not dancing. Where was it shrugging? It was the Ymir. It was a teddy poodle. Hearing the movement at the door, the teddy turned its head and looked over. Its two button-like eyes met Qin Bao Bao's for a moment, and then it suddenly barked happily. It scurried over, hugged Qin Bao Bao's calf, and shrugged. Qin Bao Bao screamed. Chapter 302. Qin Bao Bao screamed and kicked Tiny Tot away. She hid behind her brother with a disgusted expression. Teddy was not discouraged after being kicked away. It wagged its tail briskly and scurried over again. Qin Zhe kicked it away again and shouted, Mom, why is there a teddy in our house? Why would there be a pet dog in the house? There was a rule in the Qin family that no dogs were allowed, just like the rule of no dogs in the comment section. It all started when Qin Zhe was a child. At that time, he was only 6 years old. He was a cute little Shota. He would follow his sister all day long and run around the neighborhood. He was really high. Once, he bumped into a bitch that had just given birth. The bitch was very aggressive and turned around to bite him. Qin Bao Bao, who was 9 years old at that time, screamed and pounced on the bitch, but she was bitten as well. After so many years, the scars had faded with time, but the trauma in his heart was still there. Since then, Qin Zhe was afraid of dogs. Even now, he would subconsciously avoid large pet dogs. Just ignore it. Qin Ma's voice came from the kitchen. How can I? This dog keeps staring at my sister. Qin Zhe kicked it away again. We'll send it back in a few days. Bear with it. Qin Ma said. I can't help it. I want to kill it now. Qin Zhe kicked the teddy away again. He kicked it as he walked. When they came to the living room, the old man was sitting on the sofa, watching TV as if he did not notice his children. He was focused on his financial news. Qin Bao Bao jumped onto the sofa in her high heels to avoid the teddy's relentless entanglement. Teddy wandered around the sofa for a long time. His forelimbs lay on the sofa as if he wanted to climb up. However, apart from the strength of his waist, his athletic ability was obviously not good. After failing, he shook his tail in disappointment and suddenly looked at Qin Zhe. It smelled the scent of love again. It rushed over and hugged Qin Zhe's calf. The teddy screamed and its small body flew out. Who gave you the courage to F***ck me? Qin Zhe kicked Teddy away. He quickly took off his shoes and climbed onto the sofa. Qin Zhe suddenly understood why his father was sitting cross-legged on the sofa instead of sitting upright like before. He must be scared of being pestered by the bothersome little demon. Dad, I miss you so much. Qin Bao Bao hugged her father's arm and leaned her head on his shoulder. The old man glanced at his daughter. What's the matter? Qin Bao Bao pouted and said, It's nothing. I just miss Dad. Grandpa Xing knocked her with a chestnut. Humph, you only come home once every half a month. What are you thinking about? You might as well spend the rest of your life with A's. Don't come back. The old man did not give a good face. He was angry in his heart. This pair of children did not miss home at all. They only came back once every 10 days or half a month. They did not understand their lonely parents at all. Qin Bao Bao, Qin Zhe, Grandpa Xing did not know that his words touched the hearts of the siblings. No, I miss you so much. I'm busy with work and can't find time. I have an advertisement to shoot today, but I haven't seen you for so long. No matter how important work is, it's not as important as Dad. Dad is important, more important than Mom. Qin Bao Bao said coquettishly. Silly girl, Mom doesn't love you, right? Qin Ma came out with a plate of food and placed it on the dining table. She laughed and scolded, Silly girl. The teddy ran over and hugged Qin Ma's leg. Qin Ma did not care. It was probably used to it. After a few steps, it slid down. She walked to the kitchen door, kicked it aside, and closed the door. "How's your company?" Grandpa Xing asked. Qin Zhe moved half a meter away from his father and sat upright. "It's pretty good. But it's not as profitable as before. It's too complicated to operate with more funds. The stock market has also become rational." As a son, he certainly can't act like a daughter, holding his father's arm and acting coquettishly. He can't even imagine the picture. The bull market is phased. You should also consider expanding the company's business. You can't always do stocks. The focus needs to change. Grandpa Sheng pondered for a moment. "I'll send you some information when I get back. It's all related to financial companies." "Oh, Dad, I'll give you an email. You can send it here directly." Qin Zhe gave Su Yu's email to Grandpa Sheng. "It's better to give these things to Su Yu than to give them to him. The secretary will do the extra work." When the meal was ready, Qin Ma asked everyone to come over and eat. Then she picked up the teddy's neck and threw it into the toilet. "Mom, where did you get the dog? If you keep the dog at home, my sister and I won't come back." Qin Zhe complained while eating. Qin Bao Bao bit her chopsticks, and the food in her mouth bulged her white and tender face. She thought that it was a good idea. "This dog belongs to old Zheng next door." Qin Ma said. His wife had pancreatitis and was hospitalized. His daughter and son-in-law went to work and had no time to take care of the dog. "Didn't you send it to me?" The older generation of Shanghai people basically stayed at home and were housewives. This generation of Shanghai people, whether men or women, had to work miserably. The social pressure was increasing day by day. They are also very annoyed with this dog. After raising it for more than a year, they have feelings for it and can't bear to throw it away. Qin Ma said, "This little thing is really clingy." Old Zheng lived in the house at the end of the corridor. Uncle Zheng and Auntie Zheng were very kind. Qin Zhe often went to their house when he was a child and liked to take his sister with him. Because every time his sister went, Uncle Zheng and Auntie Zheng would take out a few pieces of candy and give them to the sister and brother. Follow your sister and you will have meat to eat. This was a principle that Qin Zhe realized when he was a child. Uncle Zheng had a daughter who was 1 year older than Qin Bao. She hated Qin Bao because compared to the little princess, she was like a servant girl, a green leaf that accompanied the flowers. 2 years ago, Uncle Zheng's daughter got married. The old couple was bored and went to the amazing Fate pet shop next door to buy a pet. At first glance, they liked the active and lively teddy, and its size was just right. It was too big to drag. The manager of the amazing Fate pet shop was a black-hearted guy. Of course, he couldn't say that teddy wasn't good. He enthusiastically recommended it to them and even gave them a discount. In the end, they only found out what kind of thing teddy was after they bought it. It was lively, but its style was crooked. It would F***ck anything it caught. If there was nothing it could F***ck, it could F***ck the sky, the earth, and the air. The old couple was sick of it. They went to the manager of the pet shop, but the guy still wouldn't return it. He said that 7 days had passed. Uncle Zheng also used to be a young man who sold pancakes with his butt. He felt the same way and couldn't bear to see the pet so hungry. There were many painful things in life, but the most painful thing for a man was that the iron rod was useless. After discussing with his wife, he went to the pet shop again and bought a little bitch. Then, the two teddies had sex from morning to night. Their overlapping figures could be seen all the time in the house, interacting lovingly. After eating too much of this authentic dog food, Uncle Zheng and Auntie Zheng couldn't stand it anymore. Before the 7 days passed, they returned the little bitch. After dinner, Qin Zhe went to the bathroom and found Teddy mopping. As it mopped, it turned its head to look at him, its small eyes full of innocence. "Sigh, it's also pitiful." Qin Zhe shook his head. Speaking of which, he and Teddy were in the same boat. "What use do I have for this iron rod?" Qin Zhe sang and took out his iron rod to pee. With a shiver, he suddenly felt that the world was dull. At the same time, Teddy also quietly shivered and suddenly felt that the world was dull. After the world was dull, Teddy sniffed the mop and left the bathroom with its head down. After dinner, Qin Ma washed the dishes in the kitchen, and the old man went to read his financial news. Since his position as the head of the family was threatened, The old man's motivation to study had never been stronger, just like when he was hanging a beam over his head to take the college entrance exam. It was a good thing to want one's son to be successful. Wasn't that what all parents wanted? But the Qin family was a little different. The salted fish raised by the Qin family suddenly turned into a dragon overnight. Qin Ma and the old man still felt that it was incredible when they thought about it. They didn't understand the words of the internet, otherwise, they would have asked suspiciously, "Do you have a PY transaction? Dad, there seems to be a quarrel downstairs. I heard from your mom that a film crew came to our neighborhood to film and had a conflict with one of the owners. Then let the property management kick them out." Sigh, the film crew pays the property management. How can they kick them out? They're trying to mediate now. Oh, what's there to film in our shabby neighborhood? What's wrong with our neighborhood? If it was 10 years ago, it would have been pretty good. They like to film family ethics dramas like our neighborhood. In the living room, Qin Baobao chatted with the old man. Qin Zhe walked down the long corridor, past his and his sister's room, past his parents' bedroom, and past the bathroom. Suddenly, he heard light footsteps behind him. He turned around and kicked Teddy away. He tiptoed, pushed open the old man's study, slipped in through the crack of the door, and closed the door quietly. Chapter 303. Qin Zhe's habit of keeping a diary was cultivated by the old man. When he was in school when he was a child, the teacher yelled, keep a diary every day. If you don't keep a diary for a day, you will forget it." Then he treated writing a diary as homework and asked every primary school student to write a diary at home. As for the benefits of writing a diary and why he wrote a diary, Qin Zhe did not know and did not understand. Later, the old man said, "Confucius said, I reflect on myself 3 times a day. This is the purpose of a diary." At that time, Qin Zhe was still young. He blinked his innocent eyes and said, "I don't understand." The old man put away his literary illness and said earnestly, "Write down what happens every day in a diary. It's not just simply recording things. You have to write down your own feelings, conclusions, and self-reflection. You have to attach your emotions to the tip of the pen." Qin Zhe said weakly, "Papa, I still don't understand." The old man sighed and said, "If you are half as smart as Bao Bao, I will wake up laughing in my dreams." Qin Zhe had never seen the old man's diary, but since he taught him as his son, the old man should also have the habit of keeping a diary. "That's right, I am here to peek at the old man's diary. I want to understand what happened back then, but this kind of thing can't be asked and can't be revealed directly, so peeking at the old man's diary is the best choice." The old man was a cultured person. He had a kind of literary disease in his bones. He liked to keep all kinds of books. Things like diaries, he would definitely keep them. Of course, if Qin Zhe guessed correctly, the old man probably did not know. However, he could still pry into it through the clues he left behind. Qin Zhe rummaged through the study, including the bookshelf and the safe, but he could not find the diary. The old man's ability to hide things is first class. Is there any secret compartment in the study that I don't know? Qin Zhe lifted the hand-embroidered landscape painting by Qin Ma hanging on the wall. The wall was very solid, and there were no hidden compartments. At this time, it was a test of his strong memory. It was always like this on TV. When the villain's children discovered their father's secret, they would search for evidence in the study but find nothing. Just when they were anxious, they would have a magical flash of inspiration and remember something from their childhood. Then, they would be enlightened and discover their father's secret. Nothing was found. The plot of the TV series was indeed unreliable, and the memory of a person was also unreliable. When he was a child, he was most afraid of 2 things: the fear of being controlled by his father's large magical weapon, and the shame of being locked up in the study to reflect on his mistakes. In his memory, other than this wall, he didn't have any impression of anything else. At this time, Qin Zhe picked up the blue book on the upper right corner of the desk and opened it. Friday, December 15, 2017. Weather clear. Qin Zhe's liver hurt. "I spent so much effort looking for you, but you were just lying quietly on the table? What happened to your dignity as a diary?" The old man's heart was really big. How could he just leave the diary on the desk like that? Looking at the date, This diary was written yesterday. It obviously had no reference value, but Xianxia couldn't help but flip through it. Sneaking a peek at his father's diary was really exciting. It wasn't any less exciting than his own sister. The fluctuation of the stock market has been a little high recently. There are a lot of leveraged funds leaving the market, and a lot of them entering the market. This is a ticking time bomb. Today, little Lon asked me how the stock market was doing, and I said it was very good. Actually, I've lost tens of thousands in the past few days. But I can't say it. My son is earning money every day, but I'm losing so much. It'll be embarrassing if I say it out loud. I'll ask him for shares another day. The ask him for shares another day part was very flirtatious. The old man's diary was unexpectedly interesting. It even revealed his flirtatious heart. Xianxia resisted the urge to continue flipping through the diary. It was more important to get down to business. If the old man came in from outside and bumped into them, even if his sister begged for mercy, he wouldn't be able to escape a beating. This diary was written this year and last year. He wondered if there were any more notebooks from more than 20 years ago. Fortunately, there were indeed some. The blue diary was placed on a bookcase. It was the kind of bookcase that was similar to the hardcover editions of the 4 great classical novels. There were a few diaries inside. They were of different thickness. Some had black covers, some had purple covers, some had white covers. Some were new, some were old. Xianxia pulled out a yellow diary from the bottom. Although the old man had taken care of it carefully, the years had left obvious traces on it. The leather had faded and yellowed, and it could be torn to pieces with just a little force. He flipped open the diary to take a look. No, the date on the first page was 1999. At that time, not to mention Qin Bao Bao, Xianxia was already 2 or 3 years old. He switched to another one and flipped it open. The date on the first page was 1992, February 3rd, holding an oil paper umbrella, alone, wandering in the long, long and lonely alley in the rain. I hope to meet a girl like Lilac, with sorrow and resentment. Today, I met a girl, she didn't have any sorrow or resentment. Her voice was soft, her eyes were gentle, and she exuded a refreshing aura like lilac. I fell in love with her. The next time we meet, I'll give her this poem. I'll wait at the factory entrance. February 20th, the first time I asked her out to play, I rode a bicycle and took her to lie in the early spring sunlight. I was a little cold and my nose was running. The radio by the roadside was singing a song. Thank you for this new era of free love, thank you for God. Xianxia imagined that scene. The young old man was wearing 90s clothes, a pair of liberation shoes, and riding a black bicycle. On the back seat was Qin Ma with 2 ponytails and a floral cotton padded jacket. They shuttled through the cheerful atmosphere of reform and opening up, singing in his ears, "The East is red, the sun rises." At that time, the old man must have felt that he was a handsome rich second generation who drove a BMW to pick up girls, right? April 18th. I bumped into her younger brother at the entrance of the factory. He was a little pervert who dared to yell at me. I slapped him. Xiao Lan had a big fight with me and brought her younger brother into the factory. I was very sad. April 30th. Her family knows that I'm in a relationship with her. I heard that my future father-in-law doesn't like me. I know that he looks down on me. He's a leader in the factory, and my father is just a poor teacher. Of course, it was her brother who told me this. I was very angry, so I slapped him again. That little pervert is so handsome, so hateful. Xianxia. No wonder the relationship between uncle and dad was not good. May 28th. Today is a day worth remembering. Little Lon and I have done the deed of husband and wife. It feels very good. This lilac-like girl is the girl I'll like for the rest of my life. I suddenly thought of 2 poems that should be memorized. The silver vase suddenly broke, the water splashed, the iron cavalry rushed out, the sound of swords and spears. The flower path has not been swept by the guest, the door is opened for you. Reading up to this point, Xianxia suddenly felt a chill down his spine, and his hair stood on end. If he was caught by the old man, the consequences would be unimaginable. Also, I have to praise the old man for being a cultured person. I can't even understand these poems. After studying classical Chinese for so many years, he only remembered one sentence. The love of chrysanthemum is rarely heard after the pottery. After memorizing so many poems for so many years, he did not remember much. There was only one paragraph. The spring tide brings rain at night, the boat is unmanned in the wild. He continued reading, June 1st. Today, I brought a gift to see my father-in-law, but he kicked me out. I felt embarrassed and had a big fight. I said angrily, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Don't bully the young for being poor. He left in a huff. June 16th. I haven't seen her for a long time, and I miss her very much. She must miss me too. I asked a friend to send a letter to her, and we met at night. We whispered sweet nothings to each other. After that, little Lan told me that she was pregnant. September 20th. Little Lan's pregnancy gradually became obvious. After discussing it with my father, he brought me to the Su family to propose marriage. My father and the Su family quarreled and almost fought, but the marriage was settled smoothly. She was very happy and so was my father. That night we got drunk. My father said that he hoped that little Lan would give the Qin family a fat grandson. So that's how my sister came about? What about me? How did I come about? Qin Zhe was dumbfounded. May 1993. My daughter was born, but I went to the capital to study and did not see her birth. I felt guilty toward little Lan and her mother. My father called me to tell me that they were safe and sound. But my father sighed and I knew the reason. He wanted a grandson. Reading up to this point, Qin Zhe's heart thumped a few times. He skipped this book and searched for it in other books. He and his sister were more than 2 years apart, almost 3 years apart. Then, if there was a record in the diary, it should be at least 2 years later. He found it. November 1994. Little Lan is pregnant. I told my father the news, and my father was very comforted. He held my hand and said, "You are the eldest in the family and my only son. I can't figure it out all these years. The Qin family needs a leader so that my father can live a stable life in the future. When this child is born, regardless of whether it's a boy or a girl, my father is satisfied." I patted his hand and said, "Don't worry." June. I discussed it with little Lan and planned to let her go to the countryside to nurture the baby and give birth. Her belly was already showing, and she couldn't stay in Shanghai anymore. Little Lan asked me if I wanted a child too. I looked at her and didn't say anything, but I knew in my heart that I did. Qin Zhe was very melancholic and wanted to smoke. I'm still an embryo, and the country can't tolerate me anymore. September. There's still more than a month before she gives birth. I'm very nervous. Because of work, I can only stay in Zhejiang province for 2 days a week to accompany her. Fortunately, Su Guang is with her the rest of the time. October. The child is born. It's a boy. Su Guang called to tell me. The excitement in my heart is indescribable. At that time, my father was seriously ill in bed and stayed in the hospital to take care of him. When my children were born, I couldn't be by little Lan's side. I feel guilty. This time, Qin Zhe didn't understand. He didn't need to ask Yuan Fong to know that something was wrong. But looking at the old master's diary, he couldn't tell who the child his mother was talking about was. As expected, his father was the dumbest. He didn't know anything. November. Bring A's back to Shanghai and naturalize him. Fine him 30,000 yuan. My heart hurts so much that I can't breathe. In the future, I will whip him and teach him to be a talent. Only then will I not let down the pain now. Qin Zhe, is this the reason why you beat me up for so many years? I'm so tired. I'm really not your biological son. Suddenly, the door lock clicked. Someone twisted the handle outside and opened the door. Chapter 304. Qin Zhe. Sigma, Qin Zhe's little heart stopped beating. He felt as if a cold snake had crawled over his back. His breathing stopped subconsciously and his bladder hurt. To sum it up, he was so scared that he peed his pants. If he was caught by his father in this situation, he would definitely die a horrible death. It would be worse than rubbing his sister on the bed. There were so many private things in the diary, including his father's flirtatious thoughts when he was young, and there were also a few particularly appropriate lines of poetry. If his son peeked at such a private thing, he would definitely break his legs. Sigh, why do I keep thinking about breaking my legs? At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through Qin Zhe's mind. He planned a way for himself to survive. Use the system to erase his father's memory? The low-level system obviously didn't have such a function. Do it like a primary school student who wore glasses and gave Uncle Maori a shot of anesthesia? Even the low-level system didn't have such a tool. What should I use to save myself? Could it be that he had to learn from Emperor Taizong of Tang and do it? Shimon kneels down and sucks on the breast, mourning for a long time. The door to the study opened. There was a small gap in the door, and a head poked in. It was a charming and beautiful face that could topple countries. Her eyes were as bright as stars. She turned around and whispered, "Little pervert, why are you sneaking around in Dad's study?" Qin Zhe. He felt as if his body had been emptied. Suddenly he thought of a saying, "Fortune is a tender person. Fate is truly a tormenting little fairy. Come here, I'll definitely beat you to death." Qin Zhe waved at his troublesome sister. Qin Baobao entered the study, closed the door, and skipped over. "Oh, you peeked at Dad's diary. I'm going to tell on you." There seemed to be a flash of light in his sister's eyes. "Nonsense, I was just casually flipping through it. I didn't even know that this was Dad's diary." Qin Zhe flatly denied. He gave his sister's waist a finger tap. "Are you trying to scare me to death?" Qin Baobao let out a low cry. She covered her waist and said angrily, "It's good that you were scared to death. Then why did you enter Dad's study?" I. Qin Zhe was speechless. "Can't I come in to look at the scenery?" The elder sister smiled slyly. "Sure, I'm also here to enjoy the scenery." She sat on the desk and opened the diary. Qin Zhe was shocked. "It's wrong to peek at a diary." He reached out to grab it. The elder sister knew that she couldn't snatch it from Qin Zhe, so she clamped her legs around Qin Zhe's waist and laid down on the table. Then, she raised her hands high above her head and tilted her head 90 degrees to read the diary. "It's not good for you to do this. You're invading Dad's privacy. Be good, give it to me." Qin Zhe rushed over to grab it. His whole body was almost on top of his sister. "You're the only one allowed to violate her, but I'm not allowed to violate her? I don't care, I want to read it." Qin Baobao wriggled her body and parried him. She lay on the table. When she wriggled her body, a certain part of her body shook violently. Qin Zhe didn't dare to really lay on top of his sister. He tried a few times but failed. He felt a little uncomfortable with his waist being clamped between her legs. The elder sister's body was too domineering. He accidentally straightened up. "I won't snatch it. Let go of your legs, let go." Qin Zhe's voice was a little strange. "I won't let go. If I let go, you'll snatch my diary." "Ha, you're an overborn bum. When you were born, Dad wasn't around. Only Uncle was with Mom." Qin Baobao giggled. Perhaps it was because of the thick winter clothes, or because her attention was on the diary, she didn't notice Qin Zhe's abnormality at first. She continued to wriggle her body happily and read the diary. 30,000 yuan fine. So Dad didn't like you since you were young? It's a miracle that you're still alive. It's because of Grandpa's connections that you're registered. Otherwise, you'd be an illegal resident. The family planning policy back then was extremely strict. For those who had experienced it, it was a nightmare that they didn't want to recall. Once they recalled it, they would be taken care of by the great god Xia. At this point, the elder sister's voice stopped abruptly. She also noticed that something was wrong. That secret was a tacit understanding between the siblings. If Qin Zhe could think of it, the intelligent elder sister would definitely think of it as well. Her smile gradually faded. Her charming face was expressionless, like a lifeless paper flower. Her eyelashes trembled. Is there a diary from when I was born?" Qin Zhe sighed. "Yes. When you were born, Dad wasn't around either. After you were born, Grandpa called Dad to tell him that you were safe. Grandpa was very sorry that you were a girl, not a boy." Qin Baobao's delicate brows were tightly knitted. She was thinking and silent. She tried to deduce the truth from the clues, but to no avail. From the diary, there was nothing unusual at all. The elder sister couldn't help but think of Qin Zhe's previous lament. Dad doesn't know anything? 3 seconds of silence for Dad. Then the only way to figure out the matter between me and my younger brother is to have a showdown with Mom? Or find the man written in my younger brother's diary, the man who met Mom at the Rainbow Bridge. But according to my younger brother's diary, that man looks unfamiliar. I've never seen him before. Where can I find him? There are so many people in China. We lack everything, but we don't lack people. After calming down, Qin Baobao finally noticed that something was wrong. There was a murderous aura between her younger brother's legs. This murderous aura was so strong that it interrupted Qin Baobao's thoughts, causing her mind to be in a mess. She raised her head and looked down. Then, her sister's face turned red. It gradually turned red, the kind that was bright and alluring. I told you to loosen your legs, but you didn't, Qin Zhe said awkwardly. My isn't just for decoration. Disgusting. Qin Baobao scolded with a red face. Gotcha. The door of the study opened with a crisp sound. Then, the doorknob was twisted. Someone was about to enter. Qin Zhe. Sigma, Qin Baobao, degree, I'm done for. Qin Zhe was so scared that he almost peed his pants. The person who came in earlier might have been his elder sister. Now, his elder sister was in the study. There was no one else in the house except for Dad and Mom. In other words, the person who came in was either Dad or Mom. The siblings felt like their livers were about to explode. They had never felt so hopeless in their lives. Their lives had never been so exciting. Qin Zhe's heart was filled with sorrow. In the end, he could not escape from Shimin kneels and sucks on the breast, mourning for a long time. Qin Baobao should have loosened her legs. However, if she did, her younger brother's murderous aura would not be between her legs. Instead, it would be naked in front of Dad. This was not a chicken dinner, but a knife dinner. Baobao was mentally exhausted. Baobao did not know how to choose. Qin Zhe glanced at his elder sister's beautiful, watery eyes. Qin Baobao glanced at her younger brother's deep eyes. Qin Zhe, sister, save me. Qin Baobao, brother, save me. Qin Zhe, don't loosen your legs. I'll take care of the diary. Qin Baobao, The elder sister exerted strength in her legs and hooked her younger brother. Qin Zhe, hey, I can't suppress my murderous aura if you keep doing this. Let go of your legs. Qin Baobao, got it? Her long legs loosened slightly. The old man opened the door and walked in. The scene in the study stunned him. It was an eyesore. Chapter 305. The old man was stunned for a long time. His daughter was lying on his beloved desk, which was worth tens of thousands of yuan. She was holding a book and rocking it back and forth. Her legs were still clamped around her brother's waist. His son was lying on his daughter's body and was moving vigorously. His daughter said loudly, No. She was resisting with all her might. Oh my God. A surge of energy surged from the old man's body. His blood was boiling. Wait. It looked like they were fighting for something. That thing looked very familiar. What are you doing? The old man shouted angrily. The brother and sister trembled and looked over at the same time. Their faces were full of fear. This was definitely not an act. Dad, he wanted to peek at your diary. I held him down for you. Qin Baobao accused her brother loudly. Dad, I didn't look at it. I just happened to pick it up. Then Sis came in. Qin Zhe said, I was afraid that she would look at it, so I kept trying to grab it. Although he was mentally prepared, the moment his father pushed the door open, his heart still skipped a beat. Then he restrained his killing intent and calmed down a lot. The only question was, would this stimulation leave any terrible side effects in the future? Nonsense. I didn't want to look at the diary. I was afraid that you would peek. Qin Baobao's face was still a bit red. Her legs were still clamped around her brother's waist. Oh, then I might have misunderstood you. We didn't mean to look at the diary. Qin Zhe's waist was still pressed against his sister's. The old man stood at the door, the corner of his mouth twitching. Then put the diary back, Qin Zhe said. If I put it back, what if you peek again? I won't put it back, Qin Baobao said. Put it back. I won't put it back. The brother and sister talked nonsense, trying to buy time. Then, they exchanged glances. Why is your killing intent still not cooling down? Sis can't act anymore. How would I know? I can't control it. It's all your fault for having such disgusting thoughts. Annoying. It's all your fault for having such a domineering body. You little devil. The old man's mouth twitched. His daughter and son's posture was too much for his eyes. Qin Zhe said loudly, Dad, don't misunderstand. Yes, I really didn't peek at the diary. Before he could finish his sentence, old Master Li had already sliced his scalp off. Qin Baobao was so scared that she quickly sat up and threw the diary on the table. She acted like a spoiled child and said, Dad, the little red guy didn't have a chance to read it. When I came in, he just picked it up. As she spoke, she hugged the old man's arm, giving her younger brother a chance to shrink his waist and adjust. How old are you? You even fooled around with your younger brother. The old man poked her head, and then his eyes fell on the diary. Using the rhetoric of martial arts novels, the old man's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles, the hair on his back stood up, the breath in his dantian surged, and his heart trembled. If he remembered correctly, this diary was a diary from many, many years ago. It was placed at the bottom. Now that the diary at the bottom had been searched, who would believe that he hadn't read the diary at the front? I'm not a university professor if I believe you. The old man exploded. He felt that all his little secrets had been spied on by his son. When a cultured person flew into a rage out of humiliation, it was even more terrifying. At this moment, he had never felt such a strong urge to clean up his house. I'll beat you to death, you little red guy. The old man took out his belt and whipped Qin Zhe hard. Who taught you to be so sneaky? Are you trying to rebel? He got beaten again. Qin Zhe bared his teeth and didn't dodge. He let his father whip him with the belt, just like how he used to be beaten by a feather duster. He was no longer the child he used to be, but when his father taught him a lesson, he still subconsciously stood at attention. When he was in middle school, he also thought that if this man hit him again, he would beat him back. However, it was just a thought. He didn't dare to hit his father. Today, he was in the wrong. He had peeked at the old man's diary and exposed his little secret. Anyone would be furious. Besides, compared to being found out by the old man that he had exposed his murderous intent to his sister, being beaten up for peeking at the diary seemed easier. Dad, don't hit him. Qin Baobao went forward and hugged the old man's arm to prevent him from hitting her brother. Her beautiful face was filled with anxiety and heartache. If you don't hit him, he'll rebel. The old man was flustered. Anyone would be flustered. Qin Zhe thought, you're indeed taking this opportunity to take revenge on me for taking away your position as the head of the family. Mom is mine, and so is sister. I won't let you hit him. Qin Baobao screamed. Qin Ma, who had heard the commotion, happened to hear this. Mother Qin stood at the door in a daze. The scene in front of her was so thrilling that she felt her soul being shaken. The father took out his belt and pretended to hit his son. The son stood at attention without saying a word. However, there was stubbornness and a hint of disdain in his eyes. The panicked and helpless beautiful daughter hugged her father's hand that was holding the belt and shouted, I won't let you hit him. I won't let you hit him. I won't let you hit him. Qin Ma, who had watched a lot of family dramas over the years, instantly filled up all kinds of melodramatic plots in her mind. Could it be, had the two of them finally taken that step? Old Qin caught them red-handed? What should I do? Should I confess? Should I tell the truth? Otherwise, my son will be beaten to death. Life is so hopeless. Qin Ma's body swayed and she lost her balance. She leaned against the door and tears of sorrow flowed down her face. Oh, why is Mom crying? Qin Zhe was facing the door and was the first to see his mother crying. He was startled and hurried over to comfort her. Mother Qin grabbed her son's hand and was overcome with grief. Suddenly, she heard her daughter's voice. Dad, look. I only took a few glances at the diary and you're hitting me. You're hurting me so much that I'm crying. Qin Ma? Diary? Qin Ma looked at her son. Qin Zhe nodded. Don't cry. I'm thick-skinned. It's okay. Qin Ma looked at her husband again. The old man said angrily, "This grandson? Ah no, this kid sneaked into the study and peeped at my diary. I'll beat him to death." So it was just a diary. The world suddenly became beautiful and life was no longer hopeless. Qin Ma wiped her tears and said, "Sneaky? Who taught you to peep at Dad's diary?" She looked at her husband again. "Don't hit him so hard. There's not enough food at home. There's nothing Bao Bao and A's like. I'll go out and have a look." Qin Ma turned around and walked away. The family of three? Qin Zhe thought to himself, "Ma? Isn't she crying because I was beaten up?" Qin Bao Bao thought, "What's going on? Is Mom finally going through menopause?" The old man thought, "Is Xiaolan being sarcastic? If I hit her again, will she sleep in the living room tonight?" The three of them were confused. "I'll teach you a lesson later." The old man pointed at Qin Zhe and kept the diary. "Get out now." The siblings slipped out of the study. They felt that from now on, there would be something called a hidden compartment in the study. "Host, your mom's mental fluctuations are very intense." The system suddenly said. "Your mom's mental fluctuations are intense." Qin Zhe didn't react. He subconsciously retorted, "Wait, you said my mom's mental fluctuations are intense?" The system said, "The intensity is not weaker than the host's just now." Mom's emotional fluctuations? She was very calm just now. She didn't feel sorry for her son at all. "I don't want my mom anymore. I only want my sister. A good mom and dad are not as good as a big sister who can kiss me. If you can read my mother's brain waves, then can you analyze her thoughts? It's like reading her mind." Qin Zhe asked in his heart. "Sorry, I can't. The system doesn't have a language conversion function." The system said regretfully. "It's okay. I'm already mentally prepared." Qin Zhe comforted. "That's strange. I was frightened just now. Frightened that I might lose my life. No matter how much Mom loves me, she wouldn't be so frightened when she saw me being hit. What's the reason?" Qin Zhe's eyes lit up. Could it be that his dad's diary was hiding some unknown secret? The scene just now replayed in his mind frame by frame. Mom's heartbroken tears. Mom's sigh of relief when she heard about the diary. Mom turned around and left. Her light footsteps. There was also her father's angry expression as he waved the whip, his trembling cheeks revealing his anger. Her sister's panic as she hugged her father's arm, her delicate brows furrowed in distress, and her sister shouting, "I won't allow you to hit him." This was definitely her true feelings. Idagawa Qin Zhe thought that he had figured out the truth after careful and high-speed brain waves. He stopped abruptly. His eyes flashed with fear. Mom must have noticed that something was wrong with him and his sister. The system said, "Yes. It's the intense brain waves that the host is experiencing now." Sister bumped into him. She staggered a few steps back. The fat on her chest shook. "Why did you suddenly stop?" Sister hit him angrily. "Suddenly stopped, but I won't do it." Qin Zhe swallowed. "I suddenly felt weak in my legs." At the end of the corridor, Teddy was happily licking the table leg. It turned its head and saw Qin Bao Bao. It seemed to smell the scent of love again. Its black button-like eyes were shining. Teddy moved out. Teddy rushed over at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Teddy launched an attack on Qin Bao Bao's thigh. Teddy flew out. "What kind of dog is that pet shop raising? It's so horny." Qin Zhe took back his foot. "I've never seen anyone else's Teddy like this." Qin Bao Bao took out her phone to check. "That pet shop is quite famous. But the owner seems to be single. No wonder his dog is like this." Teddy launched another attack. Qin Bao Bao flashed behind her brother. Qin Zhe kicked it again. After walking through the long corridor, Qin Zhe and his sister sat cross-legged on the sofa. Teddy anxiously turned around a few times and ran back to licking the table leg. Qin Zhe was deep in thought. He and his sister were already very careful. They never kissed each other or had sex at home. Oh, he spanked his sister's butt. Even Sister Ziwei, who lived with them day and night, was still in the dark. Why did Mom know? From a normal parent's point of view, he and his sister were clearly a pair of loving siblings. Look, Dad didn't know anything at all. Could it be that a pervert saw something perverted? Ah, that's not right to describe Mom. Anyway, Mom must have a guilty conscience. There was another question. Was the other child mine or his sister's? In fact, a paternity test would be enough. His sister could have sex with him and would know immediately. But these days, everything was formal. A paternity test couldn't be done as he wished. All kinds of evidence had to be complete, and the parents had to be present. This was no different from a direct showdown. At that time, his sister couldn't have sex with him. This small family would definitely be in trouble. It was urgent. Chapter 306. This neighborhood was neither old nor new, but the overall layout was very imposing. It was not as flashy and fashionable as the new neighborhoods, nor as old as the old ones. The greenery was done very well, and the structure of the houses was also grand. It was the kind of neighborhood that the locals liked. Yesterday, a film crew came to the neighborhood. It was not a rare thing, and it was not the first time. A few years ago, a very popular family ethics drama was filmed in this neighborhood. In the drama, the parents of the male lead lived in this neighborhood. This time, the film crew was followed by a few big stars. The uncles and aunties in the neighborhood looked around excitedly for a while, but soon dispersed. The older generation did not chase after stars, and they were purely there to join in the fun. Moreover, there was also a big star in the neighborhood. The daughter of the Qin family was very famous. The few female stars in the film crew were far inferior to her. In the morning, the film crew had a conflict with a property owner in the neighborhood. Although most of the scenes were filmed indoors, there were definitely scenes in the neighborhood. However, one of the property owners happened to be renovating, which hindered the film crew's filming. The two parties had a dispute in the neighborhood. It was the scene that Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao saw when they came in. After the property management mediated, the film crew spent some money, and the property owner agreed to renovate another day. At this time, there was a visiting reporter outside the neighborhood interviewing the property owners one by one. A well-dressed woman in her early 30s was followed by an uncle carrying a camera. It was a very standard configuration. It seemed that there should be a big shot in the film crew. "Hello, can I do a simple interview?" The woman caught an auntie wandering in the neighborhood. Usually, entertainment reporters would only interview the film crew. They would not look for the bored bystanders. However, today, the film crew had a slight conflict with the property owner, and this matter could be written in another article. Therefore, after leaving the film crew, she conveniently interviewed the bystanders. Yes. The auntie spoke in Mandarin with a local accent, and her face was full of a reserved smile. "Just now, the film crew had a conflict with the property owner in our neighborhood, right? What do you think about it?" After the woman finished speaking, she put the microphone in front of the auntie. "Just to join in the fun. It's rare to have a film crew. Everyone, don't be too curious." The auntie stuttered. Everyone would be very nervous in front of a microphone or in an eye-catching situation. The female entertainment reporter was a little disappointed. She wanted to hear a sharper answer, so she said, "Will it cause any trouble for you? For example, if it's inconvenient for you to travel, or if fans come over and cause inconvenience in your life." No. The middle-aged woman waved her hands and smiled brightly. "Didn't someone come to film a few years ago? They left after a few days. Many people came to watch the show." The auntie thought for a moment. "We have a celebrity in our neighborhood." The female reporter was stunned. She thought to herself, "What do you mean? There are celebrities in your neighborhood too." She searched her memory for a moment, but she could not remember any celebrities living in this neighborhood. There were only a few A-list and B-list celebrities living in Shanghai. Moreover, a celebrity of that status wouldn't live in such an old neighborhood. Perhaps she was a C or D-list celebrity. "Which celebrity lives here?" the female reporter asked. At the mention of this question, the woman seemed very happy. She said, "That old Qin in Unit 2 of Block 9. An old man carrying a baby came out from the unit next door and complained loudly, 'You've been crying non-stop. Maybe you pooped. Come back and change your diapers.'" He spoke in Shanghai dialect, and the female reporter could only understand half of it. The auntie hurriedly said, "I'm going to change my granddaughter's diapers." She smiled embarrassedly at the camera, greeted her husband, took her granddaughter, and entered the unit together. Halfway through her sentence, the entertainment reporter was very anxious. She looked around and fixed her eyes on another auntie. This auntie's grocery bag was broken, and apples were rolling all over the floor. She was bending down to pick them up one by one. Her other hand was holding her phone, and she was making a call. The female reporter walked over and bent down to help pick up the apples and a few bags of vegetables. But the rope was broken, and the auntie could only hold it with difficulty. Mom is downstairs. The bag is broken. Help me get a new bag down. Yes, there's a new bag in the second cupboard in the kitchen. Thank you. The auntie hung up and said with a smile. She looked at the female reporter and the man holding the small camera. Are you filming TV? She asked. Just by looking at her appearance, one could only guess that she was in her 40s or 50s. She took good care of herself and did not have the puffy eye circles of an ordinary auntie. The crow's feet at the corner of her eyes added some charm to her. A very beautiful auntie. We're here to visit the set, from Beluga Entertainment Weekly. The female reporter said, Can we interview you for a few questions? The auntie smiled and said, Go ahead. The female reporter asked the same question again. The auntie's answer was very well behaved and harmonious. She did not complain or complain. The female reporter thought to herself that the editor's article was probably useless. It was a waste. Then she asked, I just heard from an auntie that there's a celebrity living here. Is it true? She was just asking casually. Anyway, even if there was, it was not a very famous artist. She might not even be considered a celebrity. The general public often mix the concepts of celebrities, and internet celebrities. When the beautiful auntie heard this, she fell silent and hesitated. Is it inconvenient to say? The female reporter asked. If you broadcast it, will there be paparazzi waiting here every day? What if someone knocks on the door and asks for an autograph? The auntie said hesitantly. The female reporter was speechless. What was this? It was hard to say whether the paparazzi would be waiting or not. Knocking on the door and asking for an autograph was too funny. I didn't ask you where the celebrity lived. Moreover, which one of the A-list or B-list big shots did not have paparazzi waiting for them? No, don't worry, the female reporter said. If there was a celebrity living in this area, the editor could add a few hundred more words when writing the article. It should be my daughter, the beautiful auntie said. But I'm not sure if my son is considered a celebrity. I heard that he's quite popular. The female reporter was speechless. Did she hear wrongly? She could understand every word the auntie said, but why did she feel that she did not understand at all? The female reporter asked, Your daughter is a celebrity? The female reporter was in disbelief. Oh, my daughter and son. The auntie looked over the female reporter's shoulder and behind them and said happily. The female reporter subconsciously turned her head to look. The man holding the small camera also turned around and turned the lens. A young couple walked over. The man was about 1.8 meters tall and looked very handsome. He had short hair and was wearing a black leather jacket, dark-colored casual pants, and sneakers. The young woman held his arm. She was wearing a light blue down jacket and a pair of tight pencil pants. Her long legs were straight and well-proportioned, paired with a pair of white snow boots. The woman was wearing sunglasses. The female reporter, who was slightly short-sighted, could not see clearly, but the man looked very familiar. Xianxia? The female reporter stammered. As a qualified entertainment reporter, it was impossible for her not to recognize Xianxia. This Xianxia, even though he was not from the entertainment industry, was more famous and exposed than some small celebrities. Not even ordinary third-rate celebrities could compare to him. Just his title of fast shooter was already well-known. Then the woman beside him was undoubtedly Qin Bao. The sister was awesome, and so was the brother. The combination of the siblings was even more awesome. The female reporter ran over excitedly. Miss Qin, hello. Qin Bao frowned. Xianxia blinked. Hello, you are? I'm a reporter from Platinum Entertainment Weekly, Li Ru. The female reporter was so excited that her face was red. Can I do a simple interview with you? The female reporter was wearing an office lady's suit. She had a good figure and was between 25 and 30 years old. As long as a woman of this age knew how to dress up, she would exude a mature charm. Xianxia did not have any complicated thoughts and looked at her a few more times. His arm was secretly pinched by his sister. How ruthless! Qin Baobao was not a magnanimous woman. She had a small temper and was also very narrow-minded. She was gracious and well-educated outside, and it was not an act. The main reason was that there were not many people outside who were worth her being calculative and throwing a tantrum. His sister's world was not big, and Xianxia occupied a large part of it. She regarded her brother as especially important. Xianxia hated all the flirtatious sluts who threw flirtatious glances at Qin Bao. Similarly, she did not like Xianxia staring at other women. "I can, but it's not convenient for my sister," Xianxia said. "Then, thank you." The female reporter nodded. "Do you live here?" "My parents live here." "May I ask what the recent work schedule of Tianfeng Entertainment is?" "There are no special plans for now." "When is Qin Baobao's next album?" "Wait until next year." "Does Qin Baobao have a boyfriend?" "You said you would only answer my questions." "Do you have a girlfriend?" Xianxia looked at his sister and shook his head. The female reporter asked a few more questions and left in satisfaction. This content was enough for an editor to write 2,000 words. Today's task was more than completed. Entertainment reporters like them ran around every day. In fact, the things they took might not necessarily be published as articles. However, if they were liked and published as entertainment news, they would get a commission. She could cut today's things into 2 news articles. One article would become 2 articles, and she would have an extra income. Qin Ma carried the grocery bags and walked over in small steps. "Is it okay? Will someone come and knock on the door? Or paparazzi in the neighborhood?" As she spoke, Qin Ma glanced at her daughter's hand that was hugging her son's arm. Her liver hurt. Which family's daughter hugged her brother's arm like this all day? She was too embarrassed to say it. "They won't. The paparazzi are waiting at my place." "It doesn't matter. I don't have a boyfriend. They can take whatever photos they want." Qin Baobao sensed her mother's gaze. She calmly let go of her mother and ran her fingers through her hair. Let me do it." Xianxia took the vegetables and fruits from his mother's hands. They were quite heavy. After returning home, Qin Ma washed the apples, cut them into pieces, inserted toothpicks into them, and brought them to the living room. On the way, Teddy was pestering her calf. "Mom, this dog is so annoying. Let me tell you, hurry up and send it away." Qin Baobao frowned. "Wait for your Aunt Zheng to be discharged," Qin Ma said helplessly. "Pancreatitis is very torturous. At least 10 days to half a month. In serious cases, it can be months," Xianxia said. "No way?" Qin Ma was stunned. She searched on her phone and said gloomily, "It's true." "Then we won't come back this month." Qin Baobao's voice was tinged with a little happiness. "I'll pretend that I never gave birth to you," Qin Ma said angrily. Then she changed the topic. "By the way, the movie you made is going to be released. Is it today or tomorrow?" Qin Baobao and Xianxia looked at each other and thought, "It's finally here. Today." Qin Baobao pretended to be relaxed. "Mom, there's nothing to see. I'm not the lead. I'm just a guest star. Ace is the lead. I heard from your dad." Qin Ma smiled. "It's my son's first movie. Of course, I have to watch it." "Of course not," Xianxia said. "But I don't have any acting skills." "Mom, you don't know. I'm the kind of awkward little fresh meat with no acting skills. It's a trashy movie for fun. There's nothing to see. There will be people in the theater who will scold me for my bad acting skills. You'll feel uncomfortable when you hear that, right?" Xianxia said. The director would cry if he heard that. The movie that he worked so hard to prepare for 2 years became a trashy movie for no reason. "It's okay. Bao, I didn't feel angry when you scolded me a while ago. Can it be worse than scolding her?" Qin Ma didn't care. It was the absolute truth. Some time ago, when the old master was looking at the computer and scrolling through Weibo, Qin Ma was calm and collected. Her mental fortitude was off the charts. Qin Zhe wanted to say more, but his sister nudged him with her foot and signaled him to shut up. Qin Baobao took out her phone and poked at the screen with her slender fingers. Mom, let me check for you. There should still be tickets for tonight. If it were an ordinary parent, Qin Baobao would definitely say, "Oh, there are no tickets. What a pity." However, this lie could fool Qin Ma, but it couldn't fool the old master. Moreover, Qin Ma just didn't like to use the internet. It didn't mean that she didn't know how to use it. After all, Qin Ma had a high school education. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't have the heart to study, she might have been able to go to university. University in that era, TSK. Qin Baobao poked and poked at the screen. Suddenly she said, "Oh, Mom, my stomach hurts." Then her sister threw the phone away and held her stomach. Looking at her round buttocks, she moaned painfully on the sofa. "What's wrong? Menstrual cramps again?" Qin Ma was shocked. She hugged her daughter and frowned. "Did you eat something bad these few days?" Qin Baobao buried her head in her mother's arms and whimpered, "Maybe I ate something bad. It hurts," sob. She peeked out an eye and blinked at her brother. Only then did Qin Zhe know that his sister was faking her illness. He was scared out of his wits just now and subconsciously wanted to hug her. Fortunately, he restrained himself. His mother was still standing there. His sister was really good at acting and scheming. "Shall I take you to the hospital?" Qin Ma was anxious. "No need. I'll go to the hospital if my stomach hurts. It's not that pretentious." "Ouch," Qin Baobao said, painfully. "Then I'll take you back to your room to rest." "No, I'm sleeping in your arms. I'm your obedient Baobao." Qin Baobao did not forget to act coquettishly. Qin Ma was distressed and gratified. "My scheming girl is really something. It's better to lie in bed if your stomach hurts." Qin Ma helped her daughter back to her room and rubbed her stomach for a long time. Qin Baobao said that it was much better, but she did not dare to say that it didn't hurt anymore. She had to act until nighttime. "Mom, how's sister?" Qin Zhe nibbled on an apple and pretended to be concerned. "She's much better. You said that she ate something bad, but she doesn't have diarrhea or vomiting. I think it's better to go to the hospital for a checkup." Qin Ma was worried. "She's not a doll. She's not that pretentious. She'll be fine after a while." Qin Ma hit her son. "I'll go check on her." Qin Zhe nibbled on an apple and slipped into his sister's room. She was sitting on the bed playing with her mobile phone and subconsciously wanted to shrink into the quilt. When she saw that it was Qin Zhe who came in, she rolled her eyes. "Smart." Qin Zhe sat on the bed and gave her a thumbs up. "Help me get an apple. Don't just eat by yourself." Qin Baobao pushed him. "You have a stomachache. Why are you eating an apple?" Qin Zhe handed her half an apple. "Do you mind?" Qin Baobao gnawed on the half apple like a rabbit gnawing on a carrot. Soon she finished the apple. His sister hugged Qin Zhe's neck from behind and breathed in his ear. "Stomachache. Ace, can you rub your sister's stomach?" Qin Zhe was unmoved. His sister lowered her voice as if she was doing something shameful. "Take off your clothes and rub them." Qin Zhe still ignored her. She shouted unhappily. "I want you to pretend to have a stomachache. You can't pretend for 2 days. Otherwise, Mom and Dad will force you to go to the hospital," Qin Zhe said. "Why are you thinking so much?" Qin Baobao smiled sweetly. She was as charming as she could be. "Big sister is rubbing your tummy. Do you want to come?" Qin Zhe gritted his teeth. This torturous soy milk machine. Is it very exciting to step on a tightrope? Qin Zhe said angrily. "Believe it or not, I'll reward you." Qin Baobao covered her buttocks and looked at him warily. "Then, will you pretend to have a stomachache tomorrow?" "It's useless for me to pretend. Besides, we'll take turns to have stomachaches. Mom is not a fool." "Oh, why are you thinking so much? Talk to your sister." Qin Baobao pulled the quilt and covered herself and her brother. Of course, they were just talking. Qin Zhe was used to chatting with his sister under the quilt. They chatted for a while under the quilt. Qin Zhe's phone rang. The caller ID, Zhao Taizhu. Chapter 307. Why is Zhao Taizhu calling me? Although Zhao Taizhu had become his first man on top through Sister Ziwei, he didn't have much contact with Zhao Taizhu. After all, they weren't from the same world. One of them was the son of a well-off family. One of them was probably an old driver in bed when he was a teenager. The other had been drooling over his sister since childhood. They didn't have any common topics to talk about, and they didn't have any friendship. Occasionally, Zhao Taizhu would ask him about the origin of the Exploding Heavens faction. Qin Zhe would talk nonsense. Anyway, bragging wasn't illegal. In addition, Zhao Taizhu also gave him an ICBC account. Every month, Qin Zhe would ask the finance department to remit 5% of the company's income to him. Brother Zhao. Qin Zhe's voice was sincere. What's the matter? Sister Ziwei could call him Zhao Taizhu and step on him like a queen. That was because they had been friends since childhood. Qin Zhe couldn't be like Sister Ziwei. His EQ wasn't that low. He regarded Zhao Taizhu as a good-natured second generation who could be managed as a friend. How's my sister Zijin doing? Zhao Taizhu laughed heartily. She's eating well and wearing warm clothes. She's in great health. Qin Zhe smiled. Hearing Wang Zijin's name, his sister leaned over. Qin Zhe didn't push her away as usual. For the first time, he hugged his sister's waist. His sister's delicate body collapsed and then relaxed. She snuggled softly in his arms. Zhao Taizhu talked for a long time. He didn't have a main topic. He talked about some interesting things in the system and planned to go fishing with friends during New Year's Day. He asked Qin Zhe if he wanted to go. Of course, Qin Zhe didn't want to go. He declined. Fishing is very particular. Newbies look at the buoy. Veterans rely on their feelings. Sometimes when the buoy sinks and the hook is lifted too early, the fish will escape and nothing will be caught. Am I right? Zhao Taizhu said. That's true. Qin Zhe responded with a smile. However, you can't lift the hook too late. Once the bait is cast, there must be a harvest, right? All right then, I won't disturb you any further. Brother Zhao, I'm hanging up. Qin Zhe hung up the phone and frowned. This phone call was inexplicable, and the content of the conversation was even more meaningless. This kind of meaningless phone call was something that only middle and high school couples would talk about. Even college students wouldn't do it, let alone Qin Zhe and Zhao Taizhu. Who would want to talk to a rough man on the phone? But Zhao Taizhu couldn't have called him for no reason. There must be something behind it. So annoying. Zhao Taizhu had picked up most of the bad habits of the system. Zhao Taizhu had learned most of the bad habits of the system. Qin Zhe thought for a long time but couldn't figure it out for the time being. He planned to go home and ask Sister Ziwei for advice. Qin Baobao raised his head and gently stroked his younger brother's eyebrows over and over again with a gentle look in his eyes. What are you thinking about? It's nothing. A friend called. I didn't understand what he wanted to say. Wang Zijin's friend. Qin Baobao said sourly, Wow, your circle of friends are mixed. This guy's identity is not ordinary. He works in the system and doesn't have a high position, but the elders in his family are very capable. He is Sister Ziwei's childhood friend. Our Baoza company is now under his protection. Qin Zhe said. After that, he saw the sadness in his sister's eyes. He put his arms around his sister's small waist, put his chin on her head, and said softly, Even with Sister Ziwei's relationship, I still have to rely on myself to build my own network. In fact, Sister Ziwei can't help me much. I have to walk my own path. I can't make as much money as she can for me. Qin Baobao said softly, Yes. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I won't think about it. Instead of wasting my efforts to sharpen my blade, it's better to think about how to stabilize my parents. With my parents' forgetfulness, after today, they might forget about it tomorrow. Who would be so obsessed with a movie? Qin Zhe, who had sharp ears and eyes, heard the light footsteps outside the door. He was shocked and said in a low voice, Moan. Qin Baobao. Qin Baobao swore that this was the most ridiculous thing she had ever heard in her life. It was so ridiculous that her heart was about to explode. My brother asked me to moan? What does he want to do? Oh, I hate it. I have to do this all of a sudden. I'm still at home. Qin Baobao's heart was beating wildly. Suddenly, she saw her brother's figure bouncing up as if he had been electrocuted. He sat upright by the bed and straightened the quilt at the same time. The door was pushed open and Qin Ma came in with a cup of warm water. Bao Bao, drink a cup of warm water. Let's see if you have diarrhea later. Qin Bao Bao silently loosened her hands on the waist of her pants. A corner of her black lace panties was revealed, but she hid it again. I want to take off my pants. So this is what you're talking about. Qin Bao Bao lay on the bed and looked at the ceiling. She felt that her body was hollowed out. Bao Bao? Sit up and drink some water. Qin Ma's gentle voice sounded. Qin Zhe looked at his sister in surprise. He didn't understand why she suddenly looked like a paper flower that had been drained of energy. Mom, I'm so tired. I want to sleep. Qin Bao Bao pulled the quilt and covered her head. Does your stomach still hurt? Yes, it hurts so much. But my heart hurts more than my stomach. Why do you still feel bad? I think you really need to go to the hospital. My heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys all hurt. What nonsense are you talking about, silly child? Qin Ma could tell that her daughter was acting coquettishly. She put the cup on the bedside table and told Qin Zhe to talk to his sister. I'll go and tell your dad. He's worried. Why doesn't Dad come and see for himself? Qin Zhe asked. Who knows? He's in the study room slamming the table and glaring. He's very angry, but he just won't come out, Qin Ma said. Of course. If it were anyone else, they would be too ashamed to face anyone. After all, his son saw his flirtatious heart. He would definitely worry about whether his father's image would collapse. Qin Zhe thought to himself, I have to be extra careful today. I don't want my dad to find fault with me. Mom's gone. Stop pretending. After his mom left, Qin Zhe went to pull the blanket, but his sister held on tightly. She covered herself in the blanket and shouted, Little red guy, get lost, sob sob sob. She was acting coquettishly for no reason. Qin Zhe was very annoyed. Seeing that she didn't come out even after shouting for a long time, he simply sat on his sister and pressed her head that was covered by the blanket. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. His sister began to struggle. Her small waist kept arching upwards. However, no matter how flexible and strong her small waist was, she couldn't lift her brother who was more than 140 pounds. His sister, who was almost suffocated to death, popped her head out. She was panting and her face was red. She was so angry that she cried. You don't love me at all. It's written in the novel that the younger brother loves his sister very much. Damn, what kind of novel are you reading? If you're my sister, I'll love you, Qin Zhe said. Then you can treat me as your sister. Qin Bao Bao twisted her butt in the blanket and pouted. Sob sob sob. Your sister doesn't know how to sob, Qin Zhe said in distress. When I see the words sob 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 on the internet, my mind will think of you. Then how does your sister sob? Qin Bao Bao had an expression of asking for advice. I already said that my sister doesn't know how to sob. My sister will say, Oni-chan, you're great. Oni-chan, you're the best, Qin Zhe said. Disgusting, the first and the last one doesn't matter. What the hell is the middle one? Qin Bao Bao had a look of disdain. So you're the legendary Siscon? Qin Zhe seriously considered this question. It felt good to have a cute little sister with a delicate body. When the little sister grew up, the cute little sister with a round face would turn into a beautiful girl with a pair of sparkling clear eyes. She would be like a willow branch that had just sprouted out tender shoots. She would be very, very dependent on you. Thinking of this, Qin Zhe looked at his sister. His sister was lying on the bed and panting. Her huge chest was heaving up and down. The scene was spectacular. Forget it, a sister or whatever, it's just a fleeting cloud. It's good to have a sister. Sister knows how to act coquettishly and act cute. She can also kiss. Sister's figure is very domineering. Sister will occasionally consider her image and give her brother some love. Sister has all the characteristics of a sister. Sister will only have the characteristics of a sister after a few years. No, she might not have them. I'll go out first. You sleep for a while, Qin Zhe said. Sleep for what? I'm not a pig. How can I sleep now? Qin Baobao felt wronged. I pretended to be sick for our sake. You can't leave me alone. Then I'll tell you a joke. Qin Zhe touched his sister's head, but she pushed his hand away. A woman went on a blind date. The first one was a lawyer, a proper social elite. But she didn't like him. The second one was a university professor. He had a car, a house, and savings. She still rejected him. The third one was a thief. The woman liked him at first sight. Do you know why? His sister tilted her head and thought about it seriously. Because the thief is handsome? No. Oh, I know. Because the thief is her first love. The thief is actually a rich man's tall, handsome, and rich man. The woman found out. Look, where did so many tall, handsome, and rich men come from? Then why? I can't think of it. Forget it if you can't think of it. Tell me, please. Call me Grandpa. Grandpa? Qin Zhe thought about it seriously and decided not to tell his sister the answer. He felt that it was not right to tell his sister this kind of joke. I won't tell you even if you call me Grandpa, Qin Zhe said. After saying that, his sister rewarded him with a Foshan shadowless kick. His sister's long legs were very strong. Chapter 308. He always felt that it was too demonic to tell such a story with his sister. Hence, Qin Zhe changed his mind and decided not to tell his sister the correct answer. Anyway, his sister was forgetful. She would forget after throwing a tantrum. If it were Wang Zijin or Su Yu, they might have taken out their phones to search for the answer. That would be awkward. His sister and his mother were the same. They were big-hearted and didn't like to be calculative. They would forget unhappy things very quickly. His mother was the same. Hence, his mother's mentality was very young and she didn't look old. She was about the same age as his grandfather, but she looked at least 10 years younger. His sister had inherited this from his mother. She definitely wouldn't complain about being old in the future. His sister's lifespan was very long. He said he wasn't demonic. Oh right, I contacted Li Wei a few days ago. She wants to jump ship to Tianfang, but we have to pay for the compensation. Qin Zhe remembered this matter. How do you have her contact? If she wants to jump ship, she can just contact the company. What's there to talk to you about? Qin Baobao suddenly became serious. She turned from a wimpy girl to a professional elite. His sister's aura gradually took shape. When she frowned and thought, if she changed into office wear, she would look like a strong woman in the workplace. This felt good, very good. Seeing his sister transform step by step and her aura getting stronger and stronger, Qin Zhe felt a sense of accomplishment. There was a saying, a flirtatious senior couldn't be compared to a naive junior. This was because the junior also had her flirtatious moments. How could the flirtatious moments of being in someone else's iron rod compare to the flirtatious moments of being in your own iron rod? That was the original saying. But now, to describe his sister, he had to remove the word iron rod. Yes, remove it. It's the contact information we exchanged when we were filming the movie. Qin Zhe said. The image of Li Wei standing beside him appeared in his mind. Her voice was gentle and her lips were curved into a smile. President Qin, can you give me your contact information? Qin Zhe gave it to her without hesitation. The main reason was that Li Wei was a voluptuous and charming 30-year-old woman. His resistance to mature women was always very low. At the premiere ceremony, Li Wei had mentioned this matter without revealing her expression. She was a very smart woman, always leaving a way out for herself. Qin Zhe did not give her a promise at that time, and only contacted her afterwards. Qin Baobao took out the phone from her brother's pocket and held his thumb to unlock the screen. She opened the contact list and found the chat history between Qin Zhe and Li Wei. After confirming that there was no ambiguous content, she said with satisfaction, "In the future, I'll leave this matter to you. Don't worry about it." Qin Zhe felt that even if he became the big boss of the entertainment industry in the future, there was nothing to be happy about. The most important benefit of being a big boss was cut off by his sister. The iron rod was indeed useless. Cut it. What's wrong with this Guling? Qin Baobao said angrily. His sister's angry look was very cute. Qin Zhe pinched his sister's cheek, but she retaliated with a karate chop. This was the time to show the benefits of having a sister. If it was his sister, when he patted her head, she would definitely close her eyes in enjoyment and rub her face against his palm like a cat. When he pinched her cheek, she would puff her cheeks angrily. Xianxia immediately knew that his sister was looking through his chat software. Speaking of this Guling, he was also having a headache. He did not know how he had managed to seduce her. She would send him greetings every few days, and Xianxia would usually reply. If it was more ambiguous, he would reply the next day or pretend that he did not understand. It had been a few months since they came back from Taiwan. Guling's messages had become more and more provocative, and she was using different methods to tease him. What do these two pictures mean? Qin Baobao frowned and pointed the phone screen at her brother. A week ago, the phone chat history, Xianxia. Yes, everything has been good recently. Thank you for your concern. Guling, I saw these two pictures on my WeChat moments today. They seem to be very meaningful, but I don't understand. Guling, sent a picture, Guling. Xianxia, do you understand? Xianxia, winky face Guling, what about this one? Guling, sent a picture, Xianxia, winky face a brief introduction of the pictures. The first picture, 2 pigeons on a tree, a dead sheep below. The second picture, a wooden house. The window was open, and you could see an empty room. The bed was placed beside the window, and there was a pile of stones on the bed. This girl, Guling, is quite polite. Every now and then, she would send me a message to give me her blessings and keep in touch. She's also quite lively. Look, I don't even know what these 2 pictures she sent me mean. But I can tell that she's a talkative girl who can't stay still, Xianxia said. Qin Baobao tilted her head and thought for a long time. That was indeed the case. Moreover, her brother usually did not reply to the more ambiguous messages, or he would reply the next day. That way, both parties would lose interest. Don't mislead her. Don't give her any hope. Qin Baobao's slender fingers lifted her brother's ear. Guling is a very ambitious woman. She's very scheming and cares too much about fame and fortune. I know. Although Guling was beautiful, her temperament and appearance were the inferior version of Wang Zijin. With sister Zijin at home, Xianxia really couldn't think of a reason to seduce her. That's a good boy. Qin Baobao rubbed his ear and gave him a kiss. The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach was released today. As the sister and brother's debut movie, they naturally attended the premiere. The premiere was held half a month ago. Xianxia, the director, and many other main actors stood on a huge stage. The background was a huge picture of the Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach. In the picture, Xianxia was wearing a black hat and a snow-white scarf around his neck. He was holding a gun in his hand. Half of his handsome face was bright and the other half was hidden in the light. His gaze was sharp and cold. It was explosive. During the ceremony, the reporter even asked a few difficult questions. Qin Baobao, I heard that when you played the role of Yun Yan, you didn't use a stunt double. Don't you have any psychological barriers when filming a kiss scene with your brother? Goddess Qin Baobao smiled faintly and replied, although I debuted as a singer, I love what I do. Kissing is also one of the essential skills of an actor. Moreover, filming is an art. It doesn't matter who the actor is. I can only say that I work hard to overcome my psychological barriers. The audience burst into thunderous applause. The director also clapped. He clapped with a F*** feeling. When it was Xianxia's turn, the reporter asked him about the development plans of Tianfeng Entertainment. Xianxia gave a simple explanation. Then, the reporter asked again, President Qin, you're not a professional actor. Are you filming this movie for fun? No, I'm putting in a lot of effort into this movie. As for how effective it is, you'll know when you watch the movie. The reporter asked, one last question. Rumor has it that the original male lead wanted to film a kiss scene with Qin Baobao but was rejected. The netizens are saying that you don't accept Qin Bao kissing someone else. Because of this reason, you changed the male lead. Is that true? Xianxia, that's not true at all. Because of the original male lead schedule, he can't continue filming. The fact that I'm acting in this movie has nothing to do with Qin Baobao. There's also no rumor that I don't like her kissing someone else. There were so many people present at the ceremony, so the news couldn't have been kept under wraps. But without the endorsement of the film crew, this news could only be considered gossip. It was just gossip to amuse the netizens. The audience burst into thunderous applause. The director also clapped. He clapped with a F*** feeling. Are this pair of siblings messing with me? Are they purposely looking for trouble? I didn't even know you guys before this. Then it was the director's turn to speak. The director greatly praised Qin Zhe's acting skills and professionalism. He said that he was a fresh stream in the entertainment industry. He started from scratch and was of high quality. Then they watched the movie. Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao watched it with great interest. They were the main actors, but when they watched the movie, they still felt that it was interesting and refreshing. It was obvious that the film crew had put in a lot of effort in the post-production editing. When he saw the passionate kiss scene with his sister, Qin Zhe felt a little embarrassed. He turned to look at Qin Baobao, who was beside him. Her face was flushed and her eyes were watery. She sensed that Qin Zhe was looking at her. Her eyelashes fluttered and she deliberately did not look at Qin Zhe. Or rather, she was too shy to look at him. Thanks to the film crew's strong promotion and Qin Zhe's investment, the promotion was done very well. On the internet, Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach is screening today. I'm hesitating whether to watch it or not. Yes, it's Qin Zhe and Qin Baobao's first film. I heard that they will have a kissing scene. I can't wait to watch it. I'll definitely watch it. I'll always support Baobao. Come on, the two of them have never acted before. They have no experience. How can they make a high-quality movie? Upstairs, you must be Gu Zhengyu's fan. I heard that Gu Zhengyu was kicked out of the film crew. I'm just a passerby. I want to refute. This has nothing to do with whose fan you are. I think that person is right. How can you act if you don't have any acting skills? You'll just be scolded. Look at those little fresh meats now. How many of them came from professional schools? They either became popular through talent shows or came back from Gaoli to debut as a singer. In fact, those actors who came from professional schools need to hone their skills for several years before their acting skills are good. I'm a rational fan. I'm not going to watch the movie. Just like what the upstairs said, little fresh meats without acting skills are just making up for it with their faces. I don't want Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe to fail in the same movie. I'd better not watch it. Now that you mention it, I feel like I've failed miserably at a very easy task. If only my goddess could sing. I hate those stars who have no acting skills but insist on acting awkwardly. I really hate them. I'm not going to watch it. I don't want my goddess to lose points in my heart. Is there anyone buying a ticket? Waiting for the poison test. The comments on the internet were mixed. Some people refused to watch it, while others couldn't wait to watch it. Chapter 309. The movie was unexpectedly good, very exciting, and very hot-blooded. In the beginning, the protagonist and his childhood friends squatted on the side of the street, biting a grass root, and sighed. The poorest is begging for food. If you don't die, you will always be successful. When he said this, Qin Zhe spat out the grass root in his mouth. His cheeks puffed up, and his expression was fierce and unwilling. It was a perfect portrayal of a small character who had no way out. Then, the protagonist and his friends saved a big boss who was being assassinated by a rival gang at night. The big boss was very grateful to the two young people and asked them what they wanted in return. Whether it was evil money or evil beauties, the big boss could satisfy them. But the protagonist didn't ask for money or beauties. In the dim yellow light, he clenched his fists and said with a determined expression, I want to follow you. Looking at Qin Zhe's determined expression and unyielding eyes, the big boss thought to himself, this kid will become a great person in the future. The scriptwriter should be writing web novels. Hey, his acting is not bad. I feel that his acting is very good. Is it really his first time acting? It's a bit interesting. It's better than I imagined. Let's watch more. If I don't like it, I'll leave halfway. In the cinema, the audience whispered softly. Qin Zhe's acting surprised the audience. To bring a character to life, it wasn't enough to stand and say a few lines. From the tone to the eyes, any subtle expression on the face was a test of acting skills. Qin Zhe played the image of a small street gangster vividly. Then, the protagonist began his life of licking blood on the blade. All kinds of gunfights, knife fights, and led the minions to occupy one territory after another. In 2 years, he became the #1 general under the big boss. The movie started 20 minutes ago. From the beginning of the small character to the present, it was full of hot blood and fighting. It was very emotional and exciting. At a gathering of the big bosses, the male lead offended a big boss that he couldn't afford to offend. If the territory was stolen, then take it back. All you do is curse. Are you out to mingle? I'm not targeting a certain senior. I'm saying that everyone here is trash. He raised his face and smiled disdainfully. I'm a pheasant. If you're a brother, then come and kill me. He smashed his cup. That arrogant gaze, that inflated mentality, and that supercilious ruthlessness were vividly displayed in the eyes of the audience. Your acting is really good. Who said that Qin Zhe doesn't know how to act? I don't think he's any worse than an experienced actor. In this movie, Qin Zhe single-handedly shouldered all the acting. There's something wrong with the way he speaks. He's definitely not reciting lines. He really brought the character to life. The plot is amazing too. It's very exciting. That night, the main character was hunted down. He was shot in the shoulder and had to cover his wound as he fled to the Yihong brothel, where he broke into the room of the top hostess, Yun Yan. Yun Yan, played by Qin Baobao, was sitting in the bathtub with her hair tied up. Her gorgeous face and charming eyes almost instantly stole the attention of the main character. In this scene, the production crew added light and shadow effects to make the bathing scene more beautiful. During the filming, the person sitting in the bucket was actually the stunt double. Under the effect of the main character's halo, Yun Yan helped him escape and the two of them got to know each other. The passionate plot came to an end at this point, and the emotional scene between the main character and Yun Yan began. Surprisingly, Qin Baobao's acting was also very good. Her seductive eyes, her casual seduction, and her gentle gaze when she gazed at the main character. When they met for the second time, Qin Zhe had already taken care of his boss's #1 opponent. His momentum was unparalleled. He came to Yun Yan's room and sat at the table drinking. His face was cold and stern. His arrogance and domineering aura had disappeared, and he became gloomy and reserved. Have you taken care of your problems outside? Yun Yan sat by the bed. The curtains were lowered, and her figure was graceful and graceful. There's nothing in this world that can't be solved with bullets, Qin Zhe said coldly. Yun Yan lifted the curtains and walked over to the main character. She sat opposite him and rested her chin on her hand. She smiled and gazed at him. Hey, little brother, you're especially lonely today. How about I accompany you tonight? As soon as Qin Baobao appeared, she blinded the eyes of countless male audience members. Her charming face and hot body, especially when she was wearing a cheongsam, were simply too domineering. Qin Zhe grabbed his sister's hand and pulled her up from the table. He held her waist with one hand and her wrist with the other. He smiled wickedly. Tonight, I'll let you see my real skills. The two kissed passionately and seriously. The camera gave the siblings a big close-up. The scene of Qin Zhe kissing his sister could be clearly seen. He sucked on her lips and stuck out his tongue. Qin Baobao responded passionately. They kissed until the sky darkened. The kiss was not pretentious. Then, the main character carried Yun Yan in his arms and walked towards the bed. He threw the beauty on the bed and climbed on top of her. He pressed her on the bed and continued kissing her. The camera gave them another close-up. It showed Qin Zhe tasting his sister's lips as if he was tasting the world's best food. During the whole process, Qin Baobao kept her eyes closed and her eyelashes trembled violently. During the premiere, Qin Zhe and his sister saw this scene. They looked at each other and had the same thought. We can't let our parents see this. Otherwise, we'll be screwed. Damn, Qin Baobao's cheongsam is too beautiful. A beauty with such a figure wearing bubbles is simply a killer. It's so beautiful that it's about to explode. If only I had a girlfriend like her. Bastard, let go of Qin Baobao and let me do it. At the same time, the audience also recognized Qin Baobao's acting skills. She was a seductive, charming, and flirtatious woman. Through the details in her eyes, she revealed Yun Yan's deep love for the main character. The plot was laid out one by one. Yun Yan's scenes were 15 minutes long. She could barely be considered the second female lead. Although this character was portrayed well by Qin Baobao, the script had already determined her tragic fate. Qin Zhe played the role of the male lead. He was a vagabond who had no choice but to do as he pleased. During a gang fight, one of the bosses was assassinated. The main character and his companions became stray dogs who lived in fear and were chased all over the place. During this time, they hid at Yun Yan's place for a few days and had sex a few times. The charming Yun Yan lay in Qin Zhe's arms and said softly, "No matter how good the outside world is, isn't it tiring to hide every day and live in constant danger?" The main character, nicknamed Xianxia, had a cold expression and did not speak. "I've saved some money over the years. Take me with you. Let's go to the countryside and live a peaceful life there." Yun Yan really fell in love with him, but she neglected one thing. Xianxia was a wanderer, an ambitious wanderer. He was unwilling to live an ordinary life and longed to be outstanding. He was a man of iron. After that incident, Xianxia never went to the Yihong brothel to look for Yun Yan again. He got to know the daughter of a business tycoon and successfully captured the heart of the daughter played by Li Wei during one of his kidnappings. With the help of his father-in-law's money and power, Xianxia began to reach the peak of his life. His power continued to expand. The number of people following him increased from a dozen to a few hundred. He became a tycoon in old Shanghai. On a cold and rainy night, the candlelight danced. "You're getting married?" Yun Yan sat by the bed. Her beautiful face reflected the flickering candlelight. "Yes." Xianxia stood by the bed and looked at the dreary night. "Will you come?" On the day of Xianxia's wedding, Yun Yan threw herself into the Huangpu River. This woman with a bitter past ended her life. In the ending subtitles, a few years later, the Japanese army invaded China. Because Xianxia did not cooperate with the Japanese's orders, he was killed by the Japanese, which ended this ambitious and ruthless man's life of more than 20 years. At the moment of his death, in Xianxia's dazed eyes, a beautiful woman appeared. She stood in the distance and looked back with a smile. The movie ended. I cried at the end. It was so sad and sad. It's surprisingly good. I'm going to recommend it to my friends. It's passionate and emotional. It's like witnessing the ups and downs of a hero's life and the melancholy of death. Qin Zhe is going to be popular. He's the lead, but his acting is only 666. The little fresh meat wants to beat someone up. The audience left reluctantly and prepared to go back to recommend it to their friends and classmates. The next day, Qin Zhe received a call from Suyu. He reported that the box office on the first day of release was not high, only about 4 million. Among the movies released at the same time, it was below average. From the perspective of an investor, if there was no miracle of a loser's comeback, then this investment was obviously a flop. As the housekeeper of Bao's company, Suyu did not have to worry about the stock futures for the time being. There were several departments doing it. The movie investment was an additional project, so only Suyu could follow. Qin Zhe was a hands-off boss. Suyu did everything, Suyu did it, and Suyu still did it. It was also because of his experience in controlling the masochist. Anyway, whenever Suyu complained, Qin Zhe blinked his sincere eyes. "Suyu, this company can't do without you. I can't do without you either." Suyu felt that she was a very important person, an irreplaceable person. The Almighty and the company could not do without her. Her presence was bursting. Her body was tired, but her heart was filled with satisfaction. So she happily threw herself into work again. Is it too low? Qin Zhe frowned. If it weren't for the system's task, he wouldn't have the idea of investing in the movie at all, so he didn't think of making a lot of money with this movie. But at least let me recover the cost. As far as the current box office is concerned, it will definitely be taken off the shelves in a month. After deducting the movie theater's share and the share of other investors, he can't even recover the cost. The publicity has been done. The reason why the box office is not high should be that the internet doubts your level as an actor. Suyu said, "I've seen the movie. It's not bad. The box office should catch up later. What if it can't catch up? Qin Zhe said angrily. You're blaming me? Where's your conscience? Su Yu said in an aggrieved tone. Then it's a loss. I'll let you know what the price of acting on impulse is. Su Yu clicked her tongue and said, other people are angry for a beauty. You're angry for your sister. Little pervert. Little pervert? I'll go. How can you call me little pervert? This is the exclusive nickname of the pervert. Needless to say, she must have learned it from Qin Bao Bao. Chapter 310. You also think my acting is good. I watched the premiere and it was unexpectedly good. Qin Zhe was enraptured. At this time, Su Yu should say softly, well, Qin Zhe, your acting is really good. I like it very much. Then Qin Zhe scolded, get out. Su Yu would feel very happy. But at this time, Su Yu did not play her cards according to common sense and said, little red man, is Qin Bao Bao's mouth delicious? Is sister's mouth delicious? Dead pervert. Originally, according to Su Yu's plan, at most, more than 10 million yuan was invested, and the original protagonist was the first-tier Guizhenyu, with a large fan base, and a star who had won the film Emperor, and a good reputation. This investment was still very good, but it was disturbed by Qin Zhe, and the male lead was replaced by a ghost brother who wanted to kiss his sister, who had zero acting skills and was an outsider. Therefore, before the movie was released, the keyboard warriors shouted, bad drama, hype IP, fun ticket, and all kinds of black. Netizens were easy to be led by the rhythm, so overall, the sense of expectation was not high, and they did not buy tickets on the day of the release. But Su Yu would never be angry about this kind of thing. Su Yu's tolerance for Qin Zhe has reached the level of, good baby, whatever you want, mom will give you. She was mainly jealous of Qin Zhe and Qin Bao Bao's unscrupulous kissing scenes. The great god said that he had never had a girlfriend before, and his first kiss must still be kept. Now I, Fat Tiger, haven't acted yet, and you, Bear, have snatched Jing Xiang, and then there is a blue fatty beside you. Nonsense, you are looking at the world with colored glasses, and the world is yellow. Qin Zhe said righteously, everything is for art. If you were the heroine, I would do the same. A big light bulb lit up on Su Yu's head. Good idea. If it was in the movie, she could openly ask the great god for a kiss. Why didn't she think of it back then? Oh, she wasn't sure that she liked Qin Zhe back then. There was once a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity in front of me, but unfortunately, I didn't cherish it. If God gave me another chance, I would kick baby Qin away and have a French kiss, a Chinese kiss, a Japanese inverted 9, and a full 9 kisses with the great god. Well, let's make a movie next time. Su Yu said longingly. You're right. Filming a movie isn't like buying sanitary pads. You just have to go to the supermarket. Of course, Qin Zhe refused. He had never believed in Buddhism, but he always remembered the words of the sign. When I was young, I always liked to make empty promises. Now, I regret my words lightly. Out of a woman's intuition, Su Yu said, so you're only filming kissing scenes with Big Sister? Qin Zhe found himself at a loss for words. Motherf **Ker, Su Yu's language style was getting sharper and sharper. Hey, I'm going to change your name to the pervert who likes to film kissing scenes with Big Sister. Before Su Yu hung up the phone, she muttered, goodbye, Big Sister's little henchman. It was getting harder and harder to control the masochist. Was Su Yu too arrogant, or was Qin Zhe unable to lift the knife? What's wrong with being Big Sister's henchman? The guy next door is the Empress's little dog. He kneels and licks the Empress's feet every day. He's even more masochistic than Su Yu and salter than me. At least I got to kiss Big Sister's little mouth. Qin Zhe hung up the phone and seriously thought about a question. Why did the movie I starred in fail on the first day? Look at the shock maniac next door. He made a movie that everyone supported and easily set a record in China. Was it because he was salty? Thinking of this, Qin Zhe took out his phone and silently searched for the correct way to turn over a salty fish. The next day, there were comments on Tieba, forums, and Weibo. Netizens began to discuss the bloody battle of Shanghai Beach. Some said that if the ending wasn't tragic, the movie would be perfect. Some said that if the ending was tragic, the level of the movie would be lowered. However, the tragic ending was too hurtful and made people feel flustered. There were all kinds of comments, but no one doubted the acting skills of the main actors. A Big V account wrote a movie review on Weibo. After watching The Bloody Battle of Shanghai Beach, I don't feel good. I went to see Qin Baobao because of her. I can't help it, I'm a hardcore fan. Originally, I didn't have much hope for Qin Zhe's acting skills and was mentally prepared to watch a lousy movie. The result was unexpected and very good. First of all, Qin Zhe's acting skills are online. To be honest, after watching it, I started to doubt my life. I suggest that the little fresh meats watch it. A layman, an outsider, actually has such acting skills. The little fresh meats are not ashamed. Next, let's talk about the male and female leads. Although the female lead isn't Qin Baobao, I feel that Yun Yan is the female lead in the movie because she has a soul. Although the character Xianxia is portrayed very well, I don't want to talk about him because there are too many highlights and I don't know where to start. Moreover, I don't like this character very much because he is a scumbag. Yun Yan, played by Qin Baobao, was one of the brightest points in the film. She was a prostitute who was rolling around in the mortal world. Coincidentally, she saved Pheasant, a gangster from a gang. The two of them had an ill-fated relationship. Qin Baobao's every look and every expression on her face clearly shows her love. She can't help but fall in love with this cold gangster. She changed from a beautiful woman to a little girl who likes to sit quietly and miss her lover. But in Xianxia's eyes, what is she? Maybe she is an insignificant brothel girl, or maybe she is a lonely person. Maybe he can sense the love in Yun Yan's eyes, or maybe he doesn't care at all. Because his heart doesn't belong to this woman. From the fact that Yun Yan begged him to elope with her and was rejected, it can be seen clearly. But Yun Yan is still infatuated with this man. In the end, Xianxia marries a beautiful woman and Yun Yan commits suicide by jumping into a river. Actually, from the beginning, this woman's ending was destined. She fell in love with someone she shouldn't have. The conversation in the rainy night is very chewy. It is just a few short sentences, but it is heartbreaking. Yun Yan's heart probably died at that moment. Let me give you a spoiler. The ending of the movie is a tragedy. Xianxia dies under the gun of a Japanese agent. As this gangster is dying, he sees the brothel girl he let down. It is thought-provoking. Maybe he really did love this woman back then, or maybe he felt guilty. But none of this can change the fact that he let her down. Anyway, when I saw the ending, my eyes were red. In the end, I recommend watching this movie. Have some self-respect. Are you serious? Is it really that good? Could it be the Internet Water Army? Of course it's the Internet Water Army. They're trying to boost the box office and attract attention. It's all a trick. But my classmate went to watch it today. He said it's good. The plot is good and there are no flaws. The actors' acting skills are also very good, especially Qin Zhe's. You said that Qin Zhe is a fast shooter. I admit it. I also admit that he is good at trading stocks. But if you say that his acting is good, what a joke. I, Yiliangchen, will definitely stand up and criticize him. Let's talk about the box office. You can check the box office online. Bloody Battle at Shanghai Beach only grossed more than 4 million yuan yesterday. Deformed Car, which is ranked first, grossed 130 million yuan a day. Pirates, which is ranked second, grossed 90 million yuan. It's a total defeat. There are many people who refuse to admit it, but Bloody Battle at Shanghai Beach is getting more and more popular after a few days. The second day's box office, 6 million. The third day's box office, 10 million. A week later, the box office reached 260 million. This is not the limit. After the 3-day New Year's Day holiday, the box office skyrocketed to 500 million. The box office went from the middle to the bottom of the charts to the top 10. Based on this momentum, the box office will be between 1.5 billion and 2 billion in a month's time. It's a scary result. Although it's not as good as some awesome movies that grossed 4 to 5 billion, to Baoza Investment Company, Limited, it's better than trading stocks for a month. What's scarier than the box office is the word of mouth. Qin Zhe is popular again. It's easy for him to shoot a movie or TV series to become famous. This time, it's more popular than him doing live broadcasts or singing. Qin Baobao's popularity also went up a level. She became one of the most popular female celebrities. As the discussion on the internet continues, netizens went to their Weibo and cheered, "Get together! Get together!" Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe were so scared that they closed the comment section on the same day. What a joke! Dad is always paying attention to their Weibo. The siblings hid at home and shivered. In the end, they couldn't hide it from their parents. Qin Ma heard from her relatives that the siblings' movie was popular. Fortunately, she only knew that the movie was popular. After all, it's not a romantic drama. Qin Baobao is also not the female lead. The movie's main focus is not the kissing scene between the siblings. It's a hot-blooded mafia drama. Her relatives also won't say, "Hey, your son and daughter kissed happily in the movie." Chapter 311. The information Qin Ma knew was limited to her son and daughter starred in a very popular movie, or they made a lot of money. Moreover, as soon as she saw the movie Bloody Battle in Shanghai Beach, she knew that it was a hot-blooded action film. Qin Ma's imagination was not so big that she would think of the kissing scene between the siblings. Under the joint efforts of the two maggots, Qin Ma, who did not watch the movie, soon forgot about this matter and began to worry about her son's girlfriend. Yes, it was not a blind date between best friends, but a problem of her son's girlfriend. Her daughter did not change, and Qin Ma was also tired. Anyway, she had a pair of children, and as long as she could get one, she would be at ease. During breakfast, Qin Ma said, "Old Qin, what do you think of Zijin?" "Why do you ask?" Grandpa Qin asked while eating a bun. "The two of them in our family are not quite right." Qin Ma would never say such words. After thinking for a while, she said, "Bao Bao, I don't care. It's too tiring. Ace is 23 years old, and he should have a girlfriend." Grandpa Qin smiled and said, "What's the hurry? Men stand up at 30, and many get married after 30. Don't worry." Qin Ma said angrily, "Don't worry about getting married, but it's time to have a girlfriend." "But he has never had a girlfriend, has he? Don't be like Bao Bao." Grandpa Qin smiled and waved his hand. "Don't make wild guesses. It's not that he doesn't have a girlfriend, he just didn't tell you." Qin Ma was stunned and happy. "You mean he has a girlfriend? Is it Zijin?" Grandpa Qin shook his head. Qin Ma was stunned again, and then she was very disappointed. She liked Wang Zijin very much. If her son had a girlfriend, she hoped it would be Wang Zijin. Is it Xianxia?" Qin Ma's face changed. "Bao Bao's friend just got engaged a while ago." Grandpa Qin shook his head. "Could it be the girl with the surname Qin?" Qin Ma had a strange look on her face. "That girl is only in her 3rd year of high school, right?" Qin Ma had a good memory. Her daughter had quarreled with her son because of this matter, so she remembered these two girls. "It's someone from his company." The old man chuckled. But the old man didn't say who it was. In fact, he only found out yesterday. Yesterday, he sorted out the fund company's information at his school, as well as the industry's information, and sent it to the email Qin Zhe gave him. A few minutes later, the other party actually replied, "You are." The other party should be his son's employee. The old man replied, "I'm Qin Zhe's father." The old man liked the feeling of being pretentious. Only vulgar people like to be pretentious and slap faces. Cultured people like to show off in front of others. Seeing this reply, the other party must have been very excited and respected him from the bottom of his heart. Soon the other party replied, "Ah, hello uncle, I'm Suyu, please be familiar with me." The old man didn't expect to receive such a reply. He was stunned for a long time. "Hello. The little girl named Suyu then sent an email. "I've been looking forward to hearing your name for a long time. I'd like to see what kind of elder can cultivate such an excellent person as Ace. This is my chat software account. Can we add each other as friends?" XXXXX. The old man couldn't help but blush. Such an excellent son was not cultivated by him at all. From the address, the old man noticed that this girl named Suyu seemed to have an unusual relationship with his son. How could she call him Ace if they had an ordinary relationship? So, The two added each other as friends. Su Yu, hello uncle. Smiling emoji. The old man, hello. Su Yu, I just roughly browsed the information you sent me. Do you have the industry evaluation data from 12 to 14 years? The old man, yes. The old man chatted with her on and off for an afternoon. He was surprised to find that this girl had a very solid foundation, unique vision, and a strategic understanding of the financial industry. Especially when talking about foreign finance, the old man couldn't even keep up with her rhythm. He was not ashamed to ask, and then he was enlightened and solved a lot of doubts. Su Yu had a lot of blind spots and misunderstandings about the domestic financial situation, and the old man would carefully explain it to her. The two could be said to have a good chat, and the old man's affection for Su Yu rose greatly. Once upon a time, he wanted to cultivate his children into such talents. His daughter was very smart, but she was not interested in finance. As for his son, don't talk about it, he would cry if he talked about it. Su Yu admired the knowledge of the old man and flattered him. Uncle is so powerful. Like father, like son. The old man, Su Yu, I'll leave the company to you. Take care of him. Su Yu, no, it's always Ace who takes care of me. The old man seized the opportunity and probed, Su Yu, are you friends with Ace? Anyway, it's not an ordinary superior-subordinate relationship. Su Yu sent a shy emoji, a very good friend. He often plays with me at night. Every time I play with him, I can sleep happily. The old man, degree, it's self-evident what they play. The relationship between his son and Su Yu is already very obvious. Now the language style of the little girl is so sharp. In our era, at most, we can implicitly say, let's enter a harmonious society together. After a long silence, the old man asked, Su Yu, what's your position in the company? Su Yu replied, Uncle, I'm his secretary. The world of young people is rich and colorful. The old man took a bite of the fried dough stick and showed a knowing smile on his face. His son knows how to play. Qin Ma was stunned. She saw her husband's honeyed smile. She didn't know why, but she had goosebumps all over her body. After so many years, I feel that I haven't fully understood old Qin. Qin Ma thought sensitively. At the same time at home. After the exercise, Wang Zijin and Qin Zhe were already having breakfast. There was a sound of water in the bathroom. It was Qin Baobao taking a bath. She ran an event last night and came back too late. She didn't have time to take a bath. Sister Ziwei, do you want to watch a movie tonight? Qin Zhe looked at the girl opposite him carefully. After the bloody battle of Shanghai Beach was released, Wang Zijin should have gone to see it alone. Otherwise, she wouldn't have given Qin Zhe such a cold face for so many days. Wang Zijin's mouth was stuffed with pan-fried noodles, her cheeks were bulging, and she sneered vaguely, Watch the movie you and Bao Bao made? If you want to watch it, I don't care. Qin Zhe finished, and Wang Zijin kicked him under the table. Since she made up her mind to treat her best friend, Zijin became less and less like a gentle goddess. In other words, she acted in the details of her life, and her behavior was closer to Qin Baobao. Qin Zhe saw it, but he was embarrassed to say it. He had a toothache. Did Uncle and Auntie watch it? Wang Zijin narrowed her eyes and smiled. When her sister narrowed her almond-shaped eyes, she looked very charming. When Wang Zijin narrowed her peach blossom eyes, she looked very cute. Yes, my sister and I took them to watch it together, Qin Zhe said. Really? Wang Zijin was shocked. Really? A gentleman reveals his balls, a villain hides his dick. Bah, what nonsense. Sister Ziwei, how's your job in that online media company? Qin Zhe asked. It's okay. Okay. Wang Zijin thought for a while. Other editors have to start with a picture before they can write the content, but I don't have to. I pick up the keyboard and write all kinds of stories. Some are sad, some are touching, and some are annoying. There are all kinds of stories. I'm not asking you about your professional cultivation as an editor. I'm asking you, isn't the work there boring? The salary is about 10,000 yuan a month, and you have to sit in the office all day and face the radiation of the computer. Qin Zhe covered his face. What else can I do other than work in the office? Move bricks? Wang Zijin kicked him again. Qin Zhe, chatting with Sister Ziwei, now felt more and more like doing crosstalk. He felt that if he threw out 100 jokes, Sister Ziwei would be able to handle them. He had to be careful not to do anything in front of Sister Ziwei. Have you ever thought of coming over to help me? Qin Zhe asked tentatively. Baozi Investment or Tianfeng Film and Television, you can choose. Wang Zijin wrinkled her nose. Think about it. Qin Zhe was very confident in Wang Zijin's ability. If she was given a few months of internship, she would be able to grow into a strong, independent woman. Regardless of whether she went to Baozi or Tianfeng, she would be able to share a lot of his workload. Qin Zhe even thought that if he were to form a female Spartan army one day, he would not need to do anything else. He would just be a salted fish at home. Wang Zijin rolled her big eyes and smiled. Then give me the position of Baozi's deputy general manager. Qin Zhe said weakly, that's Su Yu's. I know, or I wouldn't want it. Can you change it? Then give me the position of Tianfeng's leader to me. That's my sister's. I know, or I wouldn't want it. Qin Zhe, Sister Ziwei, you're the one who's causing trouble, aren't you? Believe it or not, I'll flip the table. Qin Baobao came out of the shower and glanced at the dining table. She felt wronged. You didn't even leave the pan-fried food for me. Qin Zhe was stunned. Only then did he realize that Qin Baobao's pan-fried food had been unknowingly eaten by Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin burped comfortably. Did you eat it? Qin Baobao pinched her brother's neck. Her wet hair hung on his forehead. The fresh scent of shower gel mixed with the faint scent of shampoo. The back of her head expressed that she was very happy. She never thought that she would be able to experience the Baobao brand facial cleanser like the front face. I'm going to work. Wang Zijin left. When she passed by the siblings, Qin Baobao raised her leg and kicked her little perky butt. Wang Zijin staggered and turned around to glare. What? What are you doing? You're always bullying your sister Ziwei. Qin Baobao chopped her brother's head with a knife. Qin Zhe, my sisters are not easy to deal with. I can't get hard no matter how hard I try. I'm so useless. Su Yu is still better. At least she's obedient. The extent of her trouble is limited to sending pictures. She's not as bad as my sisters. Chapter 312. The box office success of the movie gave Qin Zhe a big surprise. With such a huge return, of course he would be surprised. As for personal fame, he didn't think much of it because he wasn't in the entertainment industry. His goal was to become a big shot in the entertainment industry. His sister was also very happy. She even said that she would enter Hollywood in 3 years and become famous overseas. Qin Zhe picked up one of her legs and slapped it. His sister covered her butt and said, "You're hitting me again." I'm afraid you're getting arrogant, Qin Zhe said. Actually, for the celebrities in China, there was no need to consider entering the entertainment industry. It was a thankless job. Putting aside the sensitive topic of discrimination, to be able to do well in China in such a big market, one's hands were already numb from counting the money. If one could get 100 million just by shooting a movie, why bother going to Hollywood? Hollywood couldn't afford such a high salary. China was so good. There was no need for acting skills, scripts, or special effects. Just the face was enough. If one could pick up money, who would want to earn it? What a pain in the ass. One must have a dream. What if it comes true? What's the difference between you and a person without a dream? His sister said disdainfully. Qin Zhe equals salted fish? Qin Zhe was angry. He picked up her leg and slapped it again. His sister was wearing a pair of white skinny jeans. Her butt was perfect and felt great when he slapped it. After he was done with his sister, he received a call from Huang Yuding's manager, Bin. Hello, Bin, Qin Zhe said, and then slapped away his sister's teasing foot. Hi, Miss Qin, congratulations on the movie's big sales. Bin smiled. Bin, what's wrong? There's a weird sound on your side. Why are you panting? Qin Zhe was stunned. Nothing. Bin continued to pant. He seemed to be doing some strenuous exercise. Qin Zhe glanced at his sister. Qin Baobao noticed that her brother's gaze was weird and creepy. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up, Xianxia said. Don't, I have something to do. Abin continued to pant. Our Yuding is going to release an album. You know that, right? Well, if you have something to say it quickly. The experienced Xianxia already understood. He was very unhappy. Why am I the one being called? Flips table. I just wanted to ask you if you finished writing the song. I'm not rushing you. I know that you need inspiration and time to compose, Abin said. Xianxia thought to himself, come on, you must be thinking now, Fast Gunner wants to renege on the debt, right? The whole of China knows how fast you are. Originally, there was no rush, but because of the company's arrangement, Yuding had to release an album before the winter vacation and then hold a concert at the end of the year. We're just waiting for the album to become famous and lead the concert. Abin's breathing got louder. But among the singers who release their albums at the same time, there is a heavenly king from Hong Kong. Xianxia understood. That's why I can only trouble you. Who in China does not know Miss Qin? You just need to promote the album and it will be very effective. Actually, I have already written the lyrics and song. But I am too busy recently and forgot to inform you all. How about this? Tell me your company's address, and I will come over. Xianxia said. That's too embarrassing. Abin panted heavily. I will text you later and discuss the details. Happy working with you. Xianxia said. Oh, although I am doing that while making calls, I hope you will not call me next time. If not, I will fall out with you. Comrade Abin, when did you start writing songs? Qin Baobao kicked her brother with her white and tender feet. I just think about it before I sleep and the song came out. I am not those artists who have difficulties in childbirth. Xianxia replied. You are indeed Fast Gunner. His sister laughed. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been given this nickname. Baby Qin, you're a heartless maggot. Did sister make you Fast Gunner? Qin Baobao sneered. Sister only made you reveal your nature as a Fast Gunner. Xianxia, who was speechless, grabbed his sister's bare feet and pulled her over. He flipped her over and raised his hands. Put, 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 put. His sister screamed and moaned. After slapping his sister again, Xianxia felt refreshed. He put on his shoes and went out. His sister was lying on the sofa with her arms resting on her head. She said sweetly, Uncle, let's play again next time. If Dad heard this, his sister would have to make a trip to Germany. On the other side, Abin heard Xianxia's last sentence and was stunned. He did not understand the meaning behind Xianxia's words. Why did he fall out with him? He was just jogging. Abin turned off the treadmill and went into the lounge to wash away his sweat. He changed into dry clothes and was ready to tell Huang Yuding the good news. It's really difficult to find a Fast Gunner for a song. It's more tiring than collecting debts. You still want to talk to me about inspiration? The whole world knows how fast you are. Huang Yuding's studio is in the Huahai Film and Television Building. It is an internal studio. After all, Huang Yuding is not a film and television star. It is much more difficult for him to set up his own studio. The advantage of an internal studio is that it has a high degree of freedom and can enjoy the company's resources. At this time, the two team leaders of the marketing department of Huahai Film and Television, the leader in charge of logistics of the studio, and Huang Yuding, a total of 4 people, were sitting in the conference room for a meeting. Our album already has 9 songs. We are short of the last one, a team leader said. We just need a title song. In fact, the previous song is quite good. It can be used as the title song. Another team leader said. They were arranged by the company to be in charge of Huang Yuding's album. The small leader in charge of logistics of the studio glanced at Huang Yuding and smiled bitterly. Brother Huang is not satisfied. Let's look again. Huang Yuding sat opposite them with a cigarette between his fingers. He frowned and said, Where's Abin? The small logistics leader said, I called him just now, but no one answered. Then let's not care about him. Huang Yuding glanced at the 2 team leaders. That song is okay. Usually, it's not a problem to be the title song. But that Heavenly King just released an album last week. If I release an album now, isn't it obvious that I'm being stepped on by him? It's not good for the concert at the end of the year. There is no harm if there is no comparison. In the same issue of the album, the sales gap is too big, and the face of the star is not good. This is the same principle as the box office of a movie. Just like concerts, it is rare for the same singer to hold a concert in the same city. In terms of albums, if there is really a Heavenly King-level big shot releasing an album, other singers will avoid it. It is a very common phenomenon in the industry. If you ask me, I'll avoid it and release the album in a while. Huang Yuting said. He looked for the two team leaders this time to discuss this matter. The album was planned by the company. He himself is not willing to go head-to-head with the Heavenly King. Although he is also a big shot in the music industry, he is still a level lower than him. How are you going to delay the schedule? If you want to avoid the limelight, it will take at least a month. Then it will clash with your concert, the team leader retorted. Then next year, Huang Yuting said. Yuting, stop fooling around. It's almost the end of the year, and everyone is eager to earn more money and do more promotions. You still want to wait until next year? The other team leader said. Then change the song. It must be at least a good one, Huang Yuting said. The company will help you look after it, but a good one is very rare. It's not easy to write it. No one is a fast shooter, right? The small logistics leader's eyes lit up. Brother Huang, doesn't Xianxia owe you a song? There's no chance for him. He hasn't finished writing it for a long time. Huang Yuting curled his lips. Chapter 313. At the mention of this matter, Huang Yuting's liver and stomach hurt. When he bought Xianxia's products, half of it was to do him a favor, and the other half was an investment. At that time, Xianxia's nickname of God of Stocks was not so famous. He invested tens of millions to do him a favor. Wasn't it because he wanted him to help him write songs? According to a bin, at that time, Xianxia had readily agreed. Huang Yuting had even been happy for a while. He was indeed a fast shooter, a fast talker. Who knew that this matter would drag on until now? The fast shooter was surprisingly persistent. What do you mean persistent? You're just standing me up. But no matter how unhappy Huang Yuting was, after seeing the return of the investment, he couldn't rush Xianxia. If the return of the investment wasn't good, or if it was a loss, then he could just rush Xianxia to write a song with the mentality of, I only invested because I wanted your song. But now, no matter how he looked at it, he was the one who took advantage of Xianxia. The artists in the industry all said that the first batch of people who bought the products were just lucky. In fact, that was indeed the case. Just the profits alone were comparable to Huang Yuting's income for half a year. That doesn't make sense. Xianxia's songwriting speed is famous in the entertainment industry. Yuting, you must have been stood up, a team leader said bluntly. Another team leader kicked him under the table and laughed. Maybe he didn't have time. Look at him opening a company and holding a concert recently. After all, he just took over Tianfeng Film and Television. His focus is not on composing. He thought to himself that he must have been stood up. The fast shooter was so fast that he could finish writing songs in a short time. But he could not say that. He had to consider Huang Yuting's face. At this point, Huang Yuting was already very frustrated. The company did not look like they would change their mind. The album had to continue. Although they would find good songs for him, after all, not everyone in the world was like the fast shooter, who was high in production and high in quality. The door to the small meeting room was pushed open. Ah Bin, who had just taken a shower, came in refreshed. Where have you been? Huang Yuting said unhappily, Have you contacted Xianxia? I did. Ah Bin sat down and rejected the cigarette offered by the logistics leader. I just finished running. I don't smoke. What did he say? He didn't finish writing again? Huang Yuting asked casually. He had no hope in his heart. Sure enough, it was difficult to get the work of a fast shooter. Looking at the entertainment circle, it seemed that Su Yunhan was the only one who got the song. That song made her famous and started the second spring of her career. Unable to Fall in Love was already Su Yunhan's signature song. It was precisely because of this that the songs of the fast shooter were so precious. It was not without reason that Qin Baobao had become the queen of domestic popularity in just half a year. Any one of her songs could make a small singer famous, and the copyright fees would be enough to eat for half a lifetime. No, he said he's done and will come over later, Bin said confidently. The small meeting room was silent for a moment. Huang Yuting suddenly straightened up and threw himself on the desk. He was ecstatic. He really said that? Bin nodded. It's rock and roll. Yuting, it depends on whether you can master it. No problem. I can practice. Huang Yuting was very excited. He was a professional singer of love songs. In these years, he had reached a bottleneck. From the feedback of singer, he could see that the audience was tired of his love songs. Therefore, he wanted to change his style. It was very risky for a singer to change his style. It was like a company's transformation or a college student's major. Once they changed to the smelly ditch, they could only shout GG. In order to make sure nothing went wrong, Huang Yuting decided to ask the famous fast shooter in the industry for a song. The fast shooter's songs must be the best, fast and precise. Spring is coming. That's great. Has Qin Zhe finally written it? With his title song, even if the sales are not as good as the King's, the popularity will definitely be higher. Yuting, get ready to dominate the charts. Everyone was overjoyed. No one doubted the quality of the song. With the fame of the man's shadow, Qin Zhe's songs seemed to be able to hit the charts and be popular for a period of time. When Bin announced the news to everyone in the studio, the staff cheered and applauded. The title song is finally available. What rock and roll will it be this time? Will it be a masterpiece like Farewell Song? I don't know yet, but the quality of Qin Zhe's songs must be guaranteed. It's unexpectedly slow. The fast shooter can't even lift his knife. The fast shooter is not fast enough this time. Bad review. In the hubbub, the door of the studio was pushed open. At the door stood the girl at the front desk with a strange expression, and Qin Zhe with an even stranger expression. The address of the studio was not far from where Qin Zhe lived, more than 10 kilometers. It was not the morning or evening rush hour, so it was not a long drive. But he came all the way here to send a song, only to hear such terrible words. The fast shooter was long, the fast shooter was short. It turned out that when the industry talked about him in private, they all called him the fast shooter. Sure enough, this nickname was used for everyone's ridicule. Speaking of which, who gave him this nickname? It seemed to have been around since Singer. It was the crystallization of the wisdom of the netizens. Does anyone still remember my real name? Do you think I won't flip the table? The pretty girl at the front desk tried her best to hold back her laughter. The corner of her mouth twitched. She took a deep breath and held it in. Then she looked at Qin Zhe. The corner of her mouth started to rise uncontrollably again. She said, "Miss Qin, I'll be leaving first." The girl at the front desk covered her mouth, swayed her hips, and jogged away. Her high heels clicked. The gossip in the little notebook was too embarrassing. Life was too complicated. The studio suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked in the direction of the door, their smiles frozen on their faces. Ahem! Bin coughed. Everyone immediately turned their heads and went about their own business. Their backs were straight, and they were all very serious. They looked like they had nothing on their minds. "Miss Qin, come. Bin came up to Qin Zhe and led him to the conference room. "Do you have a demo? Did you bring the lyrics and music score?" Bin said. Qin Zhe's hands were empty. He was very puzzled. However, it was possible that he had taken a picture of it on his phone. In the conference room, the two team leaders didn't leave. They were looking forward to the good news brought by the fast shooter. After Qin Zhe greeted everyone, Huang Yuting couldn't wait to ask, "Miss Qin, do you have a demo?" Qin Zhe shook his head. Everyone looked at each other. "Oh, I'll remember it in my head. Give me a pen and paper. I'll write it down now," Qin Zhe said. He didn't have a staff at home, so he couldn't write it. The so-called composition was just exchanging songs from the point store. He just had to copy it. Qin Zhe planned to change Huang Yuting's song to a very exciting rock song. It couldn't be considered a hit, but it shouldn't be a problem for this song to be popular for a few years. Anyway, if the rock sister didn't sing it, he wouldn't sing it either. "Miss Qin, it's really difficult to ask you to sing a song." Huang Yuting was very tired. Qin Zhe smiled and didn't explain. There were a lot of songs in the point store, but the points were limited. Qin Zhe was like a miser guarding his points. because the system hadn't issued a task for a long time. It had been so long that Xianxia couldn't remember how long it had been since he showed his divinity in front of people. The host was a salted fish. He could still be saved. The system was also a salted fish. It was simply a black hole. It was completely hopeless. However, this kind of pace of life was quite good. He had gotten rid of poverty and became rich. His sister didn't need to live under someone else's roof. It didn't matter if the development was slow. One day, he would be able to beat the eastern greyhound, step on the black cat in the sky, and have a company under his crotch. Oh, this can't be said, can't be said. Bin called the staff outside to send in a blank staff. She was a curvy workplace beauty with curly hair and an oval face. She blinked at Xianxia. Can I stay and watch Miss Qin write a song? You want to see how fast I am. Xianxia muttered in his heart. He grabbed the 2B pencil and wrote. In the air, where no one could see, a blue 3D projection appeared. On it was the lyrics and music score of a song. Even the accompaniment music score was included. It was very detailed. Xianxia wrote for a while and glanced at it. It was just like plagiarizing the homework of his girlfriend's deskmate. But in the eyes of everyone, the fast gunman was thinking while composing. Every time he raised his head and narrowed his deep eyes inadvertently revealed the brilliance of wisdom, which made everyone deeply amazed. What forgetting to bring the notebook? It was obviously fake. How could anyone have such a good memory and restore the creation of a work without missing a word? The title of the fast gunman was well deserved. In the afternoon of January 26th, in the small conference room, 5 people, including Huang Yuding, witnessed the fast gunman composing a rock song in just 10 minutes. Many years later, when they were old and full of vicissitudes of life, they would hit the wheelchair with excitement every time they thought of this scene. The attention of the curly-haired, oval-faced young woman was not here. She was appreciating Xianxia. Xianxia was her favorite little fresh meat. Since Qin Baobao uploaded her brother's photo, she began to pay attention to Xianxia. That strong figure, sexy muscle curves, and a waist that looked very powerful. It easily stimulated the young woman's G-point. Only a little sister who doesn't know anything will look at the face. The elder sister with rich experience will look at the nose and abdominal muscles of a man. And the hands, well, Xianxia has a pair of slender and beautiful hands. Looking at the posture and speed of the pen, he should be very flexible. This is a man with a strong hands-on ability. It's done. Xianxia put down the 2B pencil in his hand and pushed the 5-line notebook to Huang Yuding. Several people came to see it and were eager to see the creation of the fast gunman. Huang Yuding looked at it for a moment. He tried to sing, but he was stumbling. Do you have a piano here? I'll sing it once and it'll be a piece of cake. Xianxia said. Yes, yes. Huang Yuding was overjoyed. Come with me. Huang Yuding was a singer, and there were various instruments in the studio such as piano, guitar, and so on. After turning a long corridor, there was a piano in the innermost room. It was a pity that there was no electronic piano. This song was suitable to be played with an electronic piano, not a piano. The piano was placed next to the floor-to-ceiling window, covered by a blue curtain. When the curtain was lifted, the bright sound of the piano was spotless and could be used as a mirror. At a glance, one could tell that it was a high-quality product. Under the afternoon sun, Xianxia sat by the piano. His posture was straight and his whole body exuded an elegant aura. His hands gently pressed the black and white keys, and a loud singing voice floated out from his throat. Love even in death. Not without incisive, not happy. How deep the feelings are, only this is enough to confess. Chapter 3:14. Love even in death. Smile if it's not bitter enough. The heart of the universe is still here. In the instrument room, everyone was startled by Xianxia's sudden high pitch. Before the piano floated, he was already shouting at the top of his voice. They were not prepared at all. Bin secretly gave Huang Yuding a look, which meant, "What do you think of this song?" Huang Yuding shrugged and shook his head. He had just started singing, so he was not sure if it was good or not. Besides, rock songs were not easy to judge. Many pop songs were inexplicably popular. The singer himself was dumbfounded. So he had to pass the test of the market. But from the first few verses, he felt that it was not bad. The songs written by Xianxia were good. Love each other as if every day is the end of the world. Every minute and every second is so beautiful that tears fall. Don't care if others are good or bad. As long as you're brave enough to follow me. Xianxia's voice suddenly became soft. His voice was very sexy and magnetic. Huang Yuting listened and gradually became fascinated. At the same time, the door of the instrument room was not closed. The singing spread into the studio. The employees involuntarily put down their work and looked at each other. Is the voice inside a new song by Fast Shooter? Oh, not bad. It's very nice. I can't hear it clearly. Let's go and take a look. The employees left their positions in 2s and 3s and approached the instrument room. Love even in the end. Not extremely romantic, not happy. Hair will turn white and soil will bury. Yearning will not corrupt. The piano sound gradually dissipated. Xianxia shook his hands and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Even he found it difficult to sing this kind of high-pitched voice. Huang Yuting looked excited. Abin was enraptured. The two team leaders looked at each other and found that each other's eyes were shining. Love even in death? Good song. Clap, 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 clap. Applause rang out. Huang Yuting and the others heard the sound. They turned to the door and found 7 or 8 employees standing outside. Everyone was smiling and clapping desperately. Boss, there's hope for your title track. This song is so hot. Nice, it's so nice. Someone shouted, Long live the fast gunner. Then, Huang Yuting found that Xianxia's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Get lost, all of you. Huang Yuting hurriedly chased them away. Xianxia was his boss now. If he angered him, what if he stopped selling songs? Speaking of which, he also sympathized with Xianxia. He felt that he would never be able to wash off this nickname in his lifetime. How is it? Are you satisfied? Xianxia asked. Satisfied, satisfied. Huang Yuting's handsome face was full of smiles. I feel that if I want to sing, it will be very exciting. This kind of singing is very cool. If it's KV, it must be a song. As expected of a big shot in the music industry. He had good taste. Xianxia also thought so. Hence, he did not sell the copyright of this song. When he returned to Tianfang Film and Television, it would be another source of income. The development of a company could not be like that of an individual. It could not become popular in a short period of time. Instead, it needed to accumulate a foundation and grow slowly. Miss Qin, then let's talk about the song, a team leader said. This song is very good. Although it has not been tested by the market, we believe in Miss Qin's standards. How about this? I will represent the company and buy the copyright of this song. Buy the copyright of this song of mine? Are you kidding me? When did I say that I want to sell the copyright? We can discuss the price. We will definitely give you a satisfactory price, another team leader added. How much do you intend to pay? Within 3 million. Actually, this price is on the low side. You want to buy the copyright of my song for 3 million? If we don't sell the copyright, we can't discuss this, Xianxia said. The two team leaders were instantly disappointed. Both parties had signed a contract. As for the copyright, if it was written in the contract that the buyer owned it, then the copyright would be sold as a bundle. If it was not written, then the copyright would belong to the composer. Other than this album, if Huang Yuting's company wanted to use this song to make a profit, they would have to pay. Then, Miss Qin, give me your bank account number. I will transfer the money to you now, Abin said. I, Xianxia, will transfer the money. Xianxia felt very good. It was the sweet feeling of being a big shot. When he was writing down the bank account number, Xianxia hesitated for a moment. He remembered the 3 conditions he had set with his sister. Or rather, his sister's unilateral demand. The contents of the 3 conditions were, in the future, all of the little red guy's personal income, excluding the company's profits, would be used as his wife's money and transferred to his sister Qin Baobao's account. Qin Baobao would help Xianxia manage his wife's money for 10 years. Note, death sentence. If Xianxia forcibly withdrew the money within 10 years, His sister Qin Baobao had the right to deduct 70% of the total amount. At that time, his sister wrote a small note and seriously asked Qin Zhe to sign it. Qin Zhe wondered if his sister had been deceived by ping in groups, saving pocket money, trick. That was several months ago. That's strange. Why would I think of the past a few months at this time? I should ignore my sister's unreasonable request. Why did I think of it when I was making money? Thinking about it, Qin Zhe found that he had already written down the bank account number. It was his sister's bank account number. Qin Zhe. Bin took the bank card and hurried back a few minutes later. Miss Qin, did you write something wrong on the bank card? Qin Zhe. What's wrong? Bin said. Although her surname is Qin, her name shows 3 characters. Qin Zhe sighed. That's right. That's my sister's bank account number. It can't be wrong. Just transfer the money. Bin. He took a deep look at Qin Zhe and turned to transfer the money. He felt that Bin's gaze was very deep and meaningful. Forget it. Bin is very experienced. He shouldn't be surprised. After transferring the money, Qin Zhe said goodbye to Huang Yuting and left his office. Just as he got into the car, his phone rang. It was a message from his sister. I just received a notification. It's not my income. Qin Zhe, it's mine. Sister, I love A's the most. What? Qin Zhe replied, don't give me that. You're the same as our dad. He's a spicy old radish. You're a spicy young radish. Sister, okay, I'll send this message to Dad. Qin Zhe, sister, please spare me. Sister, ha. At this time, another message came. It was from his cousin, Jiang Cheng. After more than half a month, he finally got the chance to go to the cinema to watch his cousin's movie. High school students didn't have much freedom. Unlike adults, they couldn't watch movies whenever they wanted. Brother, your movies are so good. Many girls in my class are your fans. They want your autograph. Do you want me to introduce you to a few girls? Smirk, do I need you to worry about me? I heard from my aunt that you don't have a girlfriend yet. I've already changed too. Recently, the campus belle of our school has been flirting with me. She wants your autograph. If I work hard, I'll be able to get it. Get it? Get it? Qin Zhe was shocked beyond words. You've slept with a female classmate? Jiang Cheng, don't tell my parents. Smirk, Qin Zhe, in this society where relationships were as cold as paper, even a big shot's blanket couldn't give me any warmth. In the future, I won't be able to raise my head in front of my cousin anymore. He remembered that day when he came back from visiting his grandfather's grave. He patted his cousin's head and told him not to be angry with his uncle. Qin Zhe said, I've eaten more rice than you've eaten salt. He finally understood the disdain in his cousin's eyes. It wasn't disdain for his father, it was for him. Brother, I've thought about it. When I graduate from high school, I'll be admitted into the film industry and then join your company. I want to make a movie with my cousin too. Why do you want to make a movie with her? I want to kiss her too. You don't know how to spell the word death. Huh, I'm just kidding. Brother, your reaction is so big. You really have a sister complex. I have a sister complex. Does everyone already know about it? Qin Zhe was considering whether to kill him. Even if he was his cousin, he couldn't blame him for being merciless if he knew too much. But sister complexes aren't popular anymore. Most of the people in our class have sister complexes. A sister is so good. She's light and soft and easy to push down. Jiang Cheng sent a message. That's why you're too young. Qin Zhe silently deleted this sentence. He no longer had the right to lecture his cousin with the tone of an experienced person. By the way, my aunt's family is eating at our house today. My cousin is beside me. She wants to talk to you. A moment later. Cousin, I went to watch your movie with Jiang Cheng this morning. Smile. This was from his cousin, Zhang Yunxi. How's your studies recently? It's okay. It shouldn't be a problem to get into Fudan next year. The cutoff score for us locals is low. If it doesn't work, I'll go to the University of Finance and Economics. After a pause, Zhang Yunxi sent a message. Actually, I also want to get into the film industry. You also want to make a kissing scene with your cousin? Qin Zhe was shocked again. His cousin's thoughts were too dangerous. She looked very normal. If you really want your cousin, then I'm sorry, but we'll have to draw our swords. No, I want to make a kissing scene with my cousin. You're so cool as a pheasant. I like it so much. Zhang Yunxi sent a shy emoji. Just like the girls in class, I'm now your little fangirl. Oh, that's good. What's good about it? Sister, your thoughts are even more dangerous. My heart is so messy that it's about to go blank. God, did you forget to arrange it for me? Qin Zhe was very confused. Did he have to add, my problematic sister, after, my sister doesn't want to marry? When he thought of his sister, Su Yu's beautiful face appeared in his mind. If there was anyone among his siblings who was suitable to enter the entertainment industry, it would definitely be his uncle's daughter, his beautiful and cute cousin, Su Yu. She had completely inherited his handsome uncle's genes. She was unbelievably beautiful since she was young. Only Qin Baobao could surpass her. If she entered the entertainment industry, as long as her talent wasn't too bad, he felt that he could definitely make her famous with some resources. However, his cousin's singing was average. She was suitable for the film and television industry. If he signed her to Tianfang and made a few movies, she might become popular. It would be easy to raise a celebrity sister. If there was a chance, he could even take her to make a kissing scene. Forget about that, his sister would carry a knife. After receiving Qin Zhe's Love Even If You Die, Huang Yuding's Huahai Film and Television immediately invested in publicity. First, Huang Yuding posted on Weibo, "Thank you, Miss Qin, for helping us make the album. I look forward to singing your song." Qin Zhe then the studio also posted on Weibo, "After a lot of hard work, we finally invited teacher Qin Zhe. Good songs are hard to come by. Let's look forward to Miss Qin's new rock and roll work." Qin Zhe finally, all kinds of entertainment information were pushed through mobile phones and computers. Qin Zhe, who never writes songs for others, suddenly has a lot of inspiration. It's actually for him. Huang Yuding's album, written by Qin Zhe. Fast Shooter's new work, let's wait and see. At the end of January, Fast Shooter's new song attacks. Chapter 315. Huang Yuding's album had been promoted on the official Weibo a few days ago. The fans were not surprised, but when they saw the famous fast shooter Qin Zhe joining the production, they were excited. Huang Yuding's fans rushed to Qin Zhe's Weibo to comment, "Yo, fast shooter, do you have some shady deal with our Yuding? How long has it been since the concert ended? You have a new song again? In the entire entertainment industry, I only admire you. My grandma fell down today, but I held it in and didn't help her. I told my hands that I will only admire you in the future. The commenter above is funny, huh? I wonder what song Qin Zhe wrote this time. Is it rock? Is it rock like Li Gu? Actually, Li Gu is not really rock. No, there are no strict rules for rock. It was originally non-mainstream music, so it's fine to say that Li Gu is rock." Qin Zhe's fans were very proud. Of course, don't you know who our Qin Zhe is? The Fast Shooter's title is not for nothing. The Fast Shooter can be so fast that you doubt your life. The Fast Shooter is the best. He felt that these guys were not fans, but haters. Guo Wenju's studio. Guo Wenju was a big shot in the music industry, on the same level as the heavenly queen Yang Lina. Oh, Yang Lina was Wales's guest partner on Singer, the one who almost won the championship. The older generation of heavenly kings and heavenly queens were mostly past their prime. There was little news about them in the entertainment industry, and they only appeared occasionally. Guo Wenju and Yang Lina belonged to the new generation of heavenly kings and heavenly queens. Of course, Guo Wenju and his studio would never call themselves heavenly kings. The times were different, and they would be laughed at by fans. I just analyzed it. If it's just one song, Huang Yuding's sales will not exceed ours, the manager said. It's not about the sales, it's about the popularity. Guo Wenju rubbed his temples. Now no one is talking about our album on the internet. It's all over there. It's just a matter of a while. It will stop in a few days, the manager comforted. Guo Wenju looked at him. Reliable. The agent stopped talking. If it were someone else, he would have patted his chest and said, absolutely reliable. But what about a fast shooter? A fast shooter was too scary. For other composers, if one song out of 10 was a masterpiece, they would be a gold medal composer. With decades of composing, if they had 10 masterpieces, they could be called a big shot in the industry and be highly respected. But Fast Gunner was different. Every song of Fast Gunner was exquisite. Exquisite was his bottom line, a terrifying bottom line. Every time the Fast Gunner released a new song, the singers in the entertainment industry would have a kind of fear of invading the village. Weren't singers releasing albums and music videos for the sake of fame and popularity? However, as long as he encountered a fast shooter, he would definitely be suppressed to the point where he could not even lift his head. It was a tragedy. We'll see. Guo Wenju sighed. A few days later, Huang Yuding's album was released under the eagerness of his fans. Due to the good publicity, the sales on the day of the launch skyrocketed. Not only did fans buy the digital album, but many musicians and singers also bought it tacitly. Then, they promoted the single and played the title song, Love Even If You're Dead. Starting with a high pitch? What a joke! Who would sing like that? Was he going to sing a high pitch all the way from the beginning to the end? Many singers and composers were dumbfounded. But soon, the high pitch turned soft and low. It was just a change of the order of the climax of an ordinary song. Needless to say, it was super emotional. If I were to sing this song, it would definitely be super emotional. Many singers had this thought in their minds at the same time. Fast Gunner was really amazing. The fans' thoughts were much simpler. Their appreciation level was the first impression after listening, good and bad. In the comments section of the digital album, after listening to all the songs, let's talk about my personal feelings. The other songs are okay, but they're not outstanding. After listening to them, you won't lose anything. In this album, only Love Even If You're Dead surprised me. How should I put it? This song is very explosive, very emotional, and very exciting. I'm looking forward to hearing this song at the KTV because this song doesn't need to test singing skills too much. It's not like some love songs where a lyric has several tones, and it's not like some rock songs where you have to pay attention not to break when you hit the high pitch. But this song is different. You just have to scream as much as you want. The comment got 999 plus likes. Netizens posted below, "This song is super exciting and easy to learn. I can sing it after listening to it a few times. And it's very emotional. I feel like I've been brainwashed." My mother looked at me strangely, but I don't care. I'm very high when I sing it. Not bad, not bad. This high pitch is cool enough, and the bass part is quite touching. It's very immersive to sing when you're heartbroken. It's really too high. I admire Huang Yuding. He sings love songs, but he can also sing a high-pitched song so vividly. I admire Fast Gunner more. Fast Gunner doesn't need to be admired anymore. Just shout 666 for him. See you at the KTV. A week later, Guo Wenju, no one is discussing my album anymore. His agent, Love Even If You're Dead, is popular, and the heat hasn't died down yet. My son sings this song every day. Guo Wenju, don't people hum it every day in our studio too? His agent, me, Guo Wenju, I heard that the KTV already has this song. The employees want to go to the party to sing it. His agent, these guys, do you want me to scold them? Guo Wenju, I also want to sing it. Make the arrangements tonight. Let's sing. His agent, Miss Qin, although this seems pretentious, I still want to thank you again. Huang Yuding couldn't suppress his laughter. One could imagine that he must be laughing so hard on the other end of the phone. You're welcome. Qin Zhe smiled. I'm going to hold a concert at the end of the year, and I'm planning to use the popularity of the album to promote the concert. This album is very successful. Even if the sales are not as high as Guo Wenju's, the topic and popularity are all on my side. Huang Yuding couldn't help but laugh. After hanging up the phone, Qin Baobao's voice came from the room. Ace, help me get the express delivery from Uncle Meng at the concierge. With Qin Baobao and Qin Zhe's identities, it was inconvenient for them to have the express delivery delivered to their doorstep. The more valuable things would be sent to the company's address, and some daily trinkets would be sent to Uncle Meng downstairs. Got it. Qin Zhe shouted. A song that was popular all over the country would usually become the hot topic for a period of time. It could be in the top 10 of the hot search list for more than 10 days. These hot topics were the favorite targets of online media companies. Even if no one paid them, they would write some gossip about related topics to attract traffic. Among them, the most famous was the shocking section of a certain browser. In the chief editor's office of a certain online media company, Wang Zijin was wearing a black Dior dress and a pair of slender high heels. Her long hair was tied up on top of her head, and she wore a pair of thin-rimmed glasses. Her long white legs were crossed, and her oval face was clean and fair. She leaned against the office chair and stared at the ceiling in a daze, chewing gum in her mouth. In half a year and a month, Wang Zijin went from being an editor to the chief editor's position. Her former opponents were all defeated by her. In the 2 months since she took over as chief editor, no one doubted her ability anymore. The rumors that she relied on the unspoken rules in the workplace to get to the chief editor's position gradually died down. It wasn't that everyone's thinking had changed, but that the few guys who spread the rumors were fired by Wang Zijin with a reason. She also deducted their bonuses and commissions. Since young, Wang Zijin had never submitted to anyone when it came to fighting. But even if Wang Zijin was so smart, some things were difficult to deal with. For example, her best friend who was mentally ill, and her prospective boyfriend who was also mentally ill. Qin Zhe should be considered her prospective boyfriend. Anyway, their relationship definitely exceeded that of ordinary friends. It was just that Salted Fish didn't confess, and she didn't reveal her cards. If it was an ordinary man whose relationship with such a hot and beautiful sister had reached the level of friendship, he would definitely kick her hard and enjoy a blissful sex life. But Qin Zhe wasn't an ordinary man. He was a salted fish. A few days ago, she tried so hard to seduce Salted Fish. As long as Salted Fish was firm, Wang Zijin would agree to be his girlfriend. But Qin Zhe wasn't an ordinary salted fish. He was the saltiest one. So salty that Wang Zijin felt despair. Every time she saw Salted Fish's tempted and conflicted look, Wang Zijin felt pity for him. At the same time, she felt jealous. But there's a huge forest outside, but you have to stay by your sister's side. Sister can't give you a blissful sex life. She also said to herself, why? There are so many handsome young men waiting for you to hook your finger, and they will run over like dogs, waiting for the queen to come to you. Why do you keep thinking about Salted Fish from the Qin family? But she, Wang Zijin, had lived for so many years and been proud for so many years. Finally, she met a man who made her want to have a proper relationship. She wasn't willing to give up just like that. Ring, ring, ring. The landline on the desk made a loud sound. The bubbles that came out of her little mouth burst and stuck to her little face. Chief editor, what's the matter? Wang Zijin pressed the speakerphone button. Zijin, the song, Love Even If You're Dead, has become popular again. Many netizens have revealed that this song is being sung everywhere in the KTV. There are many people complaining about it. We have to seize the time to ride on its popularity. I'm not satisfied with the articles written by those little rascals. I'll have to trouble you to do it personally. Got it? It's done. Wang Zijin was concise. I'm not worried about your writing skills. The chief editor laughed and hung up the phone. Wang Zijin cleared all the distracting thoughts and browsed the relevant information on the internet. Then, she went to forums, Tieba, and other places where experienced people gathered to read some jokes. In order to survive in an online media company, she had to be familiar with Weibo, forums, and Tieba. She had to understand all kinds of jokes and popular online phrases so that the articles she wrote would not be boring. If she wrote something like a press release, who would read it? Suddenly, Wang Zijin saw a post. The person who posted it said that after being married for so many years, he was no longer interested in his wife. The little vixens outside flirted with him all day long. He wanted to move his anchor, but one day he found that a man was sending his wife home. He realized that he could not accept his wife falling into another man's arms at all. He decided to continue living with his wife. Netizens commented, "The OP is so magnanimous. You still want to continue living like this?" Hurry up and do a paternity test for the child at home. It turns out that your wife also wants to use the iron rod. OP, are you mistaken? Shouldn't you just get a divorce for this kind of thing? Wang Zijin joined in the fun and posted a string of comments, haha. Then she closed the page and focused on writing the article.